Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents How Not to Mess with a Millionaire by Regina Kyle, narrated by Amy McFadden. Chapter 1. It was a truth universally acknowledged that a single woman, recently dumped by her cheating scumbag of a boyfriend and fired by her two-faced, design-stealing boss, must blow a healthy portion of her life savings to run away from it all, preferably to some exotic foreign shore, like Italy's Amalfi Coast. Or if it wasn't universally acknowledged, in Zoe Ryan's opinion, it damn well should be. "Eccoci qui," the taxi driver announced with a flourish as the car lurched to a stop. "We are here, signora." Here was Bella Vista, a palazzo clinging to a cliff above the clear, calm, cerulean waters of the Mediterranean, with thick stone walls, wrought iron accents, and bougainvillea-decked terraces. But it wasn't the outside of the house Zoe was interested in. It was what was inside those walls. The work of the late, great interior designer Alberto Pinto. Zoe had done her senior thesis on him at Cal Arts, and she was going to spend the next 4 weeks surrounded by his brilliant, eclectic creations, getting a much-needed break from her dysfunctional family, refilling her empty soul. Her heart beating a little faster at the thought, Zoe pulled the Italian-English dictionary she'd had the foresight to pick up at the airport out of her backpack and flipped through it until she found what she was looking for. Quanto... She leafed through it again. Costa. The driver tapped the meter. 60 euros, per favore. She dug into her bag for her wallet, pulled out the requested amount, plus what she hoped was a respectable tip. Like many creative types, math wasn't her strong suit, and handed it to him. Grazie. He leafed through the bills, nodded, and stuffed them into his pocket. She gave herself a mental pat on the back, relieved she'd gotten something right as a stranger in this strange land, and reached for the door handle. But the driver beat her to it, springing out of the car like he was one of the Guardians of the Galaxy and flinging the door open. Grazie, she echoed as she hitched her backpack over her shoulder and climbed out of the car. The driver retrieved her suitcase from the trunk and set it down next to her, taking a business card from his pocket and holding it out to her. "If I can be of more service during your stay, please don't hesitate to call." She plucked the card from his fingers and eyed him suspiciously. "I thought you didn't speak English." He shrugged and gave her a sheepish smile. "A little game I like to play, a test of sorts." "Did I pass?" "Si." His smile widened to a full-on toothy grin. "Your Italian is serviceable at best, but you tried. That's half the battle. I think you'll find we locals are very forgiving if you make the effort to speak our language." "Thanks for the advice." She blew a lock of stringy, straw-colored hair off her cheek, slipped the card into the back pocket of her cutoffs, and reached for the handle of her suitcase, stifling a yawn. Great! Not only was she fighting motion sickness from all the tight turns and steep drop-offs on the way from the train station to the villa, now jet lag was catching up to her. If there was a picture in the dictionary next to hot mess, it would be hers. She swallowed another yawn and telescoped the handle to its full height in one swift yank. "I'll keep that in mind." The driver, his card said his name was Bruno, lifted her free hand to his lips and kissed her knuckles. "Until we meet again, beautiful lady." She raised an eyebrow at him. "Are all Italian men as forward as you?" "No." He winked. "They just wish they were." The mischievous sparkle in his gray eyes, the same shade as the streaks of silver in his salt-and-pepper hair, kept her from pulling away. "You know, if you were American, I'd have to slap you." "Bah!" he scoffed. "Americanos, your men know nothing about love. They think pinching a woman's ass is foreplay." "I didn't come to Italy to find love." Or foreplay, for that matter. Not that she was discussing her sex life, or lack thereof, with her cab driver. Ah, but perhaps love will find you. With those last unlikely words of wisdom, he hopped into his taxi and sped off, leaving Zoe tired, queasy, and more than a little sore, thanks to almost 20 hours of planes, trains, and one particularly nausea-inducing automobile. She dragged her suitcase to the front door and punched in the code the rental agency had given her to the keyless lock. The door swung silently open to reveal a sight unlike anything she'd ever seen. An enormous, high-ceilinged, elaborately tiled foyer led directly into a sunken living room. A wall of windows flanked sliding glass doors that looked out over a stone patio with a lush, vine-covered pergola and an in-ground swimming pool. Beyond the ornate wrought-iron fence that rimmed the patio, sparks of late-afternoon sunlight bounced off the Mediterranean. But none of that was what had her heart pounding and her hand wavering between fanning herself and pulling out her cell phone to dial 911, or whatever the Italian equivalent of 911 was. No. That honor went to the man standing just outside the wide-open sliders, naked as the day he was born, like a living, breathing statue of David, his firm, fine ass on full display as he toweled off his hair. Water sluiced down the sculpted muscles of his shoulders and back, over that biteable olive-skinned behind, and down trim, toned legs, dripping onto the smooth stones. Logic overtook lust, and she backpedaled toward the main entrance, one hand hauling her suitcase, the other groping in her backpack for her phone. She'd almost made it to the front door when the real-life sculpture slung the towel around his neck and turned, giving her a full frontal view as magnificent as his backside. Well-defined pecs, washboard abs. Was that an 8-pack? A narrow waist tapering to hips with that perfect male V that stunned women stupid, and between his legs... Holy man-meat, Batman. Even flaccid, his penis was impressive. Erect, it must be intimidating as hell. Not that she was picturing him rigid and swollen with arousal. Much. She dragged her gaze up his torso and met his eyes, storm cloud gray and brooding, framed by the kind of lashes women paid top dollar for, long and lush with just the right amount of curl. Dark hair, still damp and sexily mussed, flopped over one brow, and his lips pressed into a thin, harsh line beneath a patrician nose. I'm sorry, she stammered, willing her eyes not to drift south. Wait, why was she apologizing? He was the one trespassing, not her. If anyone owed anyone an apology, it was him to her, not vice versa. She stood her suitcase on its end and folded her arms across her chest, trying her best to look as menacing as her 5 feet 4 inches would allow. I mean... Who are you, and what are you doing here? His lips curled into a smirk, and he matched her pose, making no attempt whatsoever to cover himself. And why should he? He sure as hell didn't have anything to be ashamed of. Maybe he was some sort of exhibitionist, breaking into homes, stripping down to his birthday suit, and lying in wait to surprise unsuspecting residents. I'm Dante Sabatini, the owner of this villa. His perfect English was laced with a lilting Italian accent that almost, but not quite, softened the blow of his words. And I could ask the same thing of you. Dante didn't know whether to call the police or an ambulance. His would-be burglar had gone almost deathly pale when he identified himself, putting a hand to her mouth and managing to eke out one word through her trembling fingers. Bathroom. Figuring whatever her intentions were, she was fairly harmless in her current state, and not being a complete dickhead, he'd directed her to the door he now stood outside. From the sound of it, she was emptying the contents of her stomach into his top-of-the-line self-flushing toilet. Merda! There went his plan to get rid of her and get back to business as usual, which in this case meant solitude. Complete and utter solitude. Hiding from the world at Bella Vista was the only way he was going to get through the first anniversary of Nicole's death. 1 year. It was hard to believe his fiancée had been gone so long, that he'd managed to get through almost 365 days without her. He dragged his thoughts from the woman he wished were by his side, the one who would be if it wasn't for him, and focused on the one currently in his bathroom.
"Are you all right?"
Stupid question. Of course she wasn't all right, a fact that was confirmed when the sounds of retching started up again in earnest. She couldn't have much left to expel, could she? He ran a hand through his hair, almost dry by now, and proceeded down the hall to his bedroom for some clothes. He didn't make it a habit of greeting guests, even unexpected, possibly criminal ones, in the nude. It was frowned on in polite society, and his grandmother would kill him. Still, he'd seen how his little trespasser had looked at him. Her eyes had definitely lingered a little too long between his legs. She liked what she saw, and as a foreigner, obvious from her clipped American accent, I left my heart in San Francisco t-shirt and battered Converse high tops, he doubted she had any idea who he was or how much he was worth. He discarded his towel and stepped into a pair of cream-colored drawstring linen pants, opting to skip the underwear and shirt to save time. If his partial state of undress kept the pretty little American off balance, that would be a bonus. After a quick check in the mirror, which prompted him to run a brush through his thick curls, he headed down the hallway to check on his unwelcome visitor. She was just coming out of the bathroom, still pale, but apparently done driving the porcelain bus, at least for the moment. "You got any toothpaste in this museum?" She ran her tongue across her teeth and frowned. "Mine's packed, and I don't feel like digging it out." Toothpaste? What was she going to ask for next? A facial and a hot stone massage? He narrowed his eyes and leaned against the wall, crossing his bare feet at the ankles and his arms over his chest.
"You haven't answered my question. Who are you, and why are you here?"
She brought herself up to her full height, which put the top of her head just below his shoulder. He couldn't help but admire her spirit. Powerful, sophisticated women, and men, for that matter, had withered under his glare. Not this one. "I rented this villa for the next 4 weeks." She lifted her chin defiantly. "And I have the papers to prove it." 4 weeks? His jaw tightened.
"What papers?"
"Well, emails, technically, from the vacation rental website. On my phone, in my backpack." She shrugged her bag off her shoulder and unzipped one of its many compartments.
"You must be mistaken. This house has been in my family for generations. We don't advertise it on the internet to be inhabited by complete strangers."
She produced her phone with a triumphant flourish, tapped the screen, and started scrolling. "If this villa really does belong to your family, then you must know Carmela. The listing agent said she was the owner." Know her? He was going to strangle her.
"She's my grandmother."
Well, that explains it. She dropped the phone back into her bag and zipped it up, apparently believing she had nothing left to prove.
"It explains nothing."
He turned on his heel and headed back to his bedroom, needing to find his own phone.
"Except that my grandmother is up to her old tricks again."
"What do you mean?" she asked, trailing after him.
"Don't play dumb with me."
She had to be in on Nona's little matchmaking scheme. His grandmother had been trying to pair him off for months.
"Vita mia,"
his grandmother would say to him.
"I know you loved Nicole, but her death wasn't your fault, and you can't mourn forever. Life is too short. You have to get back out there and start dating again. And I found the perfect girl."
He rebuffed her, politely at first. Later, as she'd gotten more persistent, his refusals had been more forceful. Eventually, she'd stopped asking and started springing women on him, bringing them to the restaurant, inviting them to join her and Dante in their box at the opera, engineering for him to bump into them at cafes and clubs. But renting out Bella Vista to one of her prospects when she knew he'd be there, grieving for Nicole and regretting his part in her death, that took meddling to a whole new level. And an American. Another new page in Nona's matchmaking playbook. Play dumb? Nona's latest victim, strike that, accomplice, plopped down on his bed like she owned it, which, in a manner of speaking, she probably thought she did, at least for the next 30 days. He quirked a brow at her.
Do you always follow men into their bedrooms and make yourself at home without waiting for an invitation?
Only when absolutely necessary, she shot back, her smart mouth working overtime. Funny. Her stomach problems seemed to have miraculously healed themselves, and she was in top form now. The color had even returned to her cheeks. Do you always answer a question with a question?
Only when absolutely necessary,
he echoed smugly. She crossed one smooth, bare leg over the other, and he noticed, not for the first time, how attractive she was. A riot of blonde curls brushed slender shoulders, framing a delicate face dominated by wide eyes the color of fine champagne, pale gold with a warm, almost orange tinge. And her figure? Not waifishly thin like the models his twin brother Luca preferred, but perfectly feminine, with full breasts that would fill his hands and hips he could sink his fingers into. He swore under his breath at the lascivious direction of his thoughts and snatched his phone off the nightstand. "What are you doing?" She leaned forward, balancing her elbows on her shapely thighs.
Isn't it obvious?
He opened his recent call list and tapped the first one. He'd spoken to his grandmother that morning, yet she hadn't said a word about a tenant arriving at Bella Vista. Either the woman perched comfortably on his bed was lying, or Nona was becoming even more devious in her quest to end his bachelor status.
There's only one way to get to the bottom of this. I'm calling my grandmother.
Suit yourself, but she's going to back me up.
We'll see about that.
The phone had barely begun to ring when his grandmother answered, her tone cheerful and light, no hint of deceit or trepidation.
"Dante, what a surprise to hear from you again today. Is something wrong at the villa?"
Dante frowned.
You could say that. You have exactly 2 minutes to tell me what the hell is going on.
His unwanted guest wagged a finger at him. That's not a very nice way to talk to your grandmother.
Quiet.
He held up a warning finger of his own.
I'll deal with you in a minute.
Deal with who?
Nona asked.
Is someone there with you?
He swore under his breath, exasperated. Now he had 2 women playing dumb with him.
Don't pretend like you don't know.
Don't know what?
About the woman standing in front of me. The one you rented Bella Vista to for the month.
The month she knew he planned to spend there, at the place Nicole loved best, where he had proposed to her in the perennial garden behind the swimming pool. There was an awkward silence. Then his grandmother sighed.
Vita mia, I'm so sorry. I must have forgotten to tell Antonio the villa was occupied.
Dante's frown deepened.
What does your business manager have to do with this?
It was his idea that I start renting it out to help cover the taxes and upkeep. He's been handling all the details.
Then he can get her out of here.
Her has a name. The topic of conversation piped up. And it's Zoe. Zoe Ryan.
Now.
His grandmother drew out the words like she was talking to a child, which he supposed he'd always be to her.
That's not gentlemanly of you, Dante. This woman, whoever she is...
Zoe Ryan,
he muttered.
Zoe Ryan has leased Bella Vista fair and square, assuming, of course, she has the necessary documents.
See?
He gritted out between clenched teeth, glancing at a triumphant-looking Zoe.
She says she does?
I know how important this time at the villa is to you, his grandmother said gently. But you're one man. The villa has 12 rooms, 16.5 if you count the bathrooms. Surely there's space enough for both of you.
If this is one of your matchmaking schemes, Dante trailed off, rolling his eyes. The effect was obviously lost on Nona, but not on Zoe, who rolled hers right back at him.
I told you it was Antonio's idea, and I agree with him, not just because of the extra income. It's a shame Bella Vista sits unoccupied most of the year. I want people to enjoy it.
I was planning on enjoying it, Dante drawled. Alone.
Zoe and I have a contract, and if I know Antonio, he made sure she paid for the entire month, up front.
I'll give her a full refund and help her make alternative arrangements. Hell, he'd even pay for her to stay somewhere else if he had to. It wasn't like they needed the money. Thanks to Luca's culinary genius, their restaurants in Florence, Naples, and Rome had more reservations than they could handle. And Dante, who managed things on the financial and administrative side, had plans to expand the business. Big plans.
Absolutely not,
Nona snapped. I forbid it. He swallowed a laugh, imagining his grandmother, in her Sophia Loren-inspired pearls and heels, trying to block his way as he tossed Zoe's bags out on the front porch.
You forbid it.
Zoe let out a decidedly unladylike snort and stuck her tongue out at him. The juvenile gesture should have irritated him, but instead he found himself focusing on the way her tongue darted out to moisten her lips, picturing it doing the same thing to his mouth, then trailing down his neck and over his chest and abs to his...
Don't forget whose name is on the deed.
Nona's pointed reminder brought his runaway libido to a screeching halt. Solitude, he scolded himself, not sex.
Until I'm 6 feet under the ground, Bella Vista belongs to me, his grandmother continued. And I say Zoe is welcome to stay as long as she wants.
As long as she wants. Dante eyed Zoe, a plan beginning to form. Fine. She can stay. He said a terse goodbye to his grandmother before she could wheedle any more promises out of him, pressed the end call button, and tossed his phone back on the nightstand.
I don't want to say I told you so, but...
Zoe bounced up off the bed.
I'll get my bags and you can show me where you want me.
He could think of a few places he wanted her, none of which he was about to show her, no matter how much his disobedient dick protested.
And don't worry,
she continued, clearly oblivious to his inner torment.
I'll be quiet as a mouse. You'll hardly know I'm here.
Not likely, he thought as he watched her sashay past him out of the room, his traitorous eyes tracking every victorious sway of her ample hips. Having her underfoot was going to be a giant pain in his ass. But he was a man of his word. He'd agreed to let her stay as long as she wanted, and that was what he was going to do. That didn't mean he had to make things easy for her, however. And if conditions at Bella Vista weren't to her liking and she decided to cut her stay short, well... A smile played about the corners of his mouth. Zoe might have won their first battle, but the war was just beginning. Chapter 2. Zoe yawned and rubbed her jet-lagged eyes as she shuffled into the kitchen, trying to focus on the scene unfolding in front of her, and almost immediately regretting it when she did. Did the man own any clothes? Okay, yesterday he'd worn those damn linen pants, eventually. Not that they'd concealed much. They were so paper-thin she could practically see the outline of his monster cock. And they'd done nothing to hide the perfect curve of his bubble butt. Then there was his muscled, lightly furred chest, which he hadn't bothered to cover up. Maybe he was low on shirts. But this morning, he'd gone even more minimalist, stirring something on the stove and nothing but a form-fitting pair of boxer briefs. That had to be dangerous, right? You never saw Gordon Ramsay cooking in his unmentionables. Zoe pulled out a stool at the counter and sat, determined not to be intimidated. For the next month, this kitchen was as much hers as his. "What do you think you're doing?"
"What does it look like?"
Dante shot back without turning around, his attention still on whatever was starting to steam in the pot in front of him.
"Making breakfast."
"I can see that, Captain Obvious." She rested her elbows on the granite countertop. "I meant, where are your clothes?" He half-heartedly lifted a shoulder and let it fall.
"I'm wearing clothes."
"Underwear doesn't count." He lowered the burner and turned to face her, hitching his thumbs under his waistband.
"I can take them off if you prefer."
"I was thinking more along the lines of adding a layer, not subtracting one."
"What about you?"
His eyes raked her up and down, lingering a little too long on her chest and sending traitorous prickles of heat through her body.
"You're not wearing much more than I am. If I have to add a layer, then so do you."
She crossed her legs, bare below the hem of her sleep shorts, and tugged on the bottom of her matching fries before guys tank top, pulling it tighter across her breasts and accentuating her already pebbled nipples. "Two could play at this game." "I don't know what you're talking about. I'm not the one parading around in my jockeys. These are pajamas. I got them in the loungewear section at Macy's." An impulse buy after her breakup with Brad, but she stood by the slogan on her shirt. In the space of 7 short days, she'd been burned twice by the male of the species, at work and in love. Given the choice, she'd definitely go with the fries. Dante shrugged again, as if to say, "Have it your way," and went back to his breakfast, pouring the steaming milk into a waiting mug until it foamed. When he was done, he rested his barely covered behind against the counter and took a long, leisurely sip of what she assumed was cappuccino.
"Delicious,"
he declared, licking a spot of foam from his full, firm, way too kissable upper lip. Zoe tried to ignore the tingling in her private parts and concentrate instead on the appalling absence of caffeine in her bloodstream. "I don't suppose you made enough for a second cup?"
"I thought you said I'd hardly know you were here."
He reached behind him, grabbed a biscotti from a plate next to what looked like a sophisticated espresso machine, and bit into it with a satisfied moan. Zoe's stomach grumbled, reminding her she hadn't eaten in almost 24 hours. What with her whole exhausting planes, trains, and automobiles adventure, topped off by the discovery of a buck-naked Adonis in her rented villa, food had gotten pushed to the back burner. She looked longingly at the plate of pastry. "I guess that means no biscotti for me."
"I suppose I could indulge you this once."
With a grudging sigh, he took a mug from a cabinet above the stove, popped it into the espresso machine, and hit a complicated series of buttons until it began to whir.
"But if you're going to stay, you might want to go into town for some staples. There's an excellent farmer's market on Tuesdays and Thursdays."
"What do you mean, if I'm going to stay?" She sat up taller, trying to make her small frame seem imposing. "I told you, I'm not going anywhere. I rented this villa until the end of the month." There it was again, that infuriating dismissive shrug, accompanied this time by an equally derisive eye roll.
"People are fickle. Plans are flexible. And you know what they say."
He paused, and she stared at him expectantly. "Please, enlighten me."
"It's a woman's prerogative to change her mind,"
he said, smirking. She bristled, stopping herself short of slamming her hand down on the granite. "Well, this woman isn't changing hers. Not now, not ever." His smirk widened.
"Never say never. You know, there are plenty of other accommodations in Positano where you wouldn't have to put up with my half-naked ass. I'd even be willing to help you find something."
How generous of you. But no thanks, I'm staying here. He arched a brow.
You like my half-naked ass, then?
It's not you I'm interested in. It's Alberto Pinto.
Who?
The man responsible for all this. She waved a hand at their surroundings. The eclectic mix of traditional and modern elements was classic Pinto. Bella Vista was one of the last homes he decorated before he died.
You're interested in interior design?
Interested is an understatement. It's my passion. Or it was. And it would be again, as soon as she figured out her next move. Look for a position at another firm, start her own company, branch out into exhibit design, or maybe focus on sustainable interiors. She'd always been interested in green technologies and the energy-efficient use of space. The possibilities were endless if she let herself imagine them. She might be down, but she wasn't out, not by a long shot. The espresso machine finished its whirring. Dante extracted the cup and topped it off with milk from the still steaming pot. Then he placed it and the plate of biscotti on the counter in front of her. Thanks. Zoe picked up the mug and drank. Yep, cappuccino, and a damn good one at that. Not an easy thing to master, something she knew all too well from her brief stint behind the counter at Starbucks. Let me guess. You're an independently wealthy barista.
Hardly.
He retrieved his coffee, pulled out a stool next to her, and sat, grabbing another biscotti from the plate.
But I know my way around the kitchen.
And a few other rooms, too, she'd bet. She shifted away from him. He smelled way too good. Fresh and clean, like laundry straight off the line, ocean air, and newly cut grass, with a hint of mocha from the cappuccino. That must make you a huge hit with the ladies.
I do all right.
Probably the world's biggest understatement. No doubt he had women lining up around the block for his considerable cock and killer cappuccino, condescending attitude notwithstanding. Not that she cared. She'd traveled halfway across the globe to escape the male sex. She hadn't intended to run smack into Italy's answer to David Beckham. And no matter how much her naughty bits protested, she wasn't about to let him derail her well-laid plans. This spontaneous excursion was all about Zoe getting some much-needed perspective. Time to relax, take a break from the constant demands of her family, who couldn't seem to accomplish even the simplest tasks without her assistance, and decide what she was going to do with her life now that she was suddenly single and unemployed. Not bang the first arrogantly attractive alpha male to cross her path, which would be a whole hell of a lot easier if they weren't sharing the same house. And if he didn't look so good, and smell so good, and wasn't sitting with his thick, taut, scantily clad thigh inches from hers. She picked up a biscotti and brought it to her mouth. "Wait!" Dante barked before she could take a bite, making Zoe almost drop the biscotti. "What now?" she asked. "Don't tell me you've changed your mind about feeding me. Haven't you ever heard of the no backsies rule?"
You don't have any food allergies, do you? Eggs? Nuts?
He paused for a split second, just long enough for her to see something dark and mysterious cross his face.
Strawberries?
Nope. I'm 100% allergy-free.
Then, by all means, indulge yourself.
Are you always so vigilant about food allergies?
Yes,
he answered, his voice low but forceful. There it was again, that mysterious something that darkened his classically handsome features. And damn if it didn't make him even more attractive. It was that whole broody bad boy thing that usually wasn't her jam, but was totally working on him. She bit into her biscotti, washing it down with a generous gulp of cappuccino. No leisurely breakfast for her. She needed to put a little distance between her and the Italian stallion. Pronto.
Stop.
Dante held up a hand.
That is not how you drink cappuccino.
Not again. It was like she could do no right where this guy was concerned. What was his deal? It wasn't her fault his grandmother rented the villa without telling him. If he was going to be mad at anybody, it should be at his own flesh and blood, not her. She eyed him over the rim of her cup, not willing to back down. She had as much right to be there as he did, and if he didn't like it, he could go jump in Lake Como.
Really? I thought the general idea was to get it into my mouth and not down my shirt.
A good cup of cappuccino is a work of art. To be sipped, not slugged down like that bitter, unpalatable swill you Americans call coffee.
He lifted his mug to his lips and inhaled deeply, letting the scent pull him in before tipping the cup and swallowing. She followed suit, earning an approving nod.
Better. When you've mastered it, you can move on to the fine Italian art of dunking.
He demonstrated again, dipping one end of his biscotti into his mug and crunching into it. She nibbled at her suddenly sad, dry biscuit.
Thanks, Obi-Wan. I can hardly wait.
He repeated the dunking ritual and took another bite, taunting her.
Perfect. Nona's secret recipe never fails.
Your grandmother baked these? She nibbled again. Even dry, it was delicious. She wasn't a foodie by any stretch of the imagination, but she thought she tasted almond and vanilla.
No.
He gestured toward a rack next to the sink, where a mixing bowl, baking pan, and a whole host of kitchen utensils sat drying.
I did.
She lowered her biscotti, which had been poised at her mouth, ready for another taste, and gaped at him. Cappuccino was one thing, but baking? That was on a whole other level. It required practice, patience, precision. Precision she'd give him. He seemed like the exacting sort. But patience? No way.
You're joking.
I don't joke.
Now that I believe.
His shouldn't-be-sexy scowl, deep, authoritative voice, the way he carried himself, regal and proud, even in only his boxers, all spoke of a serious businessman who spent his days behind an impressive chrome and glass desk on the top floor of some equally impressive high-rise, signing important papers and barking at minions. Not in front of a stove, measuring, chopping, and stirring. He dunked the last sliver of biscotti into his cup, popped it into his mouth, and stood, taking his mug with him to the sink.
Surely my grandmother filled you in on my vital statistics. Height, weight, occupation, bank balance.
This time, Zoe couldn't stop her hand from smacking the counter. Unfortunately, it was the hand with the biscotti, which dissolved into a pile of crumbs on the granite. A waste of quality baked goods, even if it was prepared by the most frustrating man on the planet.
I was as surprised to find you here as you were to find me. And the only communication I had involved your grandmother's real estate, not her relatives.
Spare me the melodramatics.
I am not being melodramatic.
She searched for the right word.
Exasperated.
He chuckled, a low rumble that started a conga line of tingles through her nervous system.
You look more... What is that a charming phrase you Americans use? Pissed off.
She tossed back what was left of her cappuccino, to hell with sipping, and plunked her cup down on the counter. Time to bounce. Her new roomie might be the hottest thing in boxers since Mark Wahlberg's Calvin Klein ads, and a damn good cook, too, but his crappy attitude was wearing thin.
Whatever.
Ah, another favorite American expression. I'm told it can mean everything from who cares to fuck you. Which is it this time?
Wouldn't you like to know?
She pushed her stool away from the counter and hopped down, her bare feet slapping the tile floor.
Where are you going?
Does it matter, as long as I'm out of your hair?
Not really,
he admitted, scraping his fingers through his thick curls. Apparently it wasn't only clothes he was boycotting. Brushes were on his no-no list, too.
But you won't get far without transportation.
She flapped a hand dismissively. Your grandmother has given me the run of the place. I saw a cute little mint green scooter in the garage." His eyes widened.
"Nona's letting you ride Bianca?"
She named her scooter Bianca? Zoe was going to have to revise her mental image of Carmela. She'd pictured her as the stereotypical Italian grandmother, like Marie Barone in Everybody Loves Raymond, or that woman who went viral on YouTube trying to use Google Home. She couldn't imagine either one of them zipping around Positano on a scooter named Bianca.
"You don't know Nona. She loves that thing. I'm not even allowed to touch it, and I'm her favorite grandson."
"Only if you're her only grandson."
"I'll have you know, women of all ages find me charming. Present company excluded, of course."
She rolled her eyes, and he frowned, drawing his brows together and giving him that broody, sexy look Jason Momoa perfected in Game of Thrones.
"Is it that hard to believe I could be likable?"
Yes? No? Maybe? She wasn't touching that question. "I don't know what your deal with your grandmother is, but she gave me full use of any and all vehicles. It's spelled out in the rental agreement. Today's Tuesday, right?" She'd lost track of what day it was with the time change. "I thought I'd check out that farmer's market you mentioned, or maybe take a drive, see the countryside, get lost." Her father always said getting lost was the best way to find yourself, although at 55 he was still looking, so it was possible his theory was flawed. Dante tilted his head, studying her.
"In that?"
She folded her arms across her chest, obscuring the fries in Fries Before Guys. "Not that it's any of your business, but no, unlike some people in this kitchen, I'm not an exhibitionist."
"Pity."
A hot flush crept up her neck at the implication he'd like to see more skin than she was already showing in her tank top and shorts. She ignored it, opting to give his buttons one last push before heading to her bedroom for a wardrobe change. "And before I get back, can you do me a favor?"
"Another?"
he drawled in that damn panty-melting accent. She hoped he was a man of few words, otherwise this month would be pure torture.
"What now?"
"Put some damn clothes on." Zoe wasn't a woman to be messed with, and not one to be scared off easily. Dante was going to have to up his game if he wanted some peace and quiet any time soon. He put his mug in the dishwasher, took a sponge from the sink, and wiped up the remains of Zoe's crushed biscotti. If there was one thing Nona insisted on in the kitchen, it was that cooks clean up after themselves. She drilled it into him so thoroughly it had become an almost unconscious habit, even without her looking over his shoulder. When the counter was restored to its original, Nona-approved, clean enough for the Pope to eat off of state, he tossed the sponge back into the sink and slumped against the counter. Now that Zoe was gone, at least temporarily, he could drop his guard, let his mask of indifference slip, maybe even put on some damn clothes. The memory of her words curved his lips into a smile. As much as he hated to admit it, she amused him. She was a worthy opponent, and there was nothing more satisfying than beating someone at their best. Make no mistake, he intended to come out on top in their battle of wills. He just wasn't sure how. He thought parading around in his jockeys would send her packing, but he'd been wrong. If anything, it made her dig her heels in even more. But when Dante wanted something, he usually found a way to get it. He'd charmed his way into Oxford despite his less than remarkable academic record, romanced more women than he could count into his bed, convinced his grandmother to hand over her family recipes so he and his brother could capitalize on her celebrity and open their first restaurant. This was no different. He needed a plan. To study his enemy, learn her weaknesses, then exploit them. It worked for Sun Tzu. It would work for him, too. It had to. And he knew the man to help him brainstorm. He pushed off the counter and headed upstairs to search for his cell phone. He spotted it on his nightstand, opened his list of recent calls and scrolled down until he found the name he was looking for. Miguel Suarez answered on the first ring.
Buenos dias, my friend. Unless you're calling to cancel our poker game, then I'm hanging up on you.
I'm not canceling the game.
Their rotating monthly poker game was a sacred rite. On the last Friday of the month, no matter how busy their schedules were, he, Miguel, and Xander Castellanos locked themselves away for a weekend of cards, carbs, and Cuban cigars. The Mediterranean Musketeers, their Oxford classmates had dubbed them. They might have more distance between them now, with Dante's business based in Rome, Miguel the head of Valencia's largest venture capital firm, and Xander running his family's shipping business in Athens. But their bond was as strong as when they were reckless undergraduates, more interested in girls and gambling than grades.
Good,
Miguel said.
It's your turn to host.
Don't worry, I'll be back in Rome by then.
Back? Where are you now?
Dante stretched out on his bed, crossing his feet at the ankles.
Positano.
Slacking off at the villa, eh?
Trying to.
Only his family knew the real reason for his trip to the coast.
Which is why I called. I need your help.
Sounds serious. Let me guess. It's a woman.
In a manner of speaking.
About time you got back in the saddle. Don't worry. You've come to the right place. You Italians think you have the market cornered on love. But no one knows more about the subtle art of romancing a woman than the Spanish.
That was debatable, but Dante didn't have the time or the inclination to argue the point now, not when there was something far more pressing at stake, like his sanity.
I'm not trying to romance a woman. I'm trying to get rid of one.
Wouldn't Xander be better at that? He's been scaring off women with his surly bad boy act since grade school.
Dante sat up, swinging his legs off the side of the bed.
Are you going to help me or not?
What's the problem? She too clingy, too controlling, sex no good?
No, and wouldn't I like to find out?
It's not like that. I barely know her. Why not do what you did with the rest of them?
Miguel asked.
Give them a peck on the cheek, a nice parting gift for their time and trouble, and walk away.
That might be difficult.
Why?
Dante blew out a long, heavy breath.
This one's living with me.
There was a moment of stunned silence before Miguel spoke.
We must have a bad connection. It sounded like you said this woman is living with you.
You heard right.
Dante scraped a hand across his jaw, rough with morning stubble since he hadn't bothered to shower or shave.
My grandmother rented Bella Vista to her for the whole month.
Without telling you?
Si.
Miguel let out a low whistle.
That does complicate matters.
You don't have to tell me.
Dante stood and paced the room. He wasn't one to stay still for long. Inactivity made him nervous, edgy, and he thought more clearly when he was in motion.
Why not move out? It's not like you have nowhere else to go. Your penthouse in Rome, the cabin in the Alps, the estate on Lake Como.
It's a matter of principle.
Bella Vista had always been Nicole's favorite of the Sabatini homes. She'd loved reading on the terrace, swimming in the Mediterranean, haggling with the vendors at the farmers' market. That was why he'd proposed to her there, on a moonlit night with the gentle surf of the Mediterranean as their soundtrack. It was only right he remember her there.
This is my family's home. The one who should be leaving is Zoe.
Ah, she has a name.
Dante could almost hear his friend's self-satisfied sneer.
Of course she has a name, he snapped. Everyone has a name. A lovely name. Does she have a lovely face to match?
Yes, a lovely face and a lovely figure with a round, ripe bottom and a pair of breasts that seem to defy gravity.
Dante stopped pacing and fought to focus his one-track mind.
Lovely or not, she's still here, and she's refusing to leave. Offered to put her up somewhere else. With your money, you could rent out an entire 5-star hotel and not put a dent in your pocketbook. I tried. She won't bite, and neither will my grandmother. She says Zoe is free to stay as long as she wants. There's your answer. Make her not want to stay. I tried that, but nothing I do seems to faze her. Behaving like an ass, walking around in my underwear. Have you looked at yourself in the mirror lately? Miguel scoffed. I doubt that's much of a deterrent, unless your house guest has an aversion to attractive Italian millionaires. Dante ignored the backhanded compliment. Do you have any better ideas? I need her gone. The sooner the better. Well, if you're that opposed to sharing your house with a beautiful woman, I am. Remember our 4th Swede mate? Miguel asked. The one who didn't even last through the first term? What was his name? Felix? Right, Felix. Miguel said the name like it was a communicable disease. He liked to play heavy metal music all night, microwave fish, forget to flush the toilet, and those were just a few of his more disgusting habits. Dante grimaced, remembering. He was annoying as hell. Exactly, Miguel said, chuckling. Pull a Felix on this girl, and she'll be out the door before you can say ser pan comido. Ser pan comido? Spanish and Italian were similar enough that Dante could usually make out what his friend was saying when he slipped into his native tongue. But this time he was stumped. Miguel laughed again, more heartily. Piece of cake. Chapter 3. So that was how it was going to be. Zoe backed slowly, softly down the hall, Dante's words bouncing around in her head like ping-pong balls. I need her gone. The sooner the better. Even in his sultry, sexy accent, it cut like a razor, sharp and clean, across her psyche. She retreated to the privacy of her room, at the opposite end of the house from Dante's. She'd been glad of the isolation when he put her there. Now, with his words still ringing in her ears, it stung. She knew he wasn't thrilled to be sharing the villa, but to hear the lengths he was willing to go to get rid of her, it was an ice-cold dose of reality she could have done without. One she would have if she hadn't realized halfway to town that she'd forgotten her Italian-English dictionary. Darned language barrier. Then again, maybe it was a good thing she'd come back. Forewarned was forearmed. She'd only heard the last few minutes of Dante's side of the conversation, but it was enough for her to figure out what he was trying to do. If he thought some boorish behavior and gratuitous skin was going to run her off, he had another think coming. The one consolation was that, apparently he did own clothes. He just chose not to wear them when she was around. Lucky her. The sliding glass doors that led to her balcony beckoned to her, luring her outside. Maybe some fresh air would help clear her head so she could decide her next move rationally, not emotionally. After all, she was the logical, responsible one in the Ryan family. She hadn't lived at home in years, but she was still the one who made sure all the bills were paid so the electricity didn't get shut off, who did grocery runs so there would be something other than condiments and cheap beer in the house, who texted her half-sister Fliss every morning to make sure she wasn't late to school. It had been hard leaving them to fend for themselves. Hard but necessary. It wasn't just her ex-boyfriend and ex-boss who had pushed her over the edge and across the Atlantic. She loved her family, but she also resented them, resented their dependence on her. Maybe with her thousands of miles away, they'd finally learned the art of adulting. Either that or they'd be living in the dark, subsisting on mustard and Michelob. Zoe dropped her backpack on the bed, opened the door, and stepped outside, the warm breeze and sweet smell of lavender and honeysuckle from the flowering vines that climbed the villa's stucco walls instantly soothing her. Resting her forearms on the railing, she stared out across the almost unnaturally blue Mediterranean water, her plan to head to the farmer's market all but forgotten. Why stock the refrigerator when she could be out on the street by nightfall?
Something buzzed in her pocket, and it took her a second to remember she'd put her cell phone in there before hopping on the scooter. She fished it out, worry lines creasing her forehead, when she saw a text from Fliss.
Hey, loser. You were supposed to text when you got to Italy. Mom and Dad are freaking out. You better be in a food coma, hungover, or spent from joining the Mile High Club with some Sicilian hottie you met on the flight.
Crap. So much for being the responsible one in her family. How had she forgotten something so basic as letting them know she'd arrived safely? Probably had something to do with jet lag, and the naked guy in her villa. Her villa, no matter what the naked guy had up his figurative sleeve, seeing as he so very rarely wore a shirt. She swiped the screen to respond to her sister's text. Sorry, arrived safely. Tell Mom and Dad I'm fine. She reread what she'd written before hitting send. A little terse, but best to keep it short and simple. She didn't want to say anything that would have her nosy little sister asking questions. Fliss might be only a teenager, but she was a regular My Cousin Vinny. 10 minutes under her withering interrogation, and Zoe would be spilling her guts about everything, including her roommate with an aversion to wearing clothes and sharing space. Fliss's answer came quickly.
No Mile High Club?
Zoe shook her head and started to type.
Not that it's any of your business, but no. And how do you know about the Mile High Club anyway? I'm 17, not 7,
Fliss answered. Zoe grimaced. As much as she loved her sister, sometimes she longed for the less complicated days before Fliss hit puberty and discovered the opposite sex.
Don't remind me.
After a short pause, another text came through.
Send me a pic. I want to experience the Amalfi Coast vicariously through you.
Zoe's thumbs flew over the keyboard.
Vicariously? It was one of our vocab words in Honors English. I get extra credit if I can show I used it in a sentence. Pic?
Zoe opened the camera app and lifted her phone. But instead of a view of the Mediterranean, with its azure water and cloudless sky, she stalled on Dante's bootylicious ass, this time covered in a butt-hugging swimsuit that left little to the imagination. Not that she needed to do any imagining. Damn! For a hot second, she forgot that her mere presence gave him the heebie-jeebies and drank in his unadulterated male beauty as he stood by the edge of the pool, head bowed, contemplating the gently rippling surface. In one swift move, he lifted his arms and pushed off the side, slicing gracefully through the air and breaking the water without a splash. He moved through the water as smoothly and surely as he did the air, surfacing at the far end of the pool. Her breath caught as he stood and slicked his hair back from his face, water dripping deliciously off his shoulders and back. His head swiveled in her direction, and she shrank away, pressing herself against the balcony wall. She felt like some cheap voyeur, spying on him for the second time in as many days. Not that it stopped her from looking. He opened his eyes, and for a heartbeat, she saw something that looked like pain. Raw and naked, it made him appear vulnerable, and she almost felt sorry for him. But it faded as fast as it came, replaced by an icy hardness that reminded her of the sharp bite of his words earlier. She tipped her head back against the wall and sighed. Why were the gorgeous ones always such jerks? What had she done to make him hate her so much? Besides show up, that was. No, she wasn't going to concern herself with his motives. It didn't matter why he wanted her gone, because she wasn't going anywhere. She could give as good as she got. Whatever he did to annoy her, she'd do something twice as bad. Paint her nails in the living room with the windows closed, leave dirty dishes in the sink, or wet towels on the bathroom floor. They'd see who broke first. Her money was on him. Her phone, forgotten in her hand, buzzed, and she looked down to see another text from Fliss.
Hello? You still there? Where's my pic?
She risked a glance over the railing. Dante was still there, hoisting himself out of the pool, the muscles in his arms and chest rippling with the effort. She resisted the urge to ogle, snapped a quick picture of the horizon, and texted it to her sister.
"How's that?"
Fliss's reply came a few seconds later.
"Nice, but it would be better if I was there with you to see it in person. Are you sure I can't come visit for a few days?"
That was a big hell to the no, for obvious reasons, one Zoe wasn't about to share with her impressionable younger sister.
"And miss school in the beginning of your senior year? You should be working on your college applications. Besides, who will hold down the fort until I get back? I'm counting on you to make sure Mom and Dad eat 3 meals a day and pay the utilities."
Of the three of them, Fliss, at only 17, was the most reliable. Their father was more concerned with puttering around in his workshop than paying bills. He reminded her of the dad in Chitty Chitty Bang Bang, always inventing some new gadget that was supposed to change the world, but never did. And Fliss's mother, Zoe's stepmother, wasn't much better. Dreamers, both of them, living with their heads in the clouds. Zoe watched the bubbles on her phone as she waited for Fliss to text back.
"Fine, be that way. Joy sucker. You better bring me back something from Gucci or Fendi. I'm not picky. Deal."
She returned her phone to her pocket and stole one last glance toward the pool. Empty, not a perfectly formed gluteus maximus in sight. She didn't know whether to be relieved or disappointed. Relieved, she told herself. 100% relieved. She went back inside, closing the sliding glass door behind her, and scanned her room for the elusive dictionary. She spotted one corner sticking out from under the bed and crouched down to grab it. Then she shoved it into her backpack, slung the bag over her shoulder, and headed back downstairs to the garage, mentally crossing her fingers that she wouldn't run into Dante on the way. She got as far as the foyer before her luck ran out.
"Back so soon?"
he asked, taking the towel from around his neck and wiping his face, running it over his aristocratic cheekbones and strong jaw.
"What's wrong? Couldn't get used to driving on the other side of the road?"
She huffed out a breath. "We drive on the right too, you know. I came back because I forgot my wallet. Can't get food without euros." She patted her backpack as if to make sure the money was still there. No way was she admitting she couldn't manage a simple shopping trip without a dictionary. One corner of his lip curled, making it clear he didn't believe one word of her spur-of-the-moment explanation.
"You'd better hurry. The market closes at noon for riposa."
"Riposa?"
"Like a siesta. Business is shut down for a few hours so people can enjoy a long lunch or a nap when the day is at its hottest."
Right. She definitely wasn't in the States anymore. She couldn't imagine her complete dick of an ex-boss letting her goof off in the middle of the day, unless he wanted her out of his way so he could rifle through her desk or hack into her computer and snoop through her files. She shook off thoughts of Smarmy Marty and his dirty tricks and pushed her sunglasses up her nose.
"Everything shuts down?"
"Pretty much." She bit her lip as she studied him, his arms folded across his broad chest, bare feet planted firmly apart on the smooth tiles. Every inch of him, every pore, seemed to radiate a kind of restless energy, like a racehorse at the starting gate.
"Somehow I can't picture you loitering over lunch or napping during daylight hours."
"Can't you? I'm Italian. I like a good meal as much as the next guy. And naps are underrated, especially with a partner." His lip curved higher, and her stupid heart stuttered. Okay, time to go. Past time. She hiked up her bag, which had slipped down her arm.
"I'm out of here. Don't want to miss the market."
"Watch out for Giuseppe," he called after her as she turned for the door. "He makes the best limoncello in Campania, but he likes to gouge foreigners. Don't pay more than 10 euros for a 2-liter bottle." Now that he mentioned it, picking up some adult beverages sounded like a damn good idea.
"Got it. No more than 10 euros for Giuseppe's limoncello."
Zoe swung the door open and made the colossal mistake of glancing back over her shoulder as she crossed the threshold. Dante's storm cloud eyes appraised her, trailing down her back, over her ass, to her legs. Goosebumps prickled on the smooth skin exposed by her denim cutoffs. She whipped her head around and closed the door quickly behind her, the barrier between them doing nothing to settle the mutant moths flapping around in her stomach. Giuseppe wasn't the only one she had to watch out for. Dante paused at the bottom of the stairs, listening for signs of life above. Nothing but silence. He checked his watch, the Rolex yachtmaster Nicole had given him for his 30th birthday a few months before she died, and made a quick mental calculation. It had been over an hour since Zoe announced she was turning in for the night. She was most likely asleep, or maybe reading the romance novel he'd caught her with by the pool, the one with the headless, half-naked man on the cover she'd tried to hide under her towel. Time for Phase 1 of Operation Felix. He slipped off his loafers, allowing him to move noiselessly across the tile floor, and made his way to the sunken living room. He picked up a remote control from the coffee table and pointed it at the state-of-the-art entertainment system on the far wall. The opening notes of Puccini's La Bohème filled the room, and he relaxed into an overstuffed chair, stretching out his long legs and closing his eyes as he let the music cascade over him. Luca hated opera. It was a painful reminder of their mother. But for Dante, it was the only connection he had to the woman who had left them in Nona's care when they were 7, only to die 2 years later in a car accident. Puccini had been her best-loved composer, and La Bohème her favorite of his works. She'd wanted to be an opera singer before an unplanned pregnancy left her with not 1, but 2 babies. Still, parenthood hadn't dulled her admiration for the art form. One of Dante's most treasured memories was of the late nights when he'd creep from his bed, lured by the sounds of Tosca or La Traviata, or, when his mother was feeling adventurous, something in German or French, like Bizet's Carmen, and curl up in her lap as she rocked him, singing, her soprano as vibrant and clear as any of the professionals on the recordings. He pointed the remote at the stereo again and hit the arrow to increase the volume. Once, twice, 3 times, until the music was so loud he could feel the vibrations through the floor. Then he took a cigar from a wooden box on the side table, Cuban, of course, cut it, and lit it. Lifting it to his lips, he took a puff and savored the flavor, sweet and fruity, with hints of cinnamon and nutmeg, while he waited for the inevitable. It didn't take long. "Do you know what time it is?" Zoe shouted over the music, hands on her hips, as she glared at him from the step leading into the recessed room. "Turn that racket down!" "It's Puccini." "I don't care if it's Elvis Presley risen from the grave. It's after midnight, and decent people are trying to sleep." "Are you saying I'm not decent?" He glanced down at his outfit, crisp white t-shirt and dark jeans, then raised his eyes to hers. "I'm fully clothed." "This time," she snapped. The hands at her hips balled into fists. "Are you going to turn the music down or not?" He took a long draw on his cigar, blowing the smoke out in a long, thin stream. "I hear the rooms at Hotel Montmare are soundproof." "You're not getting rid of me that easily." As if to prove her point, she flounced into the living room and planted herself on the armchair opposite him. "Have it your way." He surreptitiously lowered the volume a hair. The mother of all headaches was building behind his temples. He wasn't used to listening to opera at full blast. "So, Puccini, huh?" She tucked her legs underneath her and settled deeper into the cushions, making her look like a lost little girl. "Who's he?" "You're kidding, right?" What was she doing? She was supposed to be running for the hills, not hanging around questioning him about his taste in music. She adjusted the overlong t-shirt that apparently doubled as pajamas so it covered her knees.
I'm more of a hard rock kind of gal than an opera fan.
At least you recognize an opera when you hear one.
Is Puccini the guy singing? She asked, absently twirling a long blonde ringlet around one finger.
No.
Did she have to do that? It was damn distracting. Made him want to bury his hands in her thick curls to see if they were as soft and springy as they seemed. Instead, he satisfied himself with puffing on his cigar.
He's the composer. The singer is José Carreras.
What language is he singing in? Italian?
Naturally.
Dante rested his cigar in the crystal ashtray on the table beside him and crossed an ankle over his knee.
All of the greatest operas are in Italian.
They listened in silence for a few minutes before Zoe spoke again. He sounds sad.
He's in love with Mimi, a beautiful seamstress who shows up on his doorstep, asking him to light her candle. Then she faints and drops her key.
Zoe snickered. You mean like how I showed up on your doorstep and tossed my cookies in your downstairs bathroom?
Tossed your cookies?
An American expression. It means... He held up a hand, stopping her.
I think I can work out what it means.
Please tell me he doesn't open the door buck naked. Dante fought off a smile. She had guts and grit. He couldn't help thinking how much his grandmother would like her.
Hardly,
he drawled.
This is opera, not a cheap porno.
So this Mimi takes one look at... what's this dude's name?
Rudolfo.
She takes one look at Rudolfo and passes out. Zoe rolled her expressive champagne eyes. Very romantic.
It is.
Opera didn't get more romantic than Rudolfo and Mimi's sweeping arias in the first act of La Bohème. The instant crackle of attraction the moment they see each other. Rudolfo taking Mimi's cold hand in his and declaring that his heart has been stolen by a beautiful pair of eyes. It had been that way with Nicole the first time Dante had seen her. He'd been dealing with a particularly difficult customer, some foreign diplomat who thought his perfectly cooked fettuccine Alfredo was too al dente. When she walked into his restaurant in Rome, laughing and shaking out her long auburn curls, wet from a sudden summer storm, he'd known right then and there that she was the one. People said there was no such thing as love at first sight, but first-hand experience told him otherwise. Of course, people also said everyone had only one true soulmate, their anima gemella, and that he believed, with all his heart, he'd found and lost his. He swallowed to get past the lump in his throat.
Their candles go out, and they search for her key in the dark. Their hands touch, and Rudolfo sings, telling her how beautiful she is. When he finds the key, he pockets it so he can spend more time with her.
Isn't that sort of stalkery? Very Christian Grey of him.
You're not a big believer in love, are you?
Been there, done that, got the t-shirt, and burned it. She unfolded her legs from underneath her and slung them over the arm of the chair. What about you? Have you ever been in love? How in the hell had they gotten into this deep discussion? And how was he going to get out of it?
That's a bit personal from someone who's known me all of 48 hours.
You started it, Mr. Romantic Italian Opera. She studied him, swinging one foot distractedly, the pale purple polish on her toenails catching the light from the recessed ceiling lamps.
What can I say?
He snuffed out his cigar. No use wasting a perfectly good Cuban.
I'm a man of many contradictions.
That's putting it mildly. She stood and crossed to the bar cart.
What are you doing?
Pouring myself a drink. She examined the bottles one by one, finally selecting what looked like Sambuca. I'm up, so I might as well make the most of it.
By all means.
Sarcasm dripped from his words like gelato on a summer afternoon.
Make yourself at home.
The last strains of Che gelida manina, what a cold little hand, faded away. Mimi's aria was next, but Dante picked up the remote and pressed the off button. The music had served his purpose, and his heart wasn't in it anymore. The music or the purpose. For tonight, Operation Felix was a bust. "I will, for the next 28 days. Zoe finished pouring her drink and looked up at him. "Want anything?" He should say no. It was late. It would be easy to excuse himself and hide out in safety in his room.
"Scotch. Neat."
"Good, because the ice bucket is empty and I don't feel like hauling my sorry, dragged-out-of-bed-in-the-middle-of-the-night ass into the kitchen." She searched through the bottles until she found the Glenlivet 18 and sloshed some into a tumbler. Then she picked up both glasses and crossed to him, handing him his. "Cheers." She lifted her glass. He raised his, slowly, and clinked it with hers.
"Saluti."
She sat back down, tucking her legs underneath her again and sipping her sambuca. "Is this opera thing going to be a nightly ritual? I'm not going to be blasted out of bed by Puccini on a regular basis, am I?"
"If you have a problem with Puccini, I can mix it up a bit. Maybe throw in some Verdi, a little Mozart, even Wagner, if that's your thing."
"I told you, hard rock's more my speed. Pearl Jam, Metallica, Radiohead." She swirled the liquid in her glass and sipped again. "Not that I didn't enjoy learning all about Mimi and Rudolfo. You sure know your opera."
"It's a passion of mine."
One he hadn't had anyone to share with since Nicole's death. Luca was out. Ditto Miguel and Xander, who thought opera was all fat ladies in Viking helmets. Nona paid for a box at the Real Teatro di San Carlo in Naples. He had his own at the Teatro dell'Opera di Roma, and she even went with him on occasion. But that was more so she could entertain business associates or fix him up with one of her perpetual string of wannabe Mrs. Dante Sabatinis than because she was an opera devotee. Maybe that was why he jumped at the chance to talk La Boheme with his house guest, to fill yet another void Nicole had left when she died. He felt a sudden, sharp stab of disloyalty to his fiancée. He tossed back what remained of his scotch and stood.
"This has been entertaining, but it's time for me to say good night."
"So soon?" Zoe peered at him over the rim of her glass. "I thought we could listen to some Queen. I've got Bohemian Rhapsody on my iPhone. It's almost 6 minutes long. That should give me plenty of time to tell you all about the life and times of Freddie Mercury."
6 minutes? Hell no.
"Another time."
Did you know his real name was Farrokh Bulsara? And he was born in Zanzibar, now part of Tanzania. But he spent most of his childhood in India.
"Fascinating."
He feigned an exaggerated yawn. "Fine, be that way." She waved him away. "There's always tomorrow, or the next day, or the next." He turned to leave, not bothering to respond. Phase 1 of Operation Felix might have been a dismal failure. But Zoe was right. Tomorrow was another day. And Operation Felix was just getting started. Chapter 4. Zoe wasn't a morning person under the best circumstances, and her present circumstances were far from the best. She buried her head in her pillow to muffle the shrill, incessant beeping of her cell phone and stuck one arm out, reaching blindly toward the nightstand. After a few seconds of frustrated fumbling, her fingers folded around it, and she swiped the screen with her thumb. Silence. Blessed silence. She rolled over and cracked one eye open. The sun was starting to peek over the horizon, sending pale streaks of light through the sheer curtains across the sliding glass doors. 5:03. What on earth had possessed her to set her alarm this early? It had been after 1 when Dante called their impromptu opera tutoring session to a halt. Then there had been another hour of tossing and turning before she'd managed to fall asleep. meaning she'd gotten a whopping total of 3 hours of sleep, nowhere near enough for her to function as a normal human being. Zoe groaned into her pillow. She hated to admit it, but listening to Dante pontificate about Puccini had been more fun than she'd expected. It had started innocently enough. She had wanted to mess with his head, show him it was going to take more than a little loud music to scare her off. But she'd quickly gone from jerking his chain to enjoying his company, which made her uneasy. She didn't want to like the guy. What did it say about her that she was falling for someone who wanted nothing to do with her? Was it some kind of reverse Stockholm syndrome? Nope, none, nine, and no in every other language on the face of the earth. She wasn't falling, would not fall, for Dante Sabatini. She hadn't come to Italy for love, or lust, or whatever it was she was feeling. She'd been burned twice, by her boss and her boyfriend, and, unlike the old saying, the third time would definitely not be the charm. With a tired sigh, Zoe forced her other eye open and rolled over, spying her yoga mat rolled up in the corner. Right. It was all coming back to her now. Sunrise yoga. Brilliant idea. It had been tough squeezing the mat into her suitcase, but the thought of going a month without her go-to stress reliever had been too much to take. Normally, she liked to exercise after sunrise, preferably with at least 1 cup of coffee in her stomach. But turnabout was fair play. If Dante could persecute her with Puccini in the dead of night, she could do her morning meditation a little earlier than usual, right under his balcony. She threw on some workout clothes, a hot pink sports bra and a pair of neon green Lululemon leggings she'd splurged on before getting unceremoniously shit-canned from her job, grabbed her phone, and stuck the yoga mat under her arm. Then she headed downstairs, padding on bare feet through the foyer, out the sliding glass doors, and onto the terrace, pushing aside memories of Dante beautifully buck-naked and dripping onto the very stones where she was standing. She skirted the pool, dodging assorted lounge chairs and patio furniture, and stopped beneath what she was pretty sure was his balcony. Unrolling her yoga mat, she opened the music app on her phone and scrolled through until she found her yoga playlist. She hit shuffle, cranked up the volume as high as it would go, and set the phone down on the mat in front of her. The opening chords of Fleet Fox's aptly named Sun It Rises blared from the tinny speakers. Om, Om. Zoe continued to chant along with the music as she went into mountain pose, standing with her feet slightly apart and parallel to each other, and her arms at her sides, palms facing out. She took a deep breath and swept her arms over her head, pressing her hands together and staring at her thumbs. She stayed that way for a minute, exhaling in a long, slow hiss, before sneaking a glance up at Dante's balcony for some sign of life. Nothing. The sliders were securely shut, the curtains covering them in the same position they were in when she first started, tightly closed and undisturbed. She let her arms fall and folded her body forward, touching the mat with her fingertips and continuing to chant as she pushed off the floor and flattened her back. Oink! Something cold and wet brushed against her ankle, making her wobble unsteadily. She flailed her arms like a windmill in a Category 5 hurricane, desperately attempting to regain her balance. That lasted all of 2 seconds, until she landed hard on her ass, barely missing a squealing mass of coarse black and white hair. Ow! What the? Oink! A tiny piglet sat on the paving stones that made up the terrace, staring up at Zoe with intelligent gray-green eyes. Where did you come from? The piglet let out an adorable grunt and climbed in Zoe's lap, curling into a ball. Don't go playing the cute card now. You interrupted my workout and made me fall. She reached back to rub her left butt cheek. The pig, undeterred, lifted his snout and grunted again. Okay, you win. She scratched between the animal's ears. The pig rewarded her by licking her hand. I've heard of goat yoga, but not pig yoga. Maybe we could start a new fad. What do you say? We could be famous, appear on the Today Show, meet Kathy Lee and Hoda.
Make a new friend?
Zoe startled at the unexpected sound of Dante's voice, frightening the pig, who snuggled deeper into her lap, burying its head between her thighs. She stroked the shivering animal's back reassuringly and glared up at Dante, framed in the open slider wearing only a pair of form-fitting navy boxer briefs. Ah, goody. They were back to underwear only, clothing optional. She dragged her gaze away from the feast of sinfully smooth, solid male flesh and back to the still shaking pig in her lap. Look what you did! You scared him. Or her. She hadn't bothered to check. Did pigs have penises?
Him,
Dante confirmed. How do you know? She lifted one of the pig's rear legs tentatively. Nope, no penis there. At least, not one she could see.
He's been here 3 times this week. Likes to escape.
Escape? From where? She reached for her cell phone and swiped the screen to turn the music off. So much for her yoga. Dante waved toward a neighboring villa, perched higher on the cliff.
Mr. Abruzzi thinks he's going to make a fortune raising these things.
Houdini is not a thing. She picked the pig up and clutched him to her chest. Houdini squirmed, and she loosened her hold. He's a he, remember?
Houdini?
Seems fitting, because he keeps escaping.
I know who Houdini is,
or was. He stepped outside, closing the sliding doors behind him.
It's not the name you chose that I'm questioning. It's the fact that you named him at all.
He's one of God's creatures. He deserves a name. Her eyes darted around the terrace, completely enclosed by a wrought iron fence. How does he keep getting in? This place is like a fortress.
He squeezes between the bars. Eventually he'll get too big and have to find someone else to bother.
Houdini picked that moment to let out a long, loud fart. Zoe held the pig away from her and wrinkled her nose. It's a good thing you're cute, because you stink. We're going to have to work on that.
You realize you can't keep him, right?
Dante parked his scantily clad ass on a nearby lounge chair.
Mr. Abruzzi will want him back.
She cuddled Houdini close to her. She was becoming way too attached to the little guy way too quickly. He needed her, and, in a strange way, she needed him, too. She might have traveled thousands of miles to put some distance between herself and her overly dependent family, but she was a nurturer by nature, and it turned out you couldn't take the nurture out of the nurturer. That depends. She sucked her lower lip between her teeth. What's Mr. Abruzzi raising him for? He's not going to send him to the slaughterhouse, is he?
Don't tell me you're some sort of radical animal rights activist.
Dante laid back on the lounge chair, stretching out his long legs and crossing his arms behind his head. Gah! Did he have to be so attractive? It should be a crime. Animal magnetism in the 3rd degree. Strike that. Make it 1st degree. I like a BLT or a nice medium rare burger as much as the next gal. She held the pig up to Dante, forcing him to stare into the animal's all-knowing, all-seeing eyes. But look at that face. How could you condemn him to death?
That's a low blow.
She gave him what she hoped was a sinister smile. I'm not above a little emotional blackmail.
Clearly.
He smiled back, his grin wide and self-satisfied.
But I'm not easily blackmailed.
Or you don't have any emotions. Dante sat up and leaned forward, elbows perched on his muscular thighs, his eyes boring into hers so intensely she thought she might spontaneously combust.
If you won't return him to his rightful owner, then I will. This isn't a home for wayward livestock.
No. She stood, tucking Houdini under her arm. The squirming pig farted again, and she tightened her hold, tears starting to swim in her eyes. Damn it! Fliss was right. She was too sensitive for her own good. Why else would she be crying over a flatulent farm animal?
I'll do it.
Dante's eyes seemed to soften for a second before going back to their usual cool appraisal.
If it makes you feel any better, Mr. Abruzzi's not planning on killing them. He wants to sell them as pets. Apparently, they're all the rage. Even George Clooney had one.
You couldn't have told me that in the first place?
That wouldn't have been nearly as much fun as watching you get all worked up.
I am not worked up.
She switched Houdini to her other arm. He might be small, but he was surprisingly hefty, and bent to pick up her phone. The yoga mat would have to wait until later.
I'm righteously indignant.
Has anyone ever told you your cheeks get all flushed when you're righteously indignant?
He rose and crossed to her, coming too close for comfort, his toes inches from hers. He clearly had no concept of personal space. His just-out-of-bed scent, musky and male, swirled around her, and her fingers itched to run through his morning mussed hair. Good thing she had her hands full, or who knew what she might do. First his hair, then those massive shoulders and beefy biceps, then his... Stop! Do not pass go. Do not collect $200. No. No one has told me that. She lifted her chin, determined to remain defiant despite the heat creeping up her face. Because they don't.
Yes, they do.
He raised a hand to touch her cheek. She sucked in a breath and held it. Time suspended for a heartbeat as he trailed one finger from her ear to her jawline, leaving a series of delicious little tremors in its wake. Houdini squealed, breaking the spell. Zoe let out the breath she'd been holding in a hiss and took a step backward.
Here.
She thrust the pig at Dante.
Hold him while I go change clothes.
Dante took the animal reluctantly, grabbing him gingerly under his haunches and holding him away from his bare chest. He eyeballed Zoe from head to toe, his gaze stopping briefly on her breasts and reigniting the tremors his finger had started.
Good idea. Mr. Abruzzi's not getting any younger. You'd probably give him a heart attack dressed like that.
Zoe ignored the not-so-subtle dig and the tremors. He likes to be scratched behind his ears. Houdini, I mean, not Mr. Abruzzi. I have no idea what he likes.
He's a man. As long as he still has a heartbeat, I'm sure he won't object to having a pretty lady scratch him where it itches.
Was he calling her pretty? She shook off the stray thought. He could call her a bridge troll for all she cared. She was no Victoria's Secret angel, but she was comfortable in her own skin. She certainly didn't need validation from a man she'd known all of 72 hours. Has anyone ever told you you have a dirty mind?
See?
His mouth twisted into a smug smile.
But they usually mean it as a compliment.
Well, I don't. Okay, enough was enough. Time to get out of there before she said something stupid. Or stupider. Like that she wouldn't mind him scratching her itch. Dante, that was. Not Mr. Abruzzi. And one more thing. She pushed past man and beast and opened the sliding glass door. If the pig comes back again, he's staying.
We'll see about that.
As I recall, you said the same thing about me. She shot him a saucy smile before stepping inside the house. And we both know how that turned out. It was quiet. Too quiet. Dante threw off the sheet and sat up in bed, naked, the cool morning breeze that ruffled the curtains raising goosebumps on his bare skin. He cocked his head to listen for the sound of pan flutes or dulcimers or didgeridoos or whatever instruments musicians played in that New Age crap Zoe listened to when she exercised. The sounds that had woken him every morning for the past 5 days. This time, however, there was nothing but the normal noises of daybreak in Positano. Birds chirping, waves lapping against the shore below, the low drone of a boat engine. Which meant one of two things. either Zoe had decided to give up her game of slow, calculated torture, or she'd left, preferably permanently. The first would be good. The second would be even better. He'd survived almost a week of yoga at the ungodly hour of what-the-fuck-o'clock, fortunately without a reappearance of his neighbor's pig. He'd survived watching Zoe prance around in skin-tight workout clothes and sun herself in bikinis that might as well have been dental floss. He'd even survived her attempts at cooking, including one particularly memorable occasion when she set a dish towel on fire. She would have torched the whole kitchen if he hadn't been there to toss the damn thing into the sink and turn on the faucet. He didn't know how much more he could take. Had she figured out what he was up to? Was she trying to out-Felix him? If she was a damn sight better at it than he was. She hadn't shown any signs of budging, no matter what he tried. He'd followed Miguel's advice and even added a few creative touches of his own, leaving his dirty clothes lying around, eating all the fancy figs she bought at the farmer's market, changing the Wi-Fi password, and she hadn't blinked an eye. As much as he hoped the silence meant she'd left for good, the truth was he was no closer to having her gone than he was on day one. With a groan at that grim realization, he pulled on a pair of jeans, his underwear act was getting old, and went downstairs to investigate. He rubbed sleepy eyes as he rounded the corner at the foot of the stairs and ran smack into something hard and unforgiving. The couch. He blinked and tried to focus so he could scan his living room, or what he thought was his living room, but nothing was where it should be. The couch, obviously, had been pulled into the middle of the room. The Persian rug his grandmother had brought back from Nepal was rolled up in one corner, and the artwork Nona had spent years collecting in her younger days, when she'd traveled the world as a high-end fashion model, had been taken down and sat propped against the walls. In the center of it all stood Zoe, in skimpy denim shorts and a bright orange halter top, hands on her curvy hips, surveying everything with a look of intense concentration he found strangely arousing. He mentally beat back the arousal and let annoyance bubble up in its place.
"What do you think you're doing?"
"Redecorating," she answered without missing a beat, not bothering to look at him.
"And who gave you permission to do that?"
He glared at her back.
"Or have you forgotten who owns this place?"
She swiveled her head, fixing him with those pale yellow-gold eyes that made his insides twist into nervous, needy knots. "How could I, with you stalking around like a wounded bear?" The knots tightened. Yes, he wanted her gone, but part of him, a big part, couldn't help wondering what Nicole would have thought of his boorish behavior. No, that wasn't true. He knew exactly what she'd think. She'd think he was being an ass, and that Bella Vista was more than big enough for him and Zoe to share. But she'd be wrong. Yes, the villa had 16 rooms, 6 bedrooms, and 4.5 baths, but somehow, no matter how far apart he and Zoe were physically, he was acutely aware of her presence. It was like he had some sort of strange sixth sense that made his skin sizzle when she was near.
"Have I been that bad?"
he asked, suddenly conscious of the way the hair on his chest was standing at attention. Why hadn't he taken the extra few seconds necessary to throw on a t-shirt? "Worse." She bit her lip and frowned thoughtfully. "I think this," she pointed to one of 2 overstuffed chairs, "should be over there." She indicated a spot in front of the white marble fireplace. "Would you mind helping me?"
"You still haven't answered my question."
Dodging his inquiries was becoming a common theme with her. It should irritate him, but instead he found himself liking the challenge. "What question was that?" Zoe batted her long lashes, all fake wide-eyed innocence.
"Who gave you permission to do this?"
He waved a hand around the room. "Your grandmother." He should have known. Nona. She'd do anything to keep Zoe at the villa, even if it meant letting her rearrange the furniture.
She called this morning to make sure I was enjoying my stay,
Zoe continued.
We got to chatting, and when I told her I was an interior decorator, she suggested I take a crack at freshening the place up. I tried telling her you don't mess with a genius like Alberto Pinto, but she insisted. She said she knew him personally and that he would have liked nothing more than one of his admirers putting her own spin on his vision. She wanted me to tackle the whole house, but we compromised on the living room. And I took plenty of pictures before I started moving stuff around so she can have someone put it back the way it was if she doesn't like what I've done.
Right. She was an interior decorator. Another factoid for him to file away into his subconscious. Not that he was interested in her. It was the Sun Tzu know your enemy theory rearing its ugly head again. No, enemy was too strong a word. Rival. Or maybe adversary. That sounded more civilized, less hostile.
So, what do you say?
Zoe gestured to the chair, snapping his thoughts back from the detour they'd taken.
Can you help me move this thing? I almost threw my back out wrestling with the couch, and if it's all the same to you, I'd rather not risk that again.
Of course you wouldn't. That would put a stop to your morning yoga.
She pursed her temptingly plump pink lips. Is my exercise routine bothering you?
Not at all. He lied. It was bothering him, all right, but not in the way she thought. He could handle waking up with the sun. Watching her contort her body in figure-hugging spandex? That was another story. He crossed to the chair in question, putting his hands under the overstuffed arm. On 3? It wasn't like he had much choice. She had the room in shambles. He might as well help her put it back together, even if it wasn't quite the same afterward. Besides, a little physical exertion was exactly what he needed to get his mind off Zoe's physical attributes.
Okay.
She grabbed the other arm of the chair.
1, 2, 2.5.
He arched a brow.
3.
They had only moved the chair a few feet when Zoe squealed and let go, dropping her side of the chair to the tile floor with a thud. He lowered his side. What's wrong?
Lost my grip.
She gritted out through clenched teeth, hopping on one bare foot. He rounded the chair and was next to her in a heartbeat, putting an arm around her slender waist to steady her. He tried to ignore the way her body fit perfectly with his and concentrated on playing doctor. The medical kind, not the naughty kind. Are you hurt?
No, I always jump around like this when I move furniture.
Ah, there was the smart mouth that was bound to get her, and him, into trouble. Here, sit. He guided her into the chair, then knelt down, taking her injured foot into his hands. He'd never been a foot fetish guy, but hers were perfect. Delicate and pale, her skin soft under his fingers, her toes in a neat diagonal line, big to small, the nails painted a glittery blue-green. A tiny tattoo of a wave just below her ankle completed the pretty picture. He swallowed. Hard. You know you really should be wearing shoes for this. She looked down at him through hooded eyes.
I could say the same for you.
Was he imagining things, or was her voice huskier than usual?
You're running this show. I was drafted into service. Not that I blame you. I don't know how you got the couch all the way to the center of the room without me. It must weigh over 300 pounds.
I put towels under the legs and slid it across the floor. Slowly. Trick of the trade.
You couldn't do that with the chair?
I could have, but I didn't. I thought it would be easier this way.
She tried to wiggle her toes and grimaced.
Guess I was wrong.
A pang of guilt hit him like a punch to the solar plexus. He was supposed to be assessing her injury, not questioning her furniture-moving choices.
Where does it hurt?
It's not that bad, honest.
She tried to pull away, but he held fast, making her wince again.
Where?
He demanded. My pinky toe. He pressed it gently, and she sucked in a sharp breath.
It's probably just bruised, but we should tape it up to be sure.
Tape it up? Is that really necessary?
As you Americans say, better safe than sorry.
He released her foot and stood.
Don't move. I'll be right back. I think my grandmother has a first aid kit in the kitchen.
You don't have to.
I do. You're in my family's home. That makes you my responsibility.
She bristled, straightening her back and jutting out her stubborn chin. If you haven't noticed, I'm a grown woman. I can take care of myself.
Oh, he'd noticed. He couldn't stop noticing. I'm sure you can, but I wouldn't want you to aggravate your injury. You might sue me or my grandmother for contributory negligence.
I'm not going to sue either one of you.
He suspected as much, but he wasn't above having a little fun at her expense. I don't know. I read that the United States is one of the most litigious countries in the world.
Do you even know what you're doing? She asked, her voice rising. You're not a doctor, are you? Or what do they call EMTs in Italy?
Paramedicos. No, I'm neither.
He didn't offer more, like his actual profession. If his grandmother told her what he did for a living, or how much he was worth, Zoe wasn't letting on. She treated him like a man, not an instant teller machine, something he found delightfully refreshing.
But I played football at university. Soccer, I believe you call it in the States. I've taped my fair share of toes.
Fine. Get the damn first aid kit so you can go all knight in shining armor. Her eyes drifted down to his chest, lingering there for a long moment before tracking back up to meet his gaze. And while you're at it, why don't you finish getting dressed? Dante pressed his lips together, fighting the urge to break into an ear-splitting grin.
I'll take it under advisement.
He headed for the kitchen, humming Che gelida manina as he went.
Little miss, you won't know I'm here wasn't as unaffected by his various states of undress as she wanted him to believe.
Another little gem for the folder marked Zoe in his mental filing cabinet. Chapter 5.
Shh! Zoe hissed to the pig she was trying, unsuccessfully, to hide under her hoodie.
As she'd suspected, it was only a matter of time before Houdini made his way back to Bella Vista. Time being 6 days. She was starting to wonder what was taking him so long. Now she was wondering how she was going to get him inside the villa and up to her bedroom without Dante noticing. She hadn't been kidding when she'd told Dante she wasn't giving the pig back if he showed up again. Animals didn't run away repeatedly without a reason. Whatever Houdini was running from, she wasn't sending him back there, even if it meant committing petty theft. Her first instinct was right. He needed her, and maybe with him around, she wouldn't feel so lonely. We're both fugitives trying to outpace our problems, aren't we, boy? Houdini snorted his response, and Zoe stuffed him farther inside her hoodie, struggling to zip it with one hand while she held the pig with the other. You have to be quiet and stop squirming. If the master of the house finds out you're here, he'll never let you stay. He barely tolerates me as it is. Not that she minded much, and if she kept telling herself that, maybe she'd start to believe it. She couldn't understand it. People usually liked her. Sure, she had a smart mouth, and sometimes she didn't know when to shut it and stop talking, but she was also adventurous and fun-loving, and generally pretty amusing to hang out with. Not that her housemate would know. Zoe looked down at Houdini, who had stilled as if by magic and was staring up at her with those intelligent eyes that seemed to see into her soul. If she didn't know better, she could swear he understood her. She'd read somewhere that pigs were smarter and more trainable than cats or dogs. Maybe she could train him to use a litter box. She stood a way better chance of convincing Dante to let her keep him if he was house-trained. She kissed the pig's fuzzy head and tugged the zipper of her sweatshirt up higher, hiding him. She didn't plan on running into Dante, who hadn't made an appearance before noon since their adventures in interior decorating. But she wasn't taking any chances. And if he did grace them with his presence, she mentally crossed her fingers he wouldn't question why she was wearing a hoodie when the temperature was over 70 degrees. Okay. She stroked Houdini's back soothingly through the soft cotton of her sweatshirt. We're going in. Remember, no noise, and stay still. Zoe tiptoed across the terrace to the sliding glass door, favoring her injured foot. Holding her breath, she inched it open, stepped through, then slid it shut behind her, the click of the latch echoing in the cavernous living room. She froze and said a silent prayer the noise hadn't roused her roommate. After a few seconds of silence, she let out a relieved sigh, confident Dante was still snug in his bed. Probably naked, given his aversion to clothing. Her mouth watered at the mental image of his broad, bare chest rising and falling with each deep breath, his powerful arms stretched above his head, his face relaxed in sleep, those thick, envy-inducing lashes lying dormant on his olive-skinned cheeks. No. This wasn't the time for dirty daydreams, damn it. She had a pig to protect. A pig who was strangely still. She worked the zipper down to check on him. The little stinker lay snuggled contentedly against her, his snout burrowed under her sports bra between her breasts. Pervert, she scolded softly with a smile. But if that's what it takes to keep you quiet, I'm not complaining. Heck, she'd even give him a treat if they made it to her room undetected. What did pigs eat, anyway? She needed to do some Googling. She hadn't thought beyond smuggling Houdini past Dante. How was she supposed to care for a pig? Where would he sleep? How much exercise did he need? And what would happen when it was time for her to go home? Could she take him with her? Or would she have to find a home for him in Italy? But all that could wait. Right now, her priority was getting Houdini safely hidden, and that meant getting him through the newly redesigned living room, which came out pretty great, if she did say so herself, up the stairs, and past Dante's bedroom without being discovered.
Are you coming or going?
An all-too-familiar male voice asked. She turned away from the sliding glass doors and jumped at the sight of Dante lounging against the wall. At least he was fully dressed this time, although his tight t-shirt and athletic shorts did nothing to conceal the breath-stealing perfection of his body. "What the hell?" Zoe squealed, startling Houdini, who wriggled in her arms. She tightened her hold on the frightened animal, hoping Dante hadn't seen anything to stir up his suspicions. "Do you have to sneak up on people like that? What are you, a ninja?"
I'm not the only one sneaking around. Unless you're not hiding something under that hideously huge sweatshirt.
What, this old thing? She glanced down at her bulky, faded CalArts hoodie. Damn, she looked like she'd gained 20 pounds overnight, or was pregnant and starting to show. Still, denial was the path of least resistance. I don't know what you're talking about.
I wasn't born yesterday.
I can see that. She shifted position, trying to shield the squiggling mass under her shirt from Dante's view. But it doesn't change the fact that I've got nothing to hide. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to shower.
Not so fast.
He held up a hand, but it was a knock at the front door that stopped her.
Sabatini!
An angry, heavily accented male voice called out.
Open the door! I want my pig!
Dante narrowed his eyes at her.
Still sticking with your story?
Fine, she huffed, lowering the zipper on her sweatshirt and giving Houdini some much-needed breathing room. I have his pig, but I'm not giving him back. I'm telling you, there's something rotten in Denmark. Animals don't run away for no reason.
I know you're in there,
the man called again, louder this time.
You and your putana. I can hear you talking, and I know you have my pig.
Something the man said seemed to flip a switch in Dante. His mouth flattened into a thin, harsh line, and his hands clenched into fists at his sides.
"Go upstairs,"
he hissed.
"and stay there until I tell you it's safe to come down."
"But—"
"You want to keep the pig, don't you?"
She nodded.
"Then do as I say."
Her insides fluttered a little at his commanding tone. Would he be that way in bed, all gruff and domineering? She'd never really understood the whole 50 Shades thing, but she was starting to get why some women found it sexy, as long as the commands were coming from the right guy, preferably someone tall, dark, and dangerous, with bedroom eyes and a hypnotic accent that made her panties damp.
"Go,"
he repeated, jolting her out of dirty daydream number 2. Well, number 2 that morning. She'd been having dirty daydreams and naughty nighttime fantasies since she walked into the villa and saw everything, and she meant everything he had to offer.
"Now!"
She adjusted her grip on Houdini and started for the stairs. "Thank you," she whispered as she brushed past Dante. She paused, turned, and before she could think better of it, lifted herself up on tiptoe to kiss his cheek. His lightly stubbled skin was an intriguing combination of rough and smooth under her lips, and she wondered how it would feel a little lower, like against her nipples or on the sensitive skin of her inner thighs. She pulled back abruptly, heat creeping up her face like mercury rising in a thermometer. "I'm sorry. I don't know why I did that." He rubbed a hand across his jaw like he was relishing the feel of her kiss, or wiping it away.
"It was nothing. Probably how you thank all your partners in crime."
"Crime?"
"Kidnapping? Or is it called pig-napping?"
A flash of amusement lit his eyes. So he was human after all. Knowing he could find the humor in this situation, seeing the little chink in his armor, made Zoe warm to him in a different way. A new kind of attractiveness beyond the obvious physical. "We're not kidnapping him," she insisted, relieved to have something to argue about other than that stupid, impulsive kiss. "We're liberating him."
"If you say so."
Dante eyed Houdini.
"But I don't care how grateful he is. I'm not kissing a pig. That's where I draw the line."
"Fair enough." 3 sharp raps brought both their attention back to the immediate threat on the threshold.
"Answer the door, or I'm calling the police."
"The police?" Zoe's eyes widened. Whatever she thought would happen, it wasn't that. She didn't want to get Dante in any legal trouble. He gave her a gentle push toward the stairs.
"Go. I've got this."
Her skin tingled where he'd touched her, her heavy sweatshirt providing zero protection from the strange primal chemistry that buzzed between them, her pheromones communicating with his, and vice versa. Or something like that. What did she know about the science of sexual attraction? Not much, if her dismal dating record was anything to go by. Houdini snuffled softly, and she scratched between his ears, quieting him. "I'm sorry for being so much trouble."
"You have no idea,"
Dante muttered, crossing to the door. She started up the stairs, pausing at the top to take one last look at him. He turned at that same second, one hand on the doorknob, and their eyes met and locked, sending a zing of electricity straight to her core. "Yeah," she thought as she fled to the relative safety of her bedroom. "I do." If someone had told him a week ago he'd be purchasing a pig, he'd have told them they were crazy. Yet there he was, closing the door on a now smiling Mr. Abruzzi, almost 900 euros poorer, and the not-so-proud owner of one miniature pot-bellied piglet. All for the sake of a woman he'd sworn to evict. He blamed his no-account neighbor. When the piece of shit called Zoe a putana, something inside Dante snapped. He might not know much about her. Aside from their late-night opera chat, they hadn't exactly been having any heart-to-heart discussions. But one thing he was certain of was that she was no whore. He had even come to the reluctant conclusion that she wasn't conspiring with his grandmother to fix him up. She certainly wasn't acting like someone trying to snare a rich husband, alternating between annoying him and avoiding him like the plague. Maybe that was why his neighbor's insult rankled, bringing out all of the old-world European chivalry his grandmother had drilled into him from the time he could talk. Girls are people too. Manners matter. Be a gentleman. You can be strong and sensitive, Vita mia. They are not incompatible. Dante rested his back against the door and groaned, his grandmother's words echoing in his brain. He might as well wave the white flag and resign himself to 3 more weeks of frustration, sexual and otherwise. Zoe wasn't budging, and neither was he. What choice did he have? Forget Nicole and go back to Rome? Luca would never let him live down being bested by a woman, and Nona would never forgive him for abandoning Zoe. His grandmother might only weigh 110 pounds soaking wet, but her tongue lashings were legendary. Bottom line, leaving wasn't an option. He'd have to suck it up and make the best of cohabitating with a woman he couldn't seem to keep from running through his mind, usually naked. And now he could add a pig to the mix, as if things couldn't get more complicated. He shoved off the doorframe and dragged his sorry self upstairs, heading for Zoe's room to give her the good news that the coast was clear and her stupid swine was safe. Well, his stupid swine, technically, since he'd paid for the porker. Not that he had any intention of keeping him. He didn't do romantic relationships, and he didn't do pets. Both left his heart open and exposed to grief and loss, 2 things he wasn't about to voluntarily subject himself to. Not again. He stopped partway down the hall when he heard Zoe's soft, soothing voice through the partially open door of the room next to his. "Who's a good boy? You're a good boy. You like that, don't you? Yes, you do." His cock twitched in his shorts. Why did everything sound sexual coming from her full, sensuous lips? He adjusted his crotch and tried to focus on dry, dull business matters like margins and markups, anything to make sure she didn't see him pitching a tent, before pushing the door the rest of the way open. "What are you doing in here?" he asked, taking in the scene before him. Zoe sat cross-legged on the floor next to the enormous canopy bed, the pig nestled in the crook between her legs, lying splayed out on his back with his head lolling over one shapely thigh, his tiny hooves waving in the air as she rubbed his tummy. He looked like he was in heaven, and Dante couldn't blame him. If Zoe rubbed his tummy, or other more southerly parts of his anatomy, he'd be in heaven too. Margins, markups, net profit, amortization. He subtly shifted his weight to hide his growing erection and continued. "I thought your room was at the end of the hall." "It is." She looked up from scratching the pig's stomach. "Or was. I'm thinking of moving, if that's all right with you. It'll be easier to take care of Houdini if he's closer to the kitchen." No, it wasn't all right with him. The last thing he wanted was her sleeping less than 5 feet from him, with only a thin wall between them. But he couldn't tell her that, and he was having trouble coming up with another plausible excuse. "Why not move him downstairs, then? Or, better yet, outside." "Outside? Are you crazy? It gets cold at night, and he'll be lonely. Won't you, boy?" She tickled Houdini under his chin. The pig responded with a grunt, his curled tail whipping back and forth furiously. "That's why he's going to sleep with me." "With you?" "Unless you want to have that honor." Of sleeping with her? Dante's dirty mind immediately went to sweat-slicked naked bodies, tangled limbs, and rumpled sheets. Zoe rolled her eyes at him, throwing cold water on his dirty dreams. "Get your mind out of the gutter. I'm talking about you bunking with the pig." What was she, psychic? Or was he that fucking transparent? The pig must be psychic too, or maybe he understood English, because he righted himself, hopped down from the bed, and trotted over to Dante, plopping his plump little body on Dante's cross-trainers.
"See?"
Zoe said. "He likes you." Unfortunately, or fortunately, the feeling wasn't mutual. Dante picked up the pig and handed him back to Zoe. The animal immediately returned to his earlier position on his back between her legs. "Smart little bugger." "I'll pass, thanks."
"Then it's you and me, pal."
She gave Houdini a pat on his rounded belly, reached for her phone on the bed behind her, and swiped the screen to open her browser. "I've been reading up on caring for a pig. Is there somewhere we can get pig pellets? And we'll need fresh, non-starchy vegetables, alfalfa, hay, or bran, children's chewable multivitamins, some kind of bed for him to sleep in." He raised a brow at her. "We?" She had at least the decency to blush. "I was kind of hoping you'd help. I'm a little out of my element here." And he wasn't? What did he know about pigs, besides the fact that they were the source of bacon, sausage, and ham, the trifecta of breakfast meats?
"Haven't I done enough?"
He crossed his arms over his chest, not sure whether to continue lurking like a vampire afraid of the sun or sit down. This conversation was taking a lot longer than he'd intended.
"I got rid of Mr. Abruzzi."
"How did you do it? Did you have to rough him up?" She looked positively gleeful at the thought. What was it with women and righteous bloodshed?
"No."
Not that he didn't deserve it.
"Nothing that dramatic. I paid him off."
"Paid him off?" she echoed, her bright eyes suddenly dark and guarded. Dante shrugged.
"Seemed like the simplest solution."
"How much did he want?"
"Does it matter?"
"It does to my bank account." He waved a hand dismissively.
"Consider it a gift, a souvenir of your trip to Positano."
She shook her head vigorously, sending a wave of yellow blonde strands flying around her face and rousing Houdini, who had started to nod off. She laid a calming hand on his abdomen, and he settled down. "I can't accept."
"You can and you will."
"Bossy, aren't you?"
"Stubborn, aren't you?"
They stared at each other wordlessly for a long moment, locked in an ideological standoff, until he broke the silence.
"It seems we've reached a stalemate."
"Tell you what." She gazed up at him, tilting her head to study him thoughtfully. "I'll make you a deal."
"I'm listening."
"You agree to help with Houdini, and I'll drop the money thing."
"I have to pay for the pig and take care of him?"
Now it was her turn to shrug. "You're the one who likes to play Sir Galahad." He wanted to argue with her, but couldn't. A hero complex, his grandmother called it. Why else would he still blame himself for Nicole's death? If he had paid more attention, if he had been more prepared, he could have saved her. He was in the restaurant business. How many times had he told Luca food allergies were something they needed to take seriously? He shoved his guilt down deep and locked it away, keeping his face an impassive mask.
"Fine, I'll help. But I can't keep him. You have to either find a way to take him back to America with you, or find another home for him here."
She nodded, a smile spreading across her beautiful face, making her even more attractive, as impossible as that seemed. Gold flecks sparked in her eyes, and the freckles across the bridge of her nose crinkled endearingly. "Deal!" Chapter 6. Dante turned to go, assuming their conversation was over. "Not so fast." Zoe crooked a finger, beckoning him back. "If you're going to be a parent, you should get acquainted with your son."
"Parent?"
He almost choked on the word, his heart seeming to have lodged in his windpipe. He and Nicole had wanted children, of the 2-footed, not 4-footed variety. Another dream cut short by her sudden death. He swallowed the lump in his throat.
Isn't that pushing it a bit far?
Foster parent, then? She patted the floor next to her. Come on, I won't bite. Although Houdini might if you're not careful. He eyed the spot she indicated like it was quicksand, ready to swallow him up.
Do we have to do this now?
No time like the present.
Never sounded like a good time to him, but he doubted Zoe would agree.
He supposed the sooner he got it over with, the better. Reluctantly, he slumped down next to her, making sure to leave a good 6 inches between them. Put your arms out.
He hesitated. You want me to hold him?
What's the big deal? You did it last week. And what about all those other times he ran away?
That was different. I was delivering him back to his owner. He was a package, not a pet.
She held the still sleeping pig out to him. It's easy. Just pretend he's a baby. And don't forget to support his head.
Pretend he's a baby. That was the problem, right there. It was one thing to feed an animal, give him water, walk him. Those things were necessities, the bare minimum. But holding him meant bonding with him, and that was where Dante drew the line. He kept his arms resolutely at his sides. What if he wakes up?
Pet him. Play with him. He needs to get to know and trust you.
Do I have to hold him to do that? Can't I just...
He didn't get a chance to finish whatever it was he was going to suggest because Zoe thrust the pig at him, forcing him to take the animal. Just as Dante feared, the pig woke with a loud, startled grunt and stared up at him with tiny, dark eyes, almost human, the way they studied him so intently.
Pet him, Zoe urged again. He likes it when you rub his ears. What choice did he have, with the animal already awake and starting to squirm in his arms?
Dante followed her instructions, and the pig showed his appreciation by stretching out his chubby body and wagging his curly tail excitedly. See, you're a natural.
A natural, the last thing he wanted to be. There, we're friends. You can take him back now.
He started to hand the pig over to her, but she held up a hand, stopping him.
Oh, no you don't. You're just getting started.
Besides, you should be flattered. Houdini is very discerning. He doesn't befriend just anyone.
You've owned him for all of 20 minutes. How can you tell that?
He had enough sense to run away from Mr. Abruzzi, didn't he? He's obviously a good judge of character.
Good point.
They sat in silence for a minute as he continued to stroke the pig's ears. He leaned back against the bed, wishing he was sitting 6 feet from Zoe instead of 6 inches. He could hear every breath she took, feel every move no matter how slight she made, sense every emotion that washed across her face.
I know I said this already, but thank you, she said finally. I couldn't stand the thought of sending him back to that horrible man. I agree.
Dante shifted from rubbing the pig's ears to scratching the top of his head. The pig's eyes closed, and he let out a soft, satisfied snuffle. And there it was, that tug of affection Dante feared. But he couldn't help it. No one deserved to be treated cruelly, especially not a defenseless animal. What was it he said that changed your mind? Dante stopped scratching, instantly on high alert. There was no reason she needed to know his neighbor had called her a whore.
What makes you think it was something he said?
Don't play poker. You're as easy to read as a Dr. Seuss book. You got all hot under the collar when you said something about your poutine.
I happen to be an excellent poker player.
No, wait, that's not right. Poutine is French fries, cheese curds, and gravy. I tried it when I went to Quebec with a high school marching band. She made a face. Gross. And definitely not what your neighbor was talking about. He didn't say poutine. He said putana.
You were in the marching band? Dante tried to picture her in a military-style uniform with a plumed hat. Wasn't that what marching bands wore?
They weren't popular in Italy,
probably because they were associated with what Americans called football, and Europeans understood what real football was all about.
"What instrument did you play?"
"I was in the color guard. I carried a flag, not an instrument. Now stop deflecting and tell me what it means."
"Is not important."
"I'll be the judge of that." She gave him a side-eye glare. "You know I can look it up in my Italian-English dictionary, don't you?"
"It might not be in there," he hedged. "It's a colloquialism. Street slang, really."
"Google Translate, then." She brought her knees up to her chest and hugged them tightly. "You might as well tell me. I'm a pit bull when I want something." Yes, he was well aware of that. It was one of her qualities he simultaneously admired and abhorred. He took a deep breath and plunged ahead. Better she hear it from him than from Siri.
"A putana is a woman of ill repute."
"You mean a prostitute?" Her eyes flashed dark with anger, and the hands clutching her knees balled into fists, reminding him of his own reaction to the slur. "Your neighbor called me a whore?" Dante nodded, not trusting himself to answer out loud. He wouldn't blame her if she punched something, preferably not him. Instead, after a moment, her fingers relaxed and some of the light returned to her eyes. "That's why you changed your mind about Houdini. You were standing up for me."
"I did it for the pig,"
he insisted, he hoped convincingly. It wasn't a total lie. Zoe wasn't the only one his neighbor had insulted. He had had a few choice words for the piglet, too.
"You were right. There was a reason he kept running away. That man is clearly unfit to take care of small animals."
"You did it for the pig and for me. Admit it." She nudged him playfully in the ribs with her elbow. Houdini buried his head in Dante's armpit and snorted.
"I admit nothing."
Dante ran a hand on the pig's tiny body. Houdini chose that exact moment to sneeze, jolting himself awake and blinking up at Dante with watery, inquisitive eyes. Dante touched the back of his hand to the pig's forehead, the way his grandmother had done when he was feeling, or faking, sick. Did pigs get colds? Fevers? How could you tell? He didn't even know what a pig's normal body temperature should be.
"Is he all right?"
The hand on Houdini's forehead traveled down to his tail and back again. Was he warmer than he had been a minute ago? Colder? And what about that little bump behind his left ear? Was that normal?
"Maybe we should call a vet."
"Be careful." Zoe elbowed him again, a little more gently this time. "You might become so attached you can't let him go." Exactly what he was afraid of.
"Here."
He held the pig out to her. That would show her who was and wasn't capable of letting go.
"You take him. I think we've bonded enough for one day."
Or for a lifetime. Fine, be that way. She scooted closer so she could take the pig. Their fingers brushed as they made the exchange, putting all of Dante's nerve endings on edge. Damn it to hell! The pig wasn't the only one he was in danger of becoming too attached to. "He seems fine," she babbled on, still oblivious to the battle raging inside him. "I'll keep a close eye on him. Once we get all the stuff we need, I'll set him up in here. The articles I've read say to keep him in a confined space until he gets used to his surroundings." She set the pig down on the floor. His sharp hooves echoed on the faux wood porcelain tiles as he set off to explore the room.
"I'll change and we can go into town."
Dante brushed his hands off on his shorts.
"Whatever we can't find there, we can order online."
"What about Houdini?" Her eyes followed the pig, busy trying to squeeze his pudgy body under the dresser. "We can't leave him here all alone." Dante thought for a moment. As much as he hated to admit it, she was right.
"We'll have to take him with us. There's some rope in the garage. I can rig up a makeshift leash and harness until we get something more suitable."
He braced himself to stand, but she put a hand on his forearm, stopping him. Heat seared his skin, stealing the breath from his lungs and making his pulse pound in his ears. I just realized something. Was it his imagination or wishful thinking, or was her voice lower, more seductive?
What's that?
He croaked, the two short words almost impossible to push past his suddenly dry lips. Under that gruff exterior, you're a big softy. He scowled. No red-blooded male wanted to be described as soft in any way, shape, or form.
I am not.
Oh, yeah? She pushed on, undaunted, her hand tightening its grip on his arm. I know you don't want me here, but you still stuck up for me. And Houdini. She jerked her head to the corner of the room where the pig, apparently having given up on his quest to fit under the dresser, was playing with a sock he must have pulled from Zoe's half-open suitcase.
What makes you think I don't want you here?
At the moment, he wanted her everywhere. Under him, over him, against the wall, in his bed. Please. She laughed, the sound rippling around the room and rocketing another bolt of lust to his groin. I've known what you were up to since day one. You've been trying to make me so miserable I'd have no choice but to leave.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
You weren't exactly subtle, prancing around half-naked, blasting Puccini in the wee hours, leaving the toilet seat up.
In my defense, the toilet seat wasn't intentional. And you haven't been easy to live with either. Rearranging the furniture, yoga at the crack of dawn.
How about we call it a draw? She stuck her hand out, offering it to him. Truce? He stared at her slender, manicured fingers for a long moment before taking her hand in his. There was no point in battling anymore. The war was already lost. He'd lost it when he spied her doing yoga with a damn pig in her skimpy sports bra and skin-tight shorts. Or maybe it was when she first walked through the door.
Truce.
What should have been a perfunctory handshake became an erotic dance of fingers and thumbs. He stroked the back of her hand in slow, small circles, and she shivered. Almost without thinking, as if it were the most natural thing in the world, he pulled her in, drawing her close. Her lips parted as he brought his head down to hers, and he'd be damned if he was going to pass up that invitation.
What are you doing to me?
He muttered, the words spilling out of him like a spontaneous laugh he had no control over. Her tongue stole out to moisten her lower lip. I hope it's the same thing you're doing to me.
That was it. He was only human.
No mortal man could be expected to resist the gift she was offering so sweetly, so willingly. A noise came out of him that he couldn't quite identify, something like a groan mixed with a sigh, with a hint of a triumphant growl thrown in for good measure. And he surrendered to the need to kiss her. Time seemed to stop as mouths melded, tongues tangled, and hands explored. He'd kissed women since Nicole. He was a man, not a monk. Some of them had been more worldly than Zoe, some more experienced, more confident, but none more desirable than this funny, feisty, frustrating as hell woman he was seconds away from taking on the tile floor. Zoe moaned into his mouth, and he framed her head with his hands, angling it so he could deepen the kiss. She tasted wild and intoxicating, like a fine, full-bodied wine or rich, dark chocolate. Delicious, but dangerous. From the other side of the room, the pig squealed, giving Dante the excuse he needed to break off the kiss before things got even more heated. Wow! Zoe touched a finger to her kiss-swollen lips. That's some way to declare a truce. He wiped the back of one hand across his mouth, not because he didn't want to savor her unique, unforgettable flavor on his lips, but because the urge to let it linger was overwhelming and unnerving. His hand shook, and his dick, which hadn't gotten the put-on-the-brakes message, ached.
Maybe it would be best if I went into town alone.
He stood and spotted Houdini, nestled in Zoe's suitcase among her lacy bras and frilly underwear. He plucked him from the pile of clothes, silently imploring his brain to ignore the way the lace and silk scratched and slid against his fingertips, and thrust him out to Zoe. "Alone?" she echoed, rising to take the pig from him.
I can shop faster that way, and you can stay here and keep an eye on your new pet. Give me a list. I'll make sure you have everything you need."
"Oh." Her face fell, and the light in her eyes dimmed until it disappeared. His choice of you and your instead of we and our, clearly not lost on her. He scrubbed a hand across his jaw, as if that would wash away the guilt that was swamping him. He was behaving like a real bastard, cold, cruel, heartless. But better to hurt her and himself a little now than a lot later.
"Make a list,"
he repeated, almost sprinting for the door. If he stayed much longer, his resolve would weaken, and he'd give in to the little devil on his shoulder telling him to pin her against the wall and find out what lust-inducing underthings she was hiding under her ridiculously oversized sweatshirt and body-hugging spandex shorts.
"And meet me downstairs in 5 minutes.
He'd keep his promise to help her get the pig settled in. And then he'd do his best to keep his distance. Zoe flopped down on the massive canopy bed in her new room, her body exhausted, but her mind reeling from the day's events. She'd adopted a pig and kissed her roommate. Or he'd kissed her. Holy cannoli, the man could kiss. Not just with his lips, although they weren't too shabby all by themselves. He was a full-body kisser, his hands everywhere at once, his touch soft but sure, demanding yet desperate. Her mind had turned to mush, and her body, she blushed, remembering the way she'd opened up for him like a 24-hour convenience store, her nipples tightening into points and her panties wet with her arousal. She tried to tell herself it was overactive hormones, made worse by a longer-than-usual sexual drought. The last few months with Brad, they'd been more friends than lovers. She'd have reacted the same way if old Mr. Lombard, who ran the deli across the street from her office, or what used to be her office, kissed her. But not all that deep down. She knew she was lying. Yes, it had been a while since she'd gotten hot and heavy with anyone, but this thing between her and Dante was more than physical. She was starting to get glimpses of the man behind the gruff exterior, and she liked what she saw. How could you not develop a soft spot for a guy who made killer cappuccino, baked biscotti on par with a professional pastry chef, and shelled out almost $1,000 to rescue a helpless animal? Too bad he didn't feel the same way about her. With a long, heavy sigh, Zoe sat up and flung her legs over the side of the bed. Sleep was a pipe dream. She might as well make the most of her insomnia and enjoy, or try to enjoy, a good book out on her balcony with the stars overhead and the gentle roll of the surf below. After a quick check on Houdini, softly snoring in the heap of blankets she'd piled in the corner to serve as his bed until the fancy crate Dante had ordered online showed up, she grabbed her e-reader and stepped through the sliding glass doors into the still warm night air. She settled herself into a wicker chair, her feet curled beneath her and her head resting against the cushion. She'd barely opened the latest Jack Reacher novel and begun to read when a low, indistinct, vaguely human sound stopped her mid-sentence. Was that a moan? She cocked her head, listening. Yep, there it was again. She wasn't imagining things. An almost primal, guttural groan that sounded like it was coming from the room next door. Dante's room. She set her e-reader down on the ottoman and tiptoed to the edge of the balcony. Putting curiosity before caution, she leaned over the railing and peered around the wall into the adjoining balcony. Empty. But the sliding glass door was open a crack, enough for her to hear another moan from the darkened bedroom, this one louder, more frantic, followed by a muffled thump and a muttered Italian curse word even she recognized. Her heart skipped a beat or 2 or 10, and the hair on her arms and the back of her neck lifted. Was he hurt? In pain? Or,
"Fuck yes, almost there."
oh my God. He was killing her. Abso-fucking-lutely killing her. She could picture him, cock in hand, stroking himself from the thick base to the gleaming tip, dragging his thumb through the wetness and using it to make himself slicker, hotter. Were his eyes open or closed as he pleasured himself? Was he lying in bed, his big body sprawled across the mattress, sheets twisted around his ankles? Or braced against the wall, his muscular thighs straining with the effort of keeping him upright? Did he like it slow and controlled, drawing out the sweet torture? Or hard, hot, and fast? A huge part of her wanted answers to those questions more than her next breath. But another part felt the crushing guilt of eavesdropping on something so personal, so intimate. Okay, so he shared some of that guilt for leaving his damn door open, but that didn't excuse her snooping. She stepped back into the shadows, preparing to retreat to the relative safety of her bedroom and her Beats headphones, turned up to full volume. He moaned again.
"God, yes, Zoe."
The last word slammed into her like a high-speed train. The way he'd shut down after their kiss, she thought she repulsed him or something. But now she didn't know what to think. The man was a maddening mess of contradictions. Her legs threatened to give out, and she collapsed onto the chair, needing something to support her. Overhearing him masturbate in the next room had been hot as hell. Knowing he was thinking about her while he was doing it, that was hot times 100. Incendiary. Almost unbidden, she lay back, propping one foot up on the ottoman and parting her legs so she could slip a hand under her sleep shorts. Now that she knew what she was listening for, she could hear the muted sounds of his tugs as he jerked himself, spurring her hand lower, between her thighs, until her fingers brushed the neat patch of curls she kept meticulously trimmed above her otherwise bare pussy. Her body twitched, and she swallowed a sigh. She was so primed, so turned on, even that light touch was almost enough to set her off. A brief moment of sanity returned, stilling her fingers. Was she really doing this? On a darkened balcony only a few feet from the man she had to share space with for 3 more long, torturous weeks? Come on, Zoe. Live a little. Enjoy this amazing, exclusive, once-in-a-lifetime offer. Just be quiet, and he'll never have to know. Next door, she could hear Dante, his moans coming faster now, more urgent. Her already heightened arousal kicked up several notches, and her hand moved lower still, one finger daring to glance across her slick button. Oh, yeah, she was doing this. She parted her folds and bit back a pleasured cry as she touched herself, all the while listening for his release, some warped sense of propriety demanding that she should hold off until he climaxed. Lucky for her, it was only a few seconds before she heard him grunt out his orgasm. She followed almost immediately with a stifled scream, her body rising and falling as waves of sensation crashed over her. Unfortunately, the waves of sensation weren't the only things crashing. In her sensual stupor, she'd forgotten her e-reader, perched precariously on the edge of the ottoman. One errant twitch of her leg was all it took to send it clattering to the floor, the hollow thud when it hit the tile echoing in the quiet Mediterranean night. Shit. Zoe held her breath, waiting for Dante to realize she was out there and that if he was able to hear her, she was able to hear him. 1 second went by, then 10, then 20, then a full minute. Nothing. She let out the breath she'd been holding in a long, low hiss. Crisis averted. Gingerly, she picked up her e-reader and checked the screen, pleasantly surprised to find it still intact. Score another one for Lady Luck. Not wanting to press her good fortune, she made her way back inside as quietly as possible, closing the door behind her with painstaking slowness. She glanced at Houdini, still sleeping in his blanket bed, only the pale pink end of his nose visible, then slipped under the covers of her own bed and stared up at the ceiling. If sleep had been difficult before, it was pretty much impossible now, when every time she closed her eyes, she was back on her balcony, listening to Dante as she fingered herself. She was 2 seconds away from giving up on slumber completely and drowning herself under a cold shower, when her phone buzzed on the nightstand and her sister's name flashed across the screen. She swiped right to answer, but before she could get a word out, Fliss was off and running. "You have to talk to Dad. He's ruining my life." I seriously doubt that. He'd have to be paying attention to her sister's life to ruin it. "I'm not kidding, Zoe. If you don't do something, I'm going to be the laughingstock of the 12th grade. Nope, I take that back. Of the whole school." Zoe took the phone into the bathroom and closed the door, not wanting to wake Houdini. "Do you realize what time it is?" she hissed. 3 o'clock. "In San Francisco? Sure. We're 9 hours ahead here. It's almost midnight." "Well, it's your fault I have to call so late. If you were in California, where you belonged, we'd be in the same time zone, and you could tell Dad he's being a butthead without me having to wake you up." Zoe sank to the bathroom floor with her back against the vanity. "What did you do this time?" "Me?" Fliss squeaked. "It's him!" "What did he do then?" "He's destroying my social life, that's what." "Could you be a little more specific?" "He insists on driving me and my date to homecoming." It was a good thing Zoe was already sitting down for that shocking piece of news. Her father was acting like, well, a father. There really was a first time for everything. "Who's your date?" "Dylan Reed," Fliss answered on a dreamy sigh. "His parents just got him a brand new Corvette for his 18th birthday. Zoe didn't know much about cars, but she knew no 18-year-old had any business behind the wheel of a vehicle with that much horsepower under the hood. "Dylan Reed? Isn't he the one who had his license suspended last year for speeding? He got it back a few weeks ago." "Don't tell me you're on Dad's side. I can't believe he's being such a jerk. He never cared who I went out with before." Because he didn't have to. Zoe was always there to play parent, screening Fliss's dates, setting curfews, waiting up for her to get home. Until now. "I'm not on Dad's side." She was, but she wasn't admitting that to Fliss. It was way past time for her family to learn how to resolve their problems without her there to play peacemaker. "I'm on my side, the side that says I'm 6,000 miles away and you and Dad need to work this out on your own." "I knew you wouldn't understand. What do you know about young love? I'll bet you haven't even looked at another guy since you and Brad called it quits." "Oh, yeah? I haven't just looked. I've listened, with my legs wide open and my hand down my pants." "This isn't about me. It's about you. You're practically an adult. You need to figure out how to deal with Dad without me running interference." "Thanks for nothing," Fliss grumbled, probably with an accompanying pout or eye roll for dramatic effect. "You're a smart girl. I'm sure you'll come up with some sort of compromise." They talked for a few more minutes, Zoe trying her best to assure her younger sister that her life wasn't a complete disaster, before they said their goodnights, or good afternoons in Fliss's case, and ended the call. Zoe put the phone down beside her and hugged her knees to her chest. She loved her family, truly, but putting some much-needed distance between them wasn't entirely a bad thing. They had relied on her for far too much for far too long. She was right to cut the cord and let them succeed, or fail, on their own. With a groan, she pushed herself up off the floor. She still wasn't tired, but at least the phone call had been good for something. It had taken her mind off Dante, and reminded her why she'd come to Italy in the first place. She was supposed to be finding herself, figuring out her next move, personally and professionally, not spending her days and nights salivating over the first filthy rich, smokin' hot piece of Italian ass to drop in her lap. Even if said filthy rich, smoking hot Italian piece of ass was salivating over her, too. Chapter 7. Dante cursed under his breath at the spreadsheet on the computer screen. The numbers still didn't add up, and the spreadsheet was coded to automatically tally the columns, meaning the problem was user error, the user being him. He swore again and saved the document before turning away from the computer. It was no use trying to fix it now, not when every nerve ending in his body and all his attention were attuned to the scene directly outside his window, where Zoe was training that infernal pig, or trying to. From the sounds of her cries of "No" and "Stop it, Houdini," she wasn't having much success. Maybe closing the damn window would help. Then again, maybe it wouldn't make a lick of difference. His brain would still know she was there. His body would still sense her presence. It was worth a shot anyway, he supposed. He had to do something to try to forget that he wasn't alone in the villa. Ever since that kiss in Zoe's room, why the hell had he gone in there? He'd been hyper-aware of her. The subtle, summery scent of the shampoo she used, a combination of lavender and coconut. The way she scrunched up her nose when something, usually him, annoyed her. Her ass in those tight yoga pants. No matter how hard he tried to avoid her, no matter how much distance he put between them, it was like he had some perverse sixth sense, a Zoe radar, if you will, one that was apparently directly connected to his dick. Even masturbating, on more than one occasion, hadn't quelled his desire for her. If anything, it had heightened it. His hand was a poor substitute for the flesh and blood woman. He crossed to the window and slammed it shut. Juvenile, he knew, but the temptation to linger there and watch her from the safe anonymity of his study like some creepy stalker was strong. Closing the window as quickly as possible and getting back to work, or trying to, was the only way he knew to resist it. Like ripping off a Band-Aid. Painful, but necessary. He sat down at his desk and returned to the spreadsheet, determined this time to finish what he'd started. His butt had barely hit the chair when a familiar tone chimed from his phone, interrupting him. Luca's ringtone. He was half tempted to hit ignore, but the truth was he hadn't spoken to his brother since coming to Bella Vista. It was long past time for them to speak, if not as brothers, as business partners. Dante was supposed to be holding up his end of things from Positano. It wasn't fair to Luca for him to let things slide because he was distracted by his infuriatingly stubborn, impossibly sexy, eminently kissable housemate. Dante snatched the phone off his desk and swiped the screen. "Ciao, fratellino." Luca's derisive snort echoed through the phone's tiny speaker. "I told you to stop calling me that. I was born 2 minutes after you. That hardly makes me your younger brother. It does in my book. Your book is wrong." Dante relaxed in his seat, propping his feet up on the corner of his desk. He'd almost forgotten how fun exchanging barbs with his brother could be. At a minimum, the concentration it took to keep up with the back and forth kept his mind from wandering to Zoe. Much.
Are you going to tell me the reason for this call, or just argue with me about the semantics of our birth order all day?
Do I need a reason to call my own brother?
No, but knowing you, I'm sure you have one. I'd say not hearing from someone in almost 2 weeks is a pretty damn good reason, wouldn't you?
He could picture Luca's smug smile as he puffed on one of those disgusting Chesterfield cigarettes he liked so much.
I'm sorry,
Dante said, trying to convey as much sincerity in the 2 short, deceptively simple words as he could over a phone from more than 200 kilometers away.
Things have been, interesting. Nonna told me about your little American house guest. She's that captivating, is she?
Could you hear a smirk get smirkier? If so, Dante was fairly certain he just did.
I wouldn't know,
he lied.
It's a big villa. We keep to ourselves.
Then what's got you so occupied you couldn't pick up a phone and call me?
Luca asked, sounding more than a little wounded.
And don't tell me it's work, because I'm not falling for that. I'm not the only one you've been ignoring. No one at any of the restaurants has heard from you. For all you know, all 3 of them burned to the ground.
Have they?
Of course not.
Good.
Dante ran a hand through his slightly too long hair. He really should have gotten a trim before leaving for the coast.
Will you forgive me and get off my back if I promise not to fall off the grid again?
That depends.
On what? On whether you tell me about your roommate. Housemate. We're sharing a house, not a room. And there's not much to tell.
Unless he counted La Boheme, and the yoga, and the pig, and that kiss. Dante touched a finger to his nose to make sure it wasn't growing.
Fine, don't tell me.
Luca huffed. He could be such a prima donna when he didn't get his way, like a spoiled baby. He'd been teasing his brother earlier, but it was possible there was something to this birth order nonsense after all.
Maybe I'll make a trip to Positano to see for myself.
Dante swung his feet off his desk and sat up. So much for casual conversation. Every one of his nerve endings was on high alert now. The last thing he needed was his twin showing up at Bella Vista. Not because he was jealous, he told himself, although he couldn't quite pinpoint another reason why he was so opposed to a visit from his brother.
You're needed in Rome. Who would run the restaurant?
We're managing fine without you.
I'm a number cruncher, not the genius in the kitchen. I can do my job virtually anywhere as long as I have a computer and access to the internet.
But you haven't been, have you?
Luca retorted.
You've been playing house with Nonna's tenant.
You know why I'm here.
Dante bristled, the corners of his mouth pulling downward into a tense frown.
And it's not to play house.
Of course, Luca said, his tone softening.
Nicole.
But that doesn't mean...
Yes,
Dante ground out through clenched teeth.
It does.
It should. If he could stop himself from obsessing over a woman he'd known for all of 2 weeks, or, God forbid, kissing her again.
It's been almost a year,
Luca said, a little less gently.
12 months. I know how long a year is,
Dante snapped.
And you're starting to sound like our grandmother.
I'll take that as a compliment. The woman is a force of nature, and she has a point,
which I'm sure you're going to elaborate on.
You don't think you deserve love because you hold yourself responsible, wrongly, I might add, for Nicole's death.
True, except for the wrongly part.
And you're afraid to fall in love again because it might mean heartbreak. And you don't think you could survive that a second time.
Also true.
But there's no harm in having a little fun with a warm, willing woman, especially when she's already leaving with you. A higher power dropped her in your lap. It's destiny, campione. You're tempting fate if you look the other way.
That was where Luca couldn't be more wrong. Dante could think of plenty of things that could go horribly wrong if he let himself get in any deeper with Zoe.
I don't believe in fate.
Not anymore. He picked up a pencil from his desk and twirled it between his fingers, needing something to occupy himself other than his nosy, irritating brother.
Well, I do,
Luca said.
Maybe I'm the one she's meant for. That trip to Positano is sounding better and better by the minute.
Dante snapped the pencil in half and tossed both pieces down onto the desk with such force that one of them rolled off the edge and onto the floor.
Don't you have some model or actress who would miss you in Rome?
For someone who claims they want nothing to do with this girl, you're fighting awfully hard to keep me away from her,
Luca said.
What was it Shakespeare wrote? Thou dost protest too much?
You read Shakespeare?
No, but I heard that line once in a movie with Gilderoy Lockhart from Harry Potter, as this tortured prince haunted by the ghost of his father. Hamlet. That's the one.
Dante bent down to pick up the pencil piece.
Is there any business you wanted to discuss with me, or did you call to harass me about my Nonna's house guest?
By some miracle, Luca ignored his slip of the tongue.
Fine, be that way. We can talk shop, but don't think the topic of your house guest is closed. At least not until her lease is up.
Who needed Nonna when he had Luca and Miguel prying into his love life? Or lack thereof. Dante threw both halves of the pencil in the wastebasket and hit a button on his computer, waking the screen from sleep mode.
Let's start with Rome. How are our bookings looking? Is the new reservation system working out?
They talked for another half an hour, thankfully sticking to work. They said their goodbyes, and Dante was about to hang up when he heard his brother's voice and brought the phone back to his ear.
One last thing,
Luca said.
This better be about business,
Dante warned.
Think about what we discussed.
The New York expansion?
Your American friend. There's nothing wrong with enjoying a woman's company, in every sense of the word. Nicole wouldn't want you to live the rest of your life shutting yourself off like you have been for the past year.
No, but that's what he wanted. To hope for more, with Zoe or anyone else, was to court disaster. Zoe struggled to sit up, rubbing her eyes against the sunlight streaking through the sliding glass doors. Sunlight? Damn, she must have overslept. Not surprising, given the restless nights she'd had recently. Every time her head hit the pillow and her eyes closed, visions of Dante lying naked on the other side of the wall, cock in hand, danced through her brain, keeping her awake and aroused, leaving her with no option but to take the edge off with her trusty rabbit or wait for sheer exhaustion to win out. The obvious solution was to be upfront with him. Not about the fact that she eavesdropped while he got himself off. No way was she going there. About the kiss. Make him admit he enjoyed it as much as she had, then get him to do it again. Burn off some of her sexual frustration so she could concentrate on something other than how he sounded when he came. Maybe a little vacation fling wasn't such a bad idea after all. But Dante had made that a non-starter. It was hard to have a fling with a guy when he wouldn't stay 2 minutes in the same room with you. It wasn't like Dante was being overtly rude. True to his word, he'd stopped trying to get rid of her. Instead, he just disappeared. He spent most of his time in his room, or in the study he used as an office, or out in a secluded portion of the garden he seemed drawn to, beyond the pool and down the steep slope toward the Mediterranean. Zoe wondered if it had something to do with the picture she'd seen in the study. Okay, so she'd been snooping when he was out. In her defense, it started as research. She wanted to take photos of the various rooms, commit Pinto's brilliant designs to film, or pixels, so she could go back to them again and again, not just as memories of her trip, but for inspiration. That was when she stumbled on the picture, half hidden behind a vase of fresh-cut bougainvillea. A broadly grinning Dante, who knew he could smile like that, open and happy and eager, with his arm around a statuesque brunette who was looking up at him with equally unabashed affection. A riot of yellow, pink, and purple flowers in the garden behind them completed the idyllic scene. The questions came flying at her, fast and furious. Who was this woman? Where was she now? What tore them apart? At least, Zoe assumed they weren't together anymore. She didn't want to believe that Dante would kiss her if he was involved with someone else. Oh well, no use speculating. It wasn't like she was going to get any answers from her absentee housemate. She yawned and blinked once, twice, 3 times, until the room started to swim into focus. What time was it, anyway? And where was... Her head snapped to the crate in the corner. No sign of Houdini. She bolted out of bed and raced to the crate, flinging the door open and tossing out the blankets that lined the bottom. Still no pig. Houdini? Where are you? Come on out, boy. Time for breakfast. She searched the room as she called for him, growing more frantic by the second. Not under the dresser or the bed, not behind the drapes or the desk, not on the overstuffed chair or in the bathroom. She even checked the balcony because she'd read that some pigs could open doors. No Houdini. Great. Less than a week as a pet owner, and she'd already lost the pet. And she was supposed to be the responsible one in the Ryan family. Here, pig, pig, pig. What was it you were supposed to say? Sui. She did one last sweep of the room without success before tearing out of her room and heading downstairs, taking the steps 2 at a time in her panic. Maybe Houdini had lived up to his name and managed to escape, and now he was roaming the house, gnawing on the distressed furniture and peeing on the priceless Persian rugs. Or worse, what if he'd gotten out of the house? He could be who knew where, doing Lord knew what by now. I know we're not exactly on speaking terms, God, but please, please, please let Houdini be okay. She reached the landing and skidded to a stop. There must be some disconnect between her eyes and her brain, because the scene unfolding in the foyer below was surreal. Dante stood in front of the open door, cradling Houdini in one arm, completely unfazed as the pig contentedly chewed on one of the buttons on his designer linen shirt. On the other side of the door, an elegantly dressed older woman who reminded Zoe of a silver-haired Sophia Loren hitched her Gucci bag up on her shoulder and brushed past Dante into the house. "I hope you don't mind me dropping by without notice," the woman purred, laying a too familiar, impeccably manicured hand on Dante's arm and kissing his cheek. "But you haven't called in days, and I wanted to check on you and make sure you weren't lonely." "As you can see, I'm perfectly fine." Dante inclined his head to the pig. "And far from lonely." Zoe watched as he took the woman's bag, set it down on the foyer table, and put a hand on the small of her back. She knew she should leave, retreat to her room, and pretend like she hadn't intruded on what was obviously a private moment. She willed her feet to move, but the message got lost somewhere between her brain and her legs, and she stayed put, like a silent stalker. "I see." The woman scratched Houdini's head with a perfectly polished pink fingernail. "He's adorable and affectionate, but not exactly who I was expecting to find you here with." Zoe's heart stuttered. Who was this woman, and what was she expecting to find? Okay, enough was enough. Time to stop snooping. It was none of her business who Dante's guest was or what she wanted. Zoe's feet got the message loud and clear this time, and she started back up the stairs. She hadn't gone 2 steps when the woman's voice froze her mid-stride. "Ah, there you are. You must be Zoe." Zoe? This woman knew her name? Had Dante told her about them? "Don't run away." the woman continued, beckoning Zoe with a ringed finger. "Come, talk to me. I've been longing to meet you."
Longing to meet her?
"I'm, not really dressed for guests," Zoe stammered, still hovering on the stairs, suddenly conscious of how her sleep shorts rode up her thighs and her nipples showed through the thin fabric of her tank top. Dante eyed her up and down, his gaze warming her already superheated skin.
"I'm sure my grandmother doesn't care what you're wearing."
"Your grandmother?" Zoe crossed her arms over her chest to hide the aforementioned nipples. Seriously? This stunning, svelte creature in the exquisitely tailored dress, classic pearls, and suede pumps, looking 10 times more put together than Zoe on her best day, was Nona? What happened to Marie Barone? Where was the sauce-stained apron, the smudge of flour on one cheek, the extra 20+ pounds?
"Si."
Nona, or Carmela, Zoe guessed she should call her, since the woman wasn't her grandmother, motioned again for Zoe to come closer, this time using her entire hand.
"Who did you think I was?"
"Yes."
The corners of Dante's mouth quivered. Damn him. The bastard was clearly enjoying every minute of her obvious discomfort.
"That's a good question. Who did you think she was?"
"Stop!" Carmela smacked him on the shoulder, and he winced. "Don't tease the poor girl. I raised you better than that, and I'm sure she pictured me very differently when we spoke on the phone. I don't exactly fit the media's image of an Italian grandmother, do I?" There was no good response to that, so Zoe didn't even bother trying. She descended the stairs, abandoning any pretense of modesty in her skimpy pajamas, and held her hand out to the older woman. "It's nice to meet you, Carmela. You have a beautiful home."
"Grazie."
Carmela took Zoe's hand in a firm, no-nonsense grip and shook it.
"We're happy to have you here, aren't we, Dante?"
"Of course,"
he said, with that self-assured smirk she'd come to know well.
"Couldn't be happier."
His grandmother gave him a side-eyed glance that spoke volumes and breezed past both of them into the kitchen.
"Come,"
she called over her shoulder, her flawlessly styled bob swaying as she walked on sky-high heels that would have tripped Zoe up with her first step.
"Dante will make us some of his world-famous cappuccino, and we'll all have a nice chat."
"World-famous?" Zoe snickered. Dante's smirk grew wider, and, if possible, even more smug.
"I'm her grandson. She thinks everything I do is brilliant."
"Andiamo!"
Carmela's voice echoed from the kitchen into the cavernous foyer.
"Time is wasting, and my cappuccino isn't going to brew itself."
Zoe smirked right back at him. "Not everything, apparently." Houdini grunted, almost as if he understood what they were saying and was joining in on the conversation. Zoe took him from Dante, gave him a quick snuggle, and set him down on the floor. The pig immediately set off after Carmela, his hooves clip-clopping on the tile. Zoe started to follow him, but Dante's hand closed around her arm, stopping her.
"Wait,"
he said, suddenly serious.
"Before we go in there and face my grandmother's well-meaning but no doubt intensely personal interrogation, I'd like to clear the air between us."
"What do you mean?" Was he talking about their kiss? Or later that evening? Had he heard her out on the balcony after all? He released her arm like it had suddenly become radioactive.
"I shouldn't have kissed you. I'm sorry. It was a mistake. It won't happen again."
She cringed at the 1-2 punch of his rejection, first physical, then verbal. Not that she hadn't been expecting it from the way he'd been avoiding her. Still, it stung. "Just what every girl wants to hear. Aren't you the charmer?"
"I wanted to make sure you didn't get the wrong idea. I'm not in the habit of leading women on. I'm attracted to you, obviously. But this..."
He waved a hand between them.
Whatever it is, it can't go any further.
Wow, she'd never had a guy put it quite so bluntly before. It was strangely both ruthless and refreshing. Don't worry, Casanova. I'm not picking out china patterns just yet. A crash from the kitchen cut off whatever Dante was going to say next. His head swiveled toward the source of the sound, and he swore under his breath. Before either of them could move, Carmela marched into the foyer with Houdini in one arm, cradled against her designer dress. "We're fine," she insisted, waving her free hand dismissively, her rings catching the morning sunlight streaming through the glass door. "Nothing but a broken mug." Dante frowned. "I thought you wanted me to make the cappuccino." "I got tired of waiting." "Let me take Houdini." Zoe held out her arms. "I'll bring him upstairs, get changed, and be back down in a few minutes." She took the pig from Carmela and turned to Dante with a confused and somewhat embarrassed frown. "I still don't understand how he got downstairs in the first place. Please tell me he hasn't figured out how to turn a doorknob." Dante shrugged. "I let him out. He was scratching at the door." "Aha!" Zoe said, a triumphant smile replacing her frown. "I knew Houdini would grow on you." "He has not grown on me," Dante grumbled. "The doors in this villa are handcrafted from Brazilian hardwood. I didn't want him to destroy it." "Houdini?" Carmela raised an already arched brow. "Interesting name." "He kept escaping from his owner and finding his way over here, so Dante bought him for me," Zoe explained. "My grandson bought you a pig." Carmela directed a pointed gaze at Dante. "You've never heard of chocolate, flowers, jewelry?" Dante frowned. "It wasn't like that." "Avanti." Carmela put a hand on her grandson's forearm. "Come with me to the kitchen. You can tell me what it was like and make me that cappuccino." Zoe would love to be a fly on the wall for that conversation. But she had Houdini to deal with, and she really, really wanted to be wearing something that didn't flash her boobs or butt every time she bent over. When she made it back downstairs a few minutes later, in a cute sundress that completely covered all her naughty bits in every conceivable position, Dante and his grandmother had moved from the kitchen to the outdoor terrace and were sitting across from each other at one of the wrought iron tables with foaming cups of cappuccino. A third mug sat in front of an empty chair between them. Zoe pulled it out, sat down, and reached for the frothy confection. "This is for me, I assume?" Dante nodded. "I wasn't sure, but I thought you might like one. You certainly seemed to enjoy it last time." Last time? More like the only time. He hadn't made her cappuccino since that first morning, and she wasn't about to beg him for more, no matter how damn delicious it was. No doubt he'd only done it today to impress his grandmother. Maybe Carmela should drop in more often, hopefully when Zoe was fully clothed. She took a sip and sighed. Yep, delicious, just like the man who made it. Whoa, down, girl. There had to be some sort of rule of etiquette against thinking dirty thoughts about a man with his grandmother sitting right next to her. "So," Carmela tapped a finger on the table, "Dante was telling me you two have been enjoying each other's company." Zoe almost spat out her cappuccino. "Really?" Dante gave her a look that wavered between warning and pleading. She let him stew for a moment, slowly sipping her drink, then relented and took pity on him. "I mean, yes, we have. He's been a perfect host." "Has he shown you the sights? This region of the country has some of the most beautiful beaches, the best shopping, and the finest restaurants in Italy." "I've mostly been relaxing at the villa, swimming, reading, catching some rays." "You haven't been to Pompeii? Taken the ferry to Capri? Spent the day on Marina Grande Beach?" Zoe shook her head. "What a pity." Carmela clicked her tongue and wagged a finger at her grandson.
I'm ashamed of you.
Me?
Dante lowered his coffee cup.
What did I do?
Nothing, and that's the problem.
Carmela's eyes narrowed at her grandson.
Zoe's been here an entire week, and she's barely been outside these walls.
Dante returned his grandmother's stare over the rim of his cup.
I didn't realize you expected me to play tour guide.
It's settled then.
Carmela set her mug down on the table with a loud thunk.
What's settled?
Zoe asked, her gaze ping-ponging from grandmother to grandson. Had she missed something?
The sun is shining, the sea is calm, perfect weather for a day trip to Capri.
Carmela's sugary sweet smile matched her syrupy tone.
Unless you two had other plans?
That's not necessary, Zoe protested. Really.
Zoe's a big girl.
On Dante's lips, the words sounded dirty and a little dangerous, making Zoe's mouth go dry and her palms itch. Was he remembering their kiss?
She traveled all the way here from San Francisco. If she wants to see Capri, I'm sure she's perfectly capable of going solo.
Nonsense.
Carmela checked her watch.
If you hurry, you can catch the 10 o'clock ferry.
Zoe gaped at Dante. How do you know I'm from San Francisco? She replayed their conversations in her head. It didn't take long. The most personal they'd gotten was the night they'd listened to La Boheme. And that kiss.
Your shirt,
he answered, snapping her back to the present.
That first day, you left your heart there?
Enough chit-chat.
Carmela pushed her chair away from the table and stood, signaling that coffee time was over.
You have a ferry to catch.
Dante rose to join her, picking up both their coffee cups.
It's no use arguing with her. Believe me, I've tried. She's stubborn when she gets her mind set on something. Like a mulo.
Carmela smacked him on the arm again, harder this time, so that Dante almost dropped one of the mugs.
It's not nice to call your grandmother a mule.
What about Houdini? Zoe stood and picked up her own cup. We can't leave him alone.
He won't be alone,
Carmela announced, marching past them into the house.
I'll stay with him until you get back.
Zoe followed her to the kitchen. We can't ask you to do that.
You're not asking. I'm offering. In fact, I'm insisting.
I told you,
Dante said, bringing up the rear and putting the mugs in the sink.
She's stubborn.
Are you sure you can manage it? Zoe downed the last of her cappuccino and added her cup to the pile. He's a bit of a handful. Carmela lifted a designer-clad shoulder, then let it fall.
How hard can it be? I raised you, and trust me, you were more than a handful.
I wasn't that bad.
Dante stuck his lips out into an unconsciously sexy pout, lips that only days ago had turned Zoe into a panting, pleading puddle of lust. She closed her eyes and gripped the counter for support. This was a nightmare. How was she supposed to spend an entire day in one of the most romantic spots in the world with Italy's most eligible bachelor and not want to jump his oh-so-fine bones? Her mind struggled for a way out, any excuse, no matter how pathetic, that Carmela might buy. But she came up empty.
You were worse.
Carmela gave her grandson an affectionate squeeze and prodded them toward the foyer.
Go, have fun. I don't want to see you again until the sun has set and the stars are out.
Chapter 8. Dante stood at the rail of the high-speed ferry, torn between watching the breathtaking scenery unfold as they sped across the Gulf of Salerno and watching the breathtaking woman next to him, her gaze on the horizon and a small secret smile on her face as the salt breeze sprayed her lightly, fanning her hair out behind her in soft, silky waves. Damn Nona for putting him in this impossible position. It was going to take a feat of superhuman willpower for him to make it through this day without giving in to the urge to kiss Zoe again. "It's beautiful, isn't it?" She sighed, and he marveled at how a simple puff of air could make his dick press uncomfortably against the zipper of his shorts. "The water's so much bluer than it is in San Francisco."
"Yes,"
he agreed, his eyes not leaving her.
"It is."
She turned to face him, and he abruptly looked away, shifting his weight to avoid the pressure below his belt. "Have you been there?" she asked.
"No,"
he answered quickly, not wanting her to suspect he'd had a completely different meaning.
"Most of my business in the States has been in New York, but I've seen pictures."
"You should go sometime. There's so much to see and do there. Fisherman's Wharf, Alcatraz, the Golden Gate Bridge."
"Are you offering to return the favor and play tour guide for me?"
The prospect both thrilled and terrified him. Their relationship was temporary. Hell, with the exception of Luca and his grandmother, and maybe the Mediterranean Musketeers, every relationship in his life was temporary. That was all he could handle right now. He wasn't supposed to be angling for an invitation to visit Zoe when their time together in Italy came to an end.
"No."
An adorable blush spread across her face, and her gaze returned to the horizon. "I'm sorry you got roped into this. You don't have to stay with me once we get to Capri. We can go our separate ways and meet up to catch a ferry back to Positano at the end of the day. Your grandmother will never know."
"Oh, yes, she will."
He rested his forearms on the railing and stared out over the white caps of the waves.
"You don't know Nonna."
"I'm beginning to,"
Zoe said, laughing into the salty spray.
Christ, she was beautiful,
especially this way, windswept, relaxed, and free.
"She's a real force of nature, isn't she?"
He chuckled, his laughter joining hers and floating away on the morning breeze.
"My brother says the same thing. I suggest we make the best of the situation. Tour the island together. We did agree to a truce, remember?"
"Yes, but I thought that meant we'd stop trying to drive each other crazy, not that we'd become besties and go sightseeing together."
"We're both adults. We can spend a few hours together without killing each other."
Or screwing each other, if he could keep his hands to himself and his dick in his pants.
"I can if you can."
She slipped her backpack off her shoulder and pulled out a dog-eared guidebook, leafing through it as she spoke.
"So, what should we do first? Stroll through the Piazzetta? Climb Monte Salado? Swim in the Blue Grotto?"
"Put that away."
He took the book from her and snapped it shut.
"Hey, I was reading that."
She reached for the book, but he pulled it away.
"Do you trust me?"
She brushed a lock of hair off her face and squinted at him.
"That depends."
"On what?"
"On what I'm supposed to trust you with."
"Our itinerary for the day. No guidebooks, no maps, no using your phone to search the internet."
He held the book back out to her.
"Deal?"
"Deal."
She took the book and stuffed it back into her bag.
"So, what's the plan?"
"You have to trust me, remember?"
"Fine."
She hitched the backpack up onto her shoulder and leaned on the railing. "But no museums or architecturally interesting churches, okay? That's a little too close to work for me. And I want today to be just for fun."
"I think I can handle that."
He rested against the railing next to her and bent to retrieve his cell phone from the carryall at his feet, an idea beginning to form. He'd need a little help to pull it off, and he knew just the person for the job. Less than half an hour later, they were on the dock in Capri, standing in front of a blue and white cabin cruiser with Prima Donna stenciled in gold leaf on the transom. A man's head popped up from below deck. When he spotted Dante, he jumped out of the boat.
"Ciao!"
He grabbed Dante in a bear hug, clapping him on the back.
"It's good to see you." "It's good to see you too, Johnny."
Dante returned the hug.
"Thanks for agreeing to take us out on such short notice." You're lucky. My charter canceled at the last minute, or I would have been halfway to Sorrento by now.
Zoe looked from one man to the other. So this is who you were texting on the ferry?
And you must be Zoe. Dante said this is your first visit to our little island. Glad to have you aboard.
Gianni lifted her hand, kissing it. She blushed, no doubt awed by his wide, winning smile and shirtless torso, tanned and muscled from years of working on the water. Gianni had had that effect on women since birth. He was all happy-go-lucky charm and light-hearted charisma, the consummate good-time guy. In short, everything Dante wasn't. He clenched his jaw against the irrational wave of jealousy threatening to swamp him. Maybe this wasn't such a good idea after all. But that ship had sailed, at least metaphorically speaking. It was too late to turn back now. He'd have to grit his teeth and bear it.
Let me take that for you.
Gianni motioned to Zoe's backpack. Thanks. She slid it off her shoulder.
I've got it.
Dante snatched the bag and stepped onto the boat, his jaw still tight and his gut churning.
Let's go.
Gianni hopped in after him.
Always in such a hurry. That's what happens when you're a big-time businessman. Me, I prefer the simple life. Blue skies, open ocean, and a beautiful woman to share it with.
Dante seethed silently as Gianni held out a hand to Zoe and helped her on board. How do you two know each other? She asked, sitting on a bench seat in front of the transom and crossing those long, lean legs that made him want to throw Gianni overboard, carry her below deck, and wrap them around his waist.
We're cousins.
Gianni slung an arm around Dante.
We're not cousins.
He shrugged Gianni off and took a seat next to Zoe.
We might as well be,
Gianni countered, his sunny smile never fading.
Our grandmothers were like sisters. They grew up next door to each other, spent years traveling Europe together as fashion models.
Zoe's eyes widened. Your grandmother was a model? He was right. This was a bad idea. Things were getting far too personal. If he wasn't careful, they'd be swapping stories and spilling secrets that were best kept hidden. Like Nicole. He glared at his friend.
Are we going to sit here at the dock and gossip like a bunch of old ladies all day? Or are we going to get underway?
Where to? Zoe rubbed her hands together. Her nervous excitement lessened the sting of having his flirtatious friend along for the ride. The Blue Grotto? I read about it in the guidebook. It said... Dante held up a hand, cutting her off.
What did I tell you about the guidebook?
No guidebook, no maps, no internet, she recited in a monotone, ticking them off on her fingers. You're killing me with the suspense.
Don't worry.
Gianni started the engine and moved to the bow of the boat to cast off.
I promise it'll be worth the wait.
He took the helm and steered the boat away from the dock, navigating out of the crowded harbor and weaving around everything from luxury yachts to tiny gozzos, traditional wooden boats popular with tourists. Dante handed Zoe's bag back to her.
Did you bring a bathing suit?
She nodded, blonde strands blowing into her face as the cabin cruiser reached open water and picked up speed. She pulled a neon green hair tie from a pocket in her sundress and gathered her hair into a messy ponytail.
Good.
He pointed to the glossy teak door that led down to the galley and sleeping quarters.
You might want to go below and change before we drop anchor.
We're going swimming? She uncrossed her legs and rested her elbows on her knees. He could smell the tropical, fruity coconut scent of the suntan lotion she'd spent an agonizingly long time applying on the ferry ride.
Possibly.
Tease?
Definitely.
She let out a low, throaty laugh that had him half wishing they were alone and half thanking the powers that be they weren't. Then she slung her bag over her shoulder and disappeared through the door. She hadn't been gone 30 seconds before Gianni started the Inquisition.
So, this girl, she's a woman? Dante snapped at his friend's back. So I've noticed.
Gianni turned his head and wagged his eyebrows suggestively, raising Dante's blood pressure another degree.
Shouldn't you be watching where you're going? Does it look like we're in danger of running into anything out here?
Gianni waved an arm at the acres of clear, iridescent water in front of them.
Dante shrugged. You never know what's under the surface. I could say the same thing about you and Zoe.
Gianni shot back, returning his attention to piloting the boat. Dante rose and moved to stand next to his friend at the helm. Shouting over the noise of the engine was getting old. And he didn't need or want Zoe to hear any part of this increasingly uncomfortable conversation.
She's renting Bella Vista from my grandmother. That's it. There's nothing under the surface.
Gianni rolled his eyes.
I'm not blind. I see the way you look at each other, and the way you tense up like a coiled spring about to pop when I so much as touch her. She's a nice girl. You're a player. I don't want to see her get hurt. I thought you said she was a woman. Just do me a favor and leave her alone. Hands off. I'll leave her alone if you man up and admit you want her for yourself.
The cabin door opened, and Zoe stepped out, cutting their conversation short in one of her dental floss bikinis, canary yellow, with strings that tied around her neck and back and at her hips. Gianni let out a low wolf whistle, which prompted a sharp jab to the ribs from Dante.
Hands off,
he hissed under his breath.
Man up,
Gianni muttered back through clenched teeth. Everything okay? Zoe asked, digging through her bag and pulling out a pair of retro tortoiseshell sunglasses.
Fine,
Dante and Gianni answered in unison. She eyed them suspiciously, then donned her sunglasses and brushed past them to sit back on the bench seat. Gianni slowed the engine and pointed to an inlet off to the right.
I can drop anchor in that cove. You'll have to swim into the grotto from there.
So we are going to Blue Grotto. Zoe took a tube of sunscreen out of her bag before dropping it at her feet. Sweet!
That place is filled with tourists. This,
Dante waved an arm in a wide circle,
is the Grotta Verde. It's more secluded, more private.
Which seemed like a good idea at the time. But now, as he watched her slather sunscreen all over the newly exposed portions of her nearly naked body, he wasn't so sure.
Grotta Verde?
She echoed.
The Green Grotto. And before you break out the guidebook, I can tell you that it gets its name from the green light that filters through the water and reflects onto the walls. Rumor has it that it was used by pirates during the 1500s to launch surprise attacks against passing ships.
You sound like you swallowed the guidebook.
Zoe squirted another glob of sunscreen into her palm and rubbed it on her elegant neck and gently sloping shoulders. The unintentionally seductive move had his dick straining harder against his shorts.
I've spent half my life on these waters. I could have written the guidebook.
Dante bent to retrieve his carry-all, which he had stowed under one of the gunnels.
I'd better get my suit on. We'll be there soon.
Not soon enough, if you asked him. The sun hung high in the mid-afternoon sky, beating down on them with an intensity that rivaled the inside of one of his restaurant's commercial ovens. The refreshing dip in the Mediterranean was just what he needed to cool off his superheated skin. And his out-of-control libido. That was amazing, Zoe said, drawing out the last word for extra emphasis as she grabbed onto the ladder to board the prima donna. Swimming through the grotto had been a surreal experience. Dante hadn't been kidding about the green glow. For almost an hour, they'd floated peacefully in the mossy haze among the stalactites and stalagmites, sometimes talking, but mostly not, silently appreciating the stunning scenery. She liked the fact that he hadn't felt compelled to engage in idle conversation, letting her take in nature's beauty without distractions. She slicked her wet hair back from her face and climbed on board. "Thank you for bringing me here."
"You're welcome."
Gianni handed her a towel with an overly dramatic bow.
"I think she was talking to me,"
Dante said, climbing up the ladder behind her. Zoe rolled her eyes as she patted herself dry and tied the towel around her waist. This wasn't the first time she'd noticed a little whose dick was bigger competition between the two friends. They'd been subtly and not so subtly poking at each other since she and Dante boarded the prima donna, usually with her as the bone they were fighting over. She didn't know whether to be offended or amused. "I was talking to both of you," she said, opting to play peacemaker.
"Sit down so we can get moving,"
Gianni ordered, starting the engine.
"The weather service says there's a storm rolling in."
"A storm?" Zoe took her seat at the back of the boat.
"Nothing to worry about."
Johnny scrambled to the bow to pull up the anchor.
"We should make it back before things get nasty."
Dante looped his towel around his neck and sat next to Zoe.
"Should?"
"Will?"
Johnny jumped back into the cockpit and put the engine in gear.
"The prima donna may not look like much, but under the hull, she's full of surprises. Like me."
He winked at Zoe. She could feel Dante tense beside her, and gunned the engine, swinging the boat around the way they had come. They made it back to Marina Grande in what Gianni assured them was record time, tying up to the dock just as the sky started to darken and the waves turned to whitecaps.
"Ciao, Bella."
Gianni lifted Zoe's hand to his lips and kissed it.
"Come see me again while you're in Italy. Maybe without this one."
He jerked his head toward Dante, who'd thrown on his shirt and shoes and was tossing their bags onto the dock. Dante grumbled something that may or may not have been an Italian curse word.
"I'm sure she has better things to do than hang around with Amalfi's biggest beach bum."
Johnny put a hand to his heart and staggered back as if he'd been shot.
"You wound me. And I prefer the term coastal entrepreneur."
Dante ignored his friend, stepping out of the boat and extending a hand to Zoe.
"We should try to catch the next ferry."
She pushed his hand aside. She was done getting caught in their testosterone-fueled pissing match, slipped her feet into her flip-flops, and disembarked under her own power. Gianni joined them on the dock and clapped Dante on the shoulder.
"Remember what I said. Nicole would want you to be happy."
Dante mumbled a noncommittal response, picked up his duffel, and stalked down the dock toward the shore. Zoe wondered briefly if Nicole was the woman in the photo she saw in the study, but she squashed the thought as quickly as it popped up. She didn't have time for that now, not with Dante already halfway to the ferry. She said a hasty thank you and goodbye to Gianni before tossing her sundress on over her swimsuit, grabbing her bag, and racing after her roommate. "What's wrong with you?" Zoe asked when she caught up to him. "You didn't even thank your friend."
"I'll send him a card,"
Dante quipped, not breaking his stride.
"Maybe an assortment of chocolates or a nice fruit basket."
"You didn't have to be so rude."
"He didn't have to be so forward."
"Forward?"
"Kissing your hand, calling you Bella, inviting you to come see him again, alone."
"How is that any of your concern?" Zoe huffed, struggling to keep pace with him.
"Damn those long, strong legs."
"I'm on vacation. Why can't I have a little fun? It's not like you're interested in me. You made that perfectly clear at the villa this morning."
"Do we have to do this now?"
He reached the end of the dock and crossed the street, heading for the ticket office.
"We'll have plenty of time to talk on the ferry."
"I'll let it go for now in the interest of getting on that boat and getting back to the mainland." She followed him into the building. "But don't think this topic is closed."
"Is any topic ever closed with you?"
"No." She flashed him her biggest, most innocent smile. "Not really." A loudspeaker squawked, and a woman's voice filled the room, first in Italian, then in English.
We apologize for the inconvenience, but all remaining ferries have been cancelled for the day due to rough seas. The next ferry will depart at 9 a.m. tomorrow, weather permitting.
A collective groan rose from the crowd waiting to purchase tickets. Zoe scowled so hard she could feel the wrinkles furrowing in her forehead. This was so not going according to plan. Spending the day with Dante was hard enough, but spending the night together? That was unthinkable. How are we supposed to get back?
We're not,
Dante admitted, zipping the outer pocket of his bag and pulling out his cell phone.
Not tonight. We'll have to find somewhere to stay on the island.
I suggest you do it quickly.
A man in a crisp white uniform, identifying him as part of the crew, interjected.
With so many people caught off guard by the storm, rooms are filling up fast.
Zoe's panic must have been plastered all over her face, because Dante jumped in to reassure her.
Don't worry,
he said as he scrolled down the contact list on his phone.
I have a friend at one of the hotels here.
Another friend? Is there anywhere you don't have an inside connection?
No.
Now it was his turn to attempt an innocent smile.
Not really.
Aren't you worried he'll hit on me?
He's a she, and no.
Figures, Zoe grumbled, plopping herself down on a bench in the corner while Dante made his call. With his looks, money, and sex appeal, he probably had a woman in every hotel from Milan to Sicily. Not that she cared. She had no more reason to be jealous of his friends than he did of Gianni. So, why were her insides twisted up like a balloon animal? 5 agonizing minutes later, he stuffed his cell phone back into his bag and sat down next to her.
I have good news and bad news. Which do you want first?
Good.
We have a hotel room.
What's the bad news?
We have a hotel room,
he repeated, adding extra emphasis on the A. As in, one room? She asked. Singular?
Si,
he confirmed, his mouth tense and his eyes grim.
And that's not all.
The balloon animal in her gut twisted tighter. It gets worse?
It's a junior suite, with a small seating area, and one bed.
One bed? She echoed. For both of us?
It was the best my friend could do, and we were lucky to get that. She said their reservation line hasn't stopped ringing.
Zoe rested her elbows on her knees and buried her head in her hands. This is a nightmare.
Most women don't find sleeping with me quite so objectionable.
She lifted her head to glare at him. I'm not most women.
So I've noticed.
One corner of his mouth curled upward into a smirk.
Trust me, Principessa, I won't touch you, even if you beg me.
She sat up, crossing her arms in front of her chest. I'm not going to beg you.
Are you sure about that?
He leaned in, swamping her with his scent, fresh and sunny and salty from the sea air. The effect on her traitorous body was instantaneous and undeniable. Sweaty palms, check. Pounding pulse, check. Mouth as dry as the Dust Bowl, check. She cursed her stupid, weak-willed flesh and the damn infuriating man putting it to the test. There has to be another way. Are all the hotels full? What about Gianni? Can't you stay with him?
Gianni lives on the Prima Donna. It's not big enough for both of us. And according to my friend at Le Palazzo di Mare, there's not another room available on the island. It's the end of tourist season. That, combined with the storm, has everything booked.
Dante sighed and ran a hand through his hair, still mussed and slightly damp from their ocean adventure.
I'm not any happier about this than you, but it's our only option. Unless you want me to sleep on a park bench, Or in the bathtub.
Now that you mention it, the bathtub doesn't sound like a half-bad idea.
Are you saying you don't trust yourself to resist me?
He leaned in closer, testing her resolve even further.
Is your self-control that fragile, principessa?
The last word sounded half endearment, half challenge, dripping from his sinfully sexy mouth like fat drops of honey. I have plenty of self-control, she lied, subtly shifting away from him. Or was it a lie? She'd managed to keep herself from climbing him like a tree so far, hadn't she? Except for that explosive kiss, which he started, but she hadn't exactly stopped. Then there was that night on her balcony.
It shouldn't be a problem then,
should it? He asked, interrupting her X-rated trip down memory lane. He had her trapped. Admit she was afraid to share a bed with him, or suck it up and spend a torturous, sleepless night lying inches from all that hot, hard male flesh. Fine, she said after a long moment. You win, but you're staying on your side of the bed and buying me dinner. She hated to play the money card, but her finances were getting tight. An overnight on Capri wasn't in her budget. He stood, hiking his carry-all higher on his shoulder.
Let's check into the hotel. I don't know about you, but I could use a shower. Then we can order room service. We're not exactly dressed to dine out.
She looked down at her rumpled sundress and frowned. Crap. She hadn't thought of that. She said a silent prayer of thanks that she'd thrown an oversized T-shirt in her bag at the last minute. She'd planned to use it as a beach cover-up, but it would double nicely as a nightgown. Thanks. She rose to join him, and they started to make their way out of the office, smiling sympathetically at the handful of disgruntled stragglers on their phones, still desperately trying to find accommodations for the night. They had almost reached the door when she stopped suddenly. Crap! Dante made a quick spin move worthy of an NFL linebacker to avoid running into her.
What is it?
Houdini! We can't leave him alone overnight.
We won't. My grandmother will stay with him.
Are you sure? Zoe bit her lip. Doesn't she have somewhere to get back to?
She'll be more than happy to take care of the pig if it means we're stuck together on Capri. In fact, if I didn't know better, I'd think she engineered this whole thing. But as much as Nona likes to meddle, even she can't control the weather.
She'll need to know his bedtime ritual.
Dante's eyebrows lifted. A pig has a bedtime ritual?
He's not used to sleeping in his crate yet. It helps if you lie next to him and pet him until he dozes off.
Dante chuckled. I wish I could see my grandmother's face when you tell her she has to lie down with swine.
All she has to do is snuggle him for a few minutes. It's kind of sweet, actually.
You can tell me about it at the hotel, and we can call my grandmother. We need to head out before the weather gets worse.
Sounds like a plan. Not the one she would have preferred if she had her choice of all the possible plans in the planning universe. She still had the prospect of a night in bed with a man she'd seen naked, sucked face with, and secretly jilled off to, looming in front of her like a dark shadow. But she pulled up her big girl panties that were going to stay on, literally and figuratively, until she was back in her own bedroom at Bella Vista, thank you very much, pasted on an I'm totally cool with this smile, and pushed the door open, standing back to let him through first. Lead the way. Chapter 9.
Welcome to Le Palazzo di Mare. How can I help you?
The front desk clerk's eyes were glued to Zoe's chest. Dante might as well have been a tree stump for all the attention he received. Not that he blamed the guy. Zoe's rack was impressive in normal conditions, but with her sundress plastered to her skin courtesy of the downpour that had started 2 blocks from the hotel, it was spectacular, full and lush, the outline of her dusky nipples clearly visible through the damp fabric. First Gianni, now some random desk clerk at their hotel. Was every man they met going to leer at her? And was this unreasonable, uncontrollable jealousy going to rise in him like a flash flood every time one did? If it was, Dante was powerless to fight it. He snaked a possessive arm around Zoe's shoulders, pulling her to his side. He might not blame the guy for looking, but that didn't mean he had to like it. Or stand by idly while some stranger ogled his what? His tenant? His roommate? Hell, until a few days ago, they'd been sworn enemies, playing a sick, twisted game of chicken to see who would back down first and leave Bella Vista. But then he'd kissed her, and everything had changed. The object of his desire let out a little squawk and looked up at him with wide, questioning eyes. But, to his relief, she didn't pull away. Emboldened, he drew her more tightly to him, her soft, round curves melding to his hard edges.
"We have a reservation,"
he growled at the clerk through gritted teeth.
"Sabatini."
"Signora Bianchi's friend. We've been expecting you."
The clerk was paying attention to him now, all right, practically falling all over himself to make up for his earlier slight. It was nice to know people in high places, like Francesca Bianchi, the part owner and general manager of one of Capri's most exclusive five-star hotels. The clerk punched a few keys on his computer and slid an envelope with 2 plastic cards tucked inside across the counter.
"Here you are, sir. One of our best rooms. A sea view suite. Signora Bianchi insisted. She sends her regrets, but she was called away to deal with a situation in the kitchen."
Zoe's eyes went from wide and questioning to narrowed and suspicious. "I thought the hotel was full."
"It is,"
the clerk assured her.
"Signora Bianchi did some shuffling to make—"
Sometimes, all we need is a few minutes of soft music to come back to ourselves. This is your moment. Thank you for being here.
"Sure you were well taken care of."
"We need dry clothes," Dante snapped, not ready to forgive the poor sap for lusting after Zoe.
"You'll find 2 Turkish cotton bathrobes in your ensuite bathroom. I'll have housekeeping come up for your wet clothes. They'll be laundered and returned to you as soon as possible."
"Thank you." Dante snatched the envelope with their key cards off the counter and steered Zoe to the elevators. "What was that all about?" she asked, ducking out from under his embrace as the elevator doors slid shut, leaving them alone in the car. He pushed the button for the top floor.
"What was what all about?"
he countered, knowing full well what she was getting at, but not having a rational explanation for his caveman behavior. "The way you treated the desk clerk, like he was dog doo on the bottom of your Ferragamo loafer. What did he ever do to you?"
"It's not what he did to me,"
Dante grumbled. It was what he did to her. Looked at her like he was a hungry dog and she was a thick, juicy steak. Admittedly, it probably wasn't all that different from the way Dante looked at her on occasion. But, irrationally, he didn't want anyone else to have that privilege. And if that made him the biggest hypocrite in southern Italy, so be it. The elevator jerked to a stop and the doors opened. Dante didn't waste any time exiting the car. He glanced at the number scrawled on the envelope the clerk had given him and headed down the hall. "Then what is it?" Zoe persisted, tagging after him. "Don't tell me you're one of those rich, entitled assholes who takes perverse pleasure in treating people in the service industry like crap."
Hardly.
As a restaurant owner, he'd seen enough of that kind of behavior to last him a lifetime.
My grandmother always says, you can measure a man by the way he acts toward those who can do nothing for or to him. And animals,
he added, thinking of Mr. Abruzzi. He reached their suite and inserted the keycard into the slot on the door. The lock clicked softly, and he pushed the door open, shouldering his way inside.
Do you want to shower first, or should I?
He supposed showering together was out of the question. His cock twitched at the thought, and he willed it to stand down. Zoe followed him in and let out a low whistle. Wow, the clerk wasn't kidding about this room. It's incredible. Dante had barely registered their surroundings, but now he took the time to take them in, trying to see them through her fresh, unjaded, interior designer's eyes. She was right. The room was magnificent, light and airy, with high ceilings, white walls, and sea-blue Majolica tile covering the floor. It was furnished with tasteful, timeless antiques, and on the far wall, a huge set of sliding glass doors led to a balcony with a panoramic view of the Mediterranean. When had he become so uninterested that he stopped appreciating the finer things his privileged life afforded him? He made a mental note to thank Francesca in person before they left the island, and Zoe for reminding him to stop, take a breath, and put things in perspective.
I think we'll manage,
he said wryly, although there was still the issue of the one, albeit enormous, bed. It could be the size of the Titanic, and he'd still be hard-pressed, pun intended, not to want her close to him. He blinked back images of their naked bodies, sweaty and entwined, and dropped his bag on the floor at the foot of the bed.
Now, about that shower.
I hate playing the ladies first card, but I'm totally going to. I have to get out of these wet clothes. And I'm dying to see if the bathroom lives up to the rest of this place. Yeah, he wanted her out of those wet clothes, too. But what he had in mind once she was naked wasn't checking out the walk-in shower or whirlpool tub.
I'll order up something from room service. There should be a menu around here somewhere.
I'm not picky, and I'm hungry enough to eat a cow. Whatever you order will be fine. She disappeared into the bathroom, then poked her head out for one last parting jab. We can continue our discussion of your treatment of that poor desk clerk and your friend Gianni over dinner. He was hoping she'd forgotten about the clerk, and she'd thrown in Gianni, too. He'd better add some wine, something like a crisp, fruity falanghina or a tart, savory sangiovese to that dinner order. Maybe with a hot shower to relax her and a little alcohol in her system, she'd let go of her fixation on his bad behavior. He crossed to the antique secretary, picked up a leather binder with the hotel's logo embossed in gold, and opened it, leafing through the pages until he found what he was looking for. "Oh, my God!" Zoe's voice floated out through the bathroom door. "This shower is fan-freaking-tastic. It has dual rainfall shower heads with LED lights. And a TV." Dante chuckled.
I'm glad it lives up to your expectations.
She turned the water on, and he focused on the menu in his hands to avoid the mental picture of the spray sliding over her breasts and down the cleft between her buttocks. After a few seconds, he snapped it shut and dialed room service, ordering a bottle of falanghina and a 4-course meal of antipasto, ravioli caprese, petzonga, a local fish, and lavender panna cotta for dessert, with instructions to have it sent up in an hour. Then he made another quick call to the front desk and watched the storm through the glass doors, not wanting to sit on the expensive furniture in his still-soaking shirt and shorts. "Bathroom's all yours." Zoe stood in front of the partially open bathroom door, steam wafting out behind her. She wore a white waffle robe that looked a size too big, the sleeves rolled to her wrists and the neckline gaping to reveal a generous amount of cleavage. Her damp hair hung in loose curls around her face, and her bare feet poked out from beneath the hem of her robe. Overall, the effect was of a sexy water nymph. He did another head-to-toe scan, forcing his eyes not to pause on her lips. Pink, pouty, and slightly parted, just begging to be kissed. If he looked too long, he'd be drawn in like a moth to a flame.
"That was quick?"
She shrugged. "I'm not a 3 hours in the bathroom kind of girl. More like, get in there, get it done, and get out." He lowered his voice to a seductive growl, not able to resist the urge to tease her, to test her, to see if she was as affected by him as he was by her.
"You're going to make someone a wonderful wife."
Her cheeks turned a delightful shade of salmon, and she adjusted the lapels of her robe, closing the gap and hiding the perfect pale skin between her breasts. He mentally high-fived himself. Mission accomplished. He grabbed his bag and slung it over his shoulder.
"Dinner is on its way. I hope you like seafood."
"Like I said, I'm not picky." She patted her hips. "Unfortunately."
"You won't hear me complaining. A man needs something to grab onto."
With those playful parting words, he retreated into the bathroom. 30 minutes later, he was in a matching white waffle robe, seated across from Zoe as she inhaled pepperoncini and marinated mushrooms at the speed of light. It was refreshing to see a woman who wasn't afraid to enjoy food. Most women seemed intimidated, eating in front of him, either because they wanted him to think they subsisted on nothing but raw vegetables, or because he was the owner of a successful chain of restaurants and a bona fide foodie. He wasn't sure. "Oh, my God," she managed between bites. "I think I'm in heaven. Tell me the main course is this good."
"Even better."
He stabbed a piece of prosciutto with his fork.
"If you like this, you should taste my brother's fresh burrata with honey balsamic figs and roasted pistachios."
"You have a brother?"
"A twin,"
he said, surprised at his sudden willingness to discuss his personal life with her. Surprised, but not stopping. He wasn't sure whether to blame the wine or the way she gazed at him across the table, with openness and an unconcealed interest he found irresistible.
"Luca, fraternal. In answer to your next question, I'm the better-looking one, but his skills in the kitchen are far superior to mine."
"I doubt that." Her eyes danced with amusement as she picked up her wine and sipped. "I've tasted your biscotti."
"I dabble. My brother is the professional."
"He's a chef?"
"Yes."
Dante plucked the wine bottle from the silver-plated cooler in the stand next to him, refilling her glass, then his.
"We have restaurants in Florence, Naples, and Rome."
"We?" She sucked an olive into her mouth. The unintentionally erotic gesture was a spark to his already overactive sex drive. Was she trying to kill him? He tossed back his wine like it was Perrier and poured himself another.
"Luca is the creative genius. I handle the business end of things."
"Business is creative, too. It's not all facts and figures. You have to constantly innovate to stay ahead of the competition." She crossed her legs, flashing him a sliver of creamy thigh, and he asked himself for the millionth time why he was resisting her. This time, however, with her fresh from the shower and barely dressed, against the backdrop of the red-gold setting sun and the crystal-blue Mediterranean, he couldn't come up with one good reason. They were two consenting adults on what could, or should, be a romantic island getaway. He'd be a goddamn fool to pass up this chance. And if there was one thing he wasn't, it was a fool. Fancy food? Check. Fine wine? Check. Moonlight, music, and a man who was staring at her across the table like she was his next course? Check, check, and double check. It all added up to the most romantic night Zoe had spent ever. If she didn't know better, she'd swear Dante was trying to seduce her.
"Are you enjoying your dessert?"
he asked in a flirtatious bedroom whisper, his eyes never leaving her face. She let out a nervous little laugh, not used to being the object of such intense, sensual scrutiny. Is that a serious question? The answer is always yes. I've never met a dessert I didn't like.
"So you have a sweet tooth?"
Oh, yeah. She scraped the side of her ramekin with her spoon, trying to scoop up every last bite of panna cotta. More like a sweet mouth. Wait, that didn't sound right. Dante's gray eyes darkened to a sexy, stormy charcoal.
"I was thinking the same thing."
That's not what I meant. It's not just one tooth that wants sugar. It's like every tooth, my whole mouth. I'm a certified sugarholic. Great. Now she was babbling. Really sexy, Zoe. Even her 17-year-old sister was better at this stuff. Time for a change of subject. I've met your grandmother. You mentioned your brother. Any other family? What about your parents? The heat in his eyes dimmed, and she instantly regretted bringing up what she should know from her own experience could be a touchy topic. She half expected him to push his plate away, abruptly ending both the meal and their conversation. But he surprised her by lifting another spoonful of the decadent dessert to his mouth. He chewed thoughtfully for a long minute, then calmly answered her question.
"I never met my father. My mother was young. She wasn't prepared to take care of a baby, much less two. My grandmother raised us."
And Zoe thought she had it rough. "I'm sorry you had to go through that."
"My brother and I are lucky. We had someone who could step in and do what our parents couldn't. Not every child has that."
She didn't expect that response. "That's big of you." Dante set his spoon down, leaving his dessert half-eaten.
"Trust me, I didn't always feel that way. I spent years resenting my parents, my mother especially. But she did what she felt was best for us. And she was right. My grandmother was an amazing parent. She was working as a modeling agent by then, and she took us all over the world with her until we were old enough to start school. Then she walked away from it all so we could put down roots somewhere, make friends, live a more normal life."
Zoe fought to keep the corners of her mouth from curving into a sarcastic smile. "I'm not sure I'd call owning homes all over Italy normal."
"Just one, at first, in Naples. Nonna didn't buy the villa in Positano until we were 10. I got the penthouse in Rome after Luca and I opened our first restaurant."
I stand corrected. Your childhood wasn't just normal, it was downright disadvantaged. He laughed and reattacked his panna cotta.
"Your turn."
"For what?"
"To tell me about your family."
"Father, stepmother, 17-year-old half-sister who thinks the world revolves around her."
"And your mother?"
Zoe looked down at her empty dish. "She died when I was 8. Cancer."
"So, in a way, we were both abandoned."
The raw pain, honesty, and compassion in his voice forced her head up. When she met his gaze, those emotions were reflected in his eyes, almost stealing her breath, so that when she spoke, her words were barely above a whisper. "I guess you could say that." A knock at the door shattered their connection and startled Zoe. Dante didn't seem all that surprised, calmly rising and striding to the door. "Are you expecting someone?" Zoe asked. A bellhop had already come to collect their wet clothes, so it couldn't be that. "Your manager friend?"
"I am, but it's not her."
"Then who?"
"Give me a chance to answer the door, and you will see."
I hate surprises, remember? Zoe grumbled.
You liked the last one, and I think you'll appreciate this one too.
Dante opened the door and greeted their guest in Italian. Zoe craned her neck, trying to see who he or she was around Dante's imposing frame. It wasn't until he stepped aside and waved their visitor in that she recognized him as the desk clerk.
Wait right here,
Dante said, still talking as he headed for the bathroom.
I have something for you.
Si, signore, the young man said, looking as if he thought Dante might return with a .45 caliber Beretta. Zoe stood and crossed to him, needing to do something to put the poor boy at ease. I'm Zoe. She stuck out her hand, and he shook it.
Matteo.
Dante picked that moment to reappear, wallet in hand. For a hot second, she worried he might go all prehistoric again when he saw their hands joined. Instead, he took a few euros out of his wallet and extended them to the desk clerk.
I asked you up here because I didn't thank you for your help earlier, and someone pointed out to me.
He glanced at Zoe, the playful light back in his eyes, but beneath it was something more, sincerity.
That I was rude. I wanted to apologize. Grazie, signore. Here's my card. Stop by my restaurant the next time you're in Naples, Florence, or Rome, and show that to the hostess. Dinner is on me.
Dante pressed a business card with something scrawled on the back into the clerk's hand.
Do you have a girlfriend?
Matteo blushed.
Si, signore, I do.
Bring her too.
I will. Grazie.
Matteo thanked Dante at least 10 more times as he made his way out of the suite. Dante closed the door behind him and leaned against it, dropping his wallet into the pocket of his robe and crossing his arms over his chest.
Well,
what? Zoe asked.
Did you like your surprise?
I think it was more of a surprise for the desk clerk, she said. But yes, I did. Thank you for listening to me. He shrugged and crossed back to the table, picking up his half-full glass of wine.
I'm not entirely without shame. And you were right. I acted like an ass.
Could you repeat that?
I acted like an ass.
No, the part before that, where you said I was right.
You were right,
he repeated dutifully, sipping his wine. There was an awkward pause, like neither one of them was sure where to take the conversation next. Zoe stretched her arms over her head and feigned a yawn. It's, been a long day, and I'm beat. I'm going to hit the hay.
Hit the hay?
The corners of Dante's sensuous mouth quirked into a smile.
Is that another one of your delightful American expressions?
Get some sleep, she said, her gaze drifting to the bedroom door.
If it will make you feel more comfortable, I can sleep on the couch in the sitting area.
That's not a couch, she scoffed. It's barely a settee. And you're, 6 feet tall? He drew himself up to his full height.
6'2"?
You'd be miserable scrunched up like a pretzel on that thing. We're adults. We can handle sharing a bed. I'll stay on my side, and you stay on yours. She didn't know who she was trying harder to convince, him or herself.
If you insist.
Dante drained the rest of his wine and set his glass down on the table.
But if you change your mind, just say the word.
She shook her head and started for the bedroom. I told you, I'm not making you sleep on the sofa. Maybe she could build a wall of pillows between them, or hang a sheet like she'd seen Clark Gable do in an old movie once. The Walls of Jericho, he'd called it, separating him from Claudette Colbert. That's what she needed, her own wall of Jericho, one strong enough to withstand her crumbling resolve. Dante followed her into the room and cupped her cheek, stroking her skin with his thumb. Her already weakened resolve took a huge nosedive, and she couldn't help leaning into his touch. Forget sheets and pillows. She needed a brick wall separating them, or industrial-strength steel.
I meant, say the word if you decide you want me on your side of the bed.
He inched his body forward until they were barely a hair apart, what little space there was between them charged with sexual tension.
Or, better yet, just slide over to mine. I promise I won't bite, unless you're into that kind of thing.
She brushed his hand aside and pushed him away. You have to stop doing that.
Doing what?
Teasing me. She sank down onto the bed. It's not fair.
What makes you think I'm teasing?
The mattress dipped as he sat beside her.
I'm attracted to you. And if I'm not mistaken, you're not immune to me. There's nothing stopping us from having what we both want.
He shifted his weight to move closer, and his robe parted, revealing his lightly furred chest. Damn! She'd forgotten, or pushed to the back of her brain, how scantily clad he was, how scantily clad they both were. She crossed her legs and pulled the lapels of her robe together. And what exactly is that?
This.
He traced her lips with his thumb. They parted on a sigh that echoed like a gust of wind in an otherwise quiet room.
And this?
His hand roamed lower, down her neck to the swell of her breasts, and her breath hitched.
And possibly this.
He followed his fingers with his mouth, leaving a wet trail to the soft spot where her neck met her collarbone. Well, when he put it that way. She closed her eyes and let her head fall back, encouraging his erotic exploration. After all she'd been through recently, didn't she deserve to have a little fun? That vacation fling she'd been dreaming about, a pleasant, passing diversion until it was time for her to get on a plane and return to reality. His mouth drew back, and she whimpered a protest at its absence. She opened her eyes to find his face looming above hers, his gaze locked on her lips, which suddenly seemed as dry as the Sahara. Her tongue stole out to moisten them, eliciting a loud, ragged breath from Dante.
You have to say the words. I don't want there to be any misunderstandings between us. You have to tell me what you want.
You, damn it. I want you. She practically shouted, her chest heaving. There, I said it. Are you happy? The smug bastard had the nerve to laugh.
Very.
Good. Now kiss me before I spontaneously combust. With a lazy smile, he wound his fingers into her hair and pulled her in for the promised kiss. Their lips connected, and her brain went hazy for a second before the sensations started to register. The softness of his lips on hers, the sureness with which he held her, the hand at the back of her head warm and firm, the sweetness of the panna cotta lingering on his tongue. After far too short a time, he pulled away again and peered at her. Why did you stop? He clocked that devilish tongue that only a heartbeat ago had her desperate and panting.
Patience. Good things come to those who wait, and even better things come to those who wait longer.
Better? She liked the sound of that. He worked one finger into the knot at her waist, loosening it.
I almost wish you had more clothes on.
Why?
So I could have the pleasure of peeling them off you, piece by agonizing piece.
He untied the knot completely, letting her belt fall away and her robe part.
But I suppose this will have to do for now.
She fought the knee-jerk urge to cover herself and let him have his fill, his gaze skimming the curves and dips of her body. She imagined his hands and mouth following suit, tightening her nipples into exquisitely painful points and vaulting her pulse into hyperdrive. Are you going to sit there and stare at me all night? Or do something about that? She pointed to his lap, where the head of his erection poked out from between the folds of his robe. He laughed again, the thick, throaty sound sending sparks skittering up and down her spine. There's that impatience again. So American. Always rushing from one thing to the next, never taking time to stop and smell the lilies.
Don't you mean roses?
She asked, surprised her lust-addled brain cells were functional enough for her to know one bloom from another.
Lilies are the national flower of Italy.
He traced a line with his finger along the freckles scattered at the top of her chest, like an erotic game of connect the dots.
Elegant, stylish, sophisticated, like a fine wine, or a fine woman.
His words made her weak in the knees. It was a good thing she was sitting down, or she would have been in a boneless heap at his sexy bare feet. Damn this man. This was supposed to be a quick, emotionless roll in the hay, a way for them to scratch a mutual itch. Now he was spouting poetry and acting all sweet and seductive. How was a girl supposed to escape with her heart intact? Before she could ponder that disturbing thought further, his hands moved to her shoulders. With excruciating slowness, he inched her robe down her arms until it was bunched at her waist.
Lie back,
he growled.
Bossy, aren't we?
He'd gone from Fitzwilliam Darcy to Christian Grey faster than you could say book boyfriend. Still, almost unconsciously, she complied, stretching out on the big bed.
Do you like that?
He asked, his voice raw and rough.
Taking orders?
I don't know, she answered honestly. I guess it depends on who's giving them and what they're asking me to do.
Then we'll have to play it by ear. If there's anything you don't like, tell me. We're in this together. It will be better if we're on the same page.
He stood to remove his robe, and she propped herself up on her elbows to enjoy the view. Sure, she'd seen him naked that first day, but then she'd been too embarrassed to do more than give him a way too quick once-over. Now she had license to ogle freely, and she intended to take full advantage of it. She drank him in, smooth olive skin stretched taut over hard muscle, backlit by the moonlight streaming through the sheer curtains that covered the sliding glass doors. He was like a work of art, sculpted from living, breathing flesh and bone, instead of cold, unfeeling marble. And for tonight, he was hers. Her gaze drifted predictably south to the area between his legs. His cock stood at attention, long, thick, and mouth-watering, pointing at her like some sort of divining rod. He took it in his hand and stroked it, readying himself for her, and she was suddenly struck by a terrifying thought. "Please tell me you have a condom." He bent to retrieve his robe, fished his wallet out of the pocket, and rifled through it for what seemed like an eternity, finally extracting a foil packet.
"Found one,"
he said, holding it up like a trophy.
"Just one?"
she blurted out before she could stop herself.
"Don't worry."
He smiled as he ripped the packet open and rolled the condom down his impressive length.
"There are other ways I can make you feel good."
Zoe's previously only marginally functioning brain cells shorted out completely. Could a woman orgasm just from listening to sinful things spoken in a sexy, gravelly Italian accent? Not asking for a friend. She spread her legs and lifted her knees, her body subconsciously beckoning him to join her.
"Later, I'm going to take my time,"
he said, climbing onto the bed and fitting his big, beautiful body against hers.
"Savor every delectable inch of your skin with my fingers, lips, and tongue. But right now, I need to be inside you."
"Yes," she panted, sucking in air that was thick and heavy with arousal. "Please."
"You don't have to beg, Karina. I'm right with you."
She dimly registered the new nickname, but any thought of what it translated to or what significance it might have vanished when he sank into her. The last few strands of her already shredded self-control ripped away along with it, and she wrapped her legs around his waist, encouraging him to go deeper, faster, harder. Her hands found their way to his chest, her fingers exploring the hills and valleys of his pecs and abs as he rocked against her.
"You feel so perfect," he said, "so tight and wet."
He pulled out and plunged in again, hitting that spot that made her moan with desire. Her hands shifted to his shoulders, holding on for dear life as he continued the delicious in-and-out torture. She needed something real, something solid to anchor her, or she'd float away on a wave of pure pleasure. His pace slowed, and she moaned again, this time with frustration. "I'm so close. Don't stop. For the love of all things good and holy, don't stop." He obeyed, picking up the tempo. One subtle swivel of his hips, and she started to buck and shudder beneath him until she tensed in his arms, crying out his name. Within seconds of her release, he was shaking, groaning, finally collapsing on top of her and rolling to his side, taking her with him. They stayed that way, with him still inside her, as their heartbeats returned to normal and their breathing evened out. He brushed her sex-mussed hair out of her face and kissed her softly, gently, awakening a realization that shook her even more than the mind-numbing orgasm she'd just experienced. He wasn't the only one in deep. Chapter 10. There were plenty of reasons guys woke up with morning wood. Dirty dreams, sleep patterns, high testosterone levels. But Dante couldn't remember the last time he had a reason who looked or smelled as good, or who he'd shared as much with, and not just physically, as Zoe, with her ass snuggled against him and her lips curved into a satisfied smile that said she'd enjoyed their nighttime activities as much as he had. For a long moment he stared down at her, barely daring to breathe for fear he'd wake her. She looked so damn beautiful and peaceful, like Botticelli's Venus, her hair splayed in all directions and her pristine skin seeming to glow from his caresses. Not wanting to start something he couldn't finish, he eased himself away from her. He needn't have worried. The second he stirred, her eyes fluttered open, and she stretched one leg behind her, entwining it with his, trapping him. "Where do you think you're going?"
"We had a busy night, and you were sleeping so soundly. I thought you might be worn out."
She reached up to run a hand across the early morning stubble dotting his jaw. "Do I seem worn out to you?" He turned his head to kiss her palm.
"You seem ready and, how do you Americans say it, raring to go."
"So do you." She arched her back, pressing into him. "No regrets about last night?" He pressed back, sliding his cock between her ass cheeks.
"Does it feel like regret?"
"No."
She rolled over to face him, and the sheet slipped to her waist, exposing her breasts to his greedy gaze. It feels like repeat performance number 4.
Then I better get performing.
He stripped away the sheet, uncovering them both, and gave her a long, lingering kiss before sliding down the length of her body until his head was nestled between her legs. He put a palm on each thigh, spreading them wider.
"Are you comfortable?"
he asked.
"Because you're going to be here for a while."
She nodded, and he flicked his tongue over the skin below her belly button. She let out a sexy little hiss, and he licked lower, brushing the patch of golden curls above her sacs. This time her hiss was longer, ending on a low moan, encouraging him to move lower still. He made good on his promise, taking his time with her, tasting her with long, leisurely licks that brought her to the brink of ecstasy before backing off and starting the whole wickedly torturous process over again.
He'd had her this way last night, too, after they'd used their only condom and found more creative ways to enjoy each other's bodies. But it hadn't been enough, and he had the frightening feeling he'd never get his fill of her. She fisted her hands in the sheet and raised her hips, letting him know she needed release and needed it now. As tempted as he was to delay her gratification, he didn't have the willpower to postpone his own need to claim her, to feel her writhe and buck beneath him and hear her call out his name as she came. One of her hands moved to his head, grabbing a fistful of hair and yanking his face into her. He flattened a palm over her stomach to keep her still and gave her what they both wanted, slipping a finger inside her and working his tongue against her folds until she flooded his mouth, ripples of pleasure coursing through her body. When the tremors finally stopped, she released her death grip on his hair and let her head fall back onto the pillow, her eyes closed. That was... He kissed the inside of her thigh. Outstanding, unforgettable, mind-blowing. Quite a way to wake up, she finished. He crawled up her body and folded her into his arms, his cock, still rock-hard and wet with his arousal, brushing against her belly. She cracked one eye open and reached down to take him in her hand. I have a confession to make, she said on a whisper. A confession? Her words seemed far away, like she was underwater. It was hard to concentrate on what she was saying with her fingers wrapped around his dick. I heard you. Her hand squeezed, and his cock swelled even harder. Heard me what? That night, after we kissed, I was out on my balcony, and I heard you. In your room? She ran her thumb through the moisture at his tip. Touching yourself? Why, you little minx, he growled. Tell me, Karina, did you enjoy it? Did you picture your fingers replacing mine, circling me, stroking me, driving me insane with lust like you're doing now? Yes, she said. And? Her voice trailed off. There was more? He was almost afraid to ask. Almost, but not quite. And? I touched myself. He closed his eyes against the fire rushing through his bloodstream. Not just his dick, his whole body throbbed with heat. Zoe, pleasuring herself, her fingers white-hot blurs against her pussy as she edged closer and closer to climax, finally toppling into oblivion. Fuck, how he'd love to see that. But it would have to wait for another time. Now he needed her hands right where they were. On him. He forced his eyes open and rested his forehead on hers. Are you trying to kill me? Not before I get a chance to do this. She followed her hand with her mouth, her warm breath teasing his aching dick, and his world stopped. The only thing that mattered was this moment, this woman, kneeling between his legs with her hand around the base of his hard-on and her lips closing in on the tip. Zoe, per favore. She flicked her gaze to his, and their eyes locked as a wide, self-satisfied smile filled her face. Who's begging now? He wasn't too proud to grin back, but the grin disappeared the instant she sucked him in and swallowed him up, never losing eye contact. She swirled her tongue around his throbbing head and moaned, sending a jolt of electricity down his length to his balls. Her free hand came up to give them a delicious squeeze, and he swallowed a gasp, fighting the urge to bury his hands in her hair and thrust into her. For what could have been minutes or hours, the only sounds in the room were her slurps and his groans, with an occasional outburst of incoherent Italian. She was hot and hungry, relentless in her determination to return the favor and get him off. And he was powerless to do anything but lie there and accept what she so willingly, so beautifully gave to him. Zoe, he croaked. A tidal wave of pleasure began to crest in his groin, threatening to take him under. I'm coming. His hips jerked up, and his fingers instinctively reached out to thread through her long locks as the waves swamped him, pushing him over the edge. When he was spent, Zoe eased off him and hopped out of bed like she hadn't just completely wrecked him. In a hurry to get away from me? He drawled, still too stunned to move. Coffee. Her eyes darted around the room, eventually landing on her long-ago discarded robe draped over the back of a chair. She snatched it up and shrugged it on, pulling the belt so tightly he thought it might cut off her circulation. I need caffeine. Stat. I don't suppose this room has one of those fancy cappuccino makers. He raised himself up on one elbow. Carina. Heck, I'd settle for a Keurig. She paced from one side of the room to the other, like a tiger in Turkish cotton. Carina. He swung his feet over the side of the bed, found his own robe crumpled in a ball on the floor, stuck his arms in the sleeves, and stood, tying the belt. Or even one of those crappy hotel coffee machines. Carina. He stepped in front of her and put both hands on her shoulders, stopping her. Stop. Talk to me. I'm sorry. She stared at his chest, not meeting his gaze. I suck at this whole morning after thing. I mean, the morning sex I can handle, obviously, but I'm never sure how to act when it's done. Do I grab my stuff and call a cab, or cook breakfast? She was babbling again, and it was fucking adorable. She did that when she was nervous, he'd learned, and he liked that she was a little nervous now. It was nice to know he wasn't alone in this, that the last 24 hours had knocked her for a loop, too. He curled a finger under her chin, tipping her head up until her eyes met his. His heart gave an unexpected lurch at the uncertainty he saw there. I don't want you to call a cab or cook breakfast, but I know a cafe in La Piazzetta that bakes the best breads. We could stop there for some cappuccino and cornetti. Cornetti? Like croissants, but sweeter. They sound delicious, but... She bit her lip. His brows nodded. But what? She took a deep breath and closed her eyes for a split second, like she was gearing herself up to deliver bad news. When she spoke, the words tumbled one over the other, like circus clowns piling out of one of those tiny cars. But what about after? We catch a ferry to Positano? The storm has passed, so they should be running again. Maybe pick up a couple of caprese sandwiches for the ride back? She pushed at his chest, and he stumbled backward, surprised by her sudden outburst. Are you being deliberately obtuse, or are you really this stupid? I'm not talking about food or ferry rides. I'm talking about when we get home. I mean, back to the villa. Fuck. She was right. He was an idiot. Chalk it up to post-coital haze. But the fog was clearing, and he finally understood what was bothering her. Never mind, she huffed, obviously mistaking his silence for rejection. Forget I said anything. We'll go back to business as usual, avoiding each other, me in my room with Houdini, you alone in yours. She grabbed her pile of freshly laundered clothes from the chair and headed for the bathroom. He blocked her path again, determined not to let her go before he could set the record straight. Is that what you want? He ran his hands down her arms, taking her smaller, more delicate ones in his. Because it's not what I want. Her eyes blazed with a fire that he wished was desire, but suspected was outrage. He consoled himself with the fact that she hadn't released his hands. That had to mean something, although he wasn't sure what. He wasn't sure of much where Zoe was concerned. Off balance seemed to be his normal state when she was around. He held her gaze, hoping she'd see the sincerity in his expression. What do you want, then? She asked. I'm not a mind reader, and you're not the most communicative guy on the planet." Nicole had had the same complaint. He felt a twinge of guilt at the memory, but shoved it down deep, needing to deal with the very real, very angry woman in front of him.
Simple.
He stepped closer so their bodies were almost touching, their faces inches apart. There would be no misunderstanding this time.
I want you.
The anger in her eyes drained away, replaced by a softness that stunned him like an uppercut to the jaw. "I thought maybe this was a one-and-done thing."
"Don't you mean 4 and done?"
"You know what I mean." Her pale cheeks flushed a pretty pink. "I thought—"
"Stop."
He put a finger to her lips.
"No more thinking. Just feel."
My grandmother used to say only a fool is guided by his feelings.
And mine says feelings are sometimes more important than facts.
"So, where does that leave us?" she asked, a little breathless. He turned her hands over in his, massaging her palms with his thumbs.
"You're in Italy for 2 more weeks, right?"
She nodded.
"Then it leaves us with 2 weeks to spend together, wherever and however we like."
That was all he could give her. Nicole had taught him that love was temporary, so temporary was all he had to offer. Some fun and physical release until it was time for Zoe to return home. He only hoped it was enough. She studied him for what seemed like an eternity while he held his breath, half anticipating her answer, half dreading it. Then she slowly backed away from him until her hand slipped from his. "I need to shower."
Right.
That was it then. He watched as she continued on her way to the bathroom. She stopped at the open door to turn, untie the belt of her robe, and let it fall slowly, agonizingly, to the floor. "Care to join me?" He stalked toward her, loosening his own belt as he went. Cappuccino and cornetti would have to wait. Zoe knelt down on the cold kitchen tile and stared at her trainee, sitting on his haunches across the room. According to everything she'd read online, and there was a surprising amount of information available, the key to successful communication was to be on the same eye level and speak in a firm, authoritative voice. She held out a piece of popcorn and waved it temptingly. "Come." Houdini did the same thing he'd done the last 10 times she called him, enticing him with a long string of his favorite treats, apple slices, halved grapes, Cheerios, and finally air-popped, non-salt, non-buttered popcorn. Nothing. "Come on, boy. You can do it. Come to Mama." She needed him to master this basic command so they could move on to more advanced stuff, like sit and stay. It would make his eventual trip back to San Francisco much easier if he had at least a few skills under his figurative belt. She ignored the pang in her chest at the thought of returning home and tried again, waggling the piece of popcorn. "Smell that? Popcorn! Your favorite. All you have to do is come over here and get it." The pig made a snuffling sound and flopped onto his stomach. Great. Now they were moving backward. She scooted forward an inch, then another. "Pretty please? If you won't do it for you, do it for me."
"I'll come for you, and you don't have to beg or bribe me with treats." That voice, deep, husky, dripping with sexual innuendo. It never failed to make her breath catch and the hairs at the back of her neck stand on end. She put a hand to the staccato pulse beating at her throat. Damn the man, sneaking up on her like that. She turned her head to face him, taking a moment to drink in what she'd had the pleasure of exploring for the past week. Even with his body hidden by his button-down shirt and impeccably tailored khakis, her sense memory supplied every hard ridge, every smooth plane. "How long have you been standing there?"
she asked when her pulse had slowed and her mouth was able to form words. He leaned against the wall, crossing his arms over his broad chest. Long enough?
Long enough for what?
To know your pig is untrainable?
You could have said something.
He gave her a sexy smirk that kicked her pulse back up a few notches. About the pig?
She returned the smirk with an are-you-kidding-me look. About your eavesdropping, or coughed discreetly to let me know you were there.
Then I wouldn't be much of an eavesdropper.
He gestured to Houdini, who was scratching his back against a stool leg.
Ready to give up yet?
She shook her head. According to the AMPA, pigs are easy to train. Did you know they're smarter than dogs?
The AMPA?
The American Mini Pig Association. Now the are-you-kidding-me face was his.
You're making that up.
Nope. She tossed the piece of popcorn still in her outstretched hand into her mouth and grabbed another one from the bowl on the floor behind her. They're a registered nonprofit. Their mission is to protect miniature pigs, improve breeding practices, and encourage responsible mini pig ownership. Dante crossed the room and stood next to her, staring down at the pig.
Maybe that's the problem.
She wrinkled her nose at him, confused. Maybe what's the problem?
Houdini's not American. He's Italian. Maybe he only understands commands in his native tongue.
He's a pig. His native tongue is oink oink. Dante crouched down, pried the popcorn from her fingers, and held it out to Houdini.
Vieni, maiale. Prendi il popcorn.
The little turncoat trotted right over to him, practically inhaled the popcorn, and plopped down onto his round pink piggy bottom, looking up at Dante with Oliver Twist eyes that almost screamed, "Please, sir, may I have some more?" Traitor! Zoe gave the pig's head an affectionate scratch. It's not fair.
That your pig prefers Italian to English?
No, that he prefers you to me. Dante bristled, standing and brushing his hands off on his pants.
He does not.
Does too, she shot back. He follows you everywhere. And you like him, too. Don't even try to deny it. I saw you with him in the garden yesterday. You were cradling him in your arms like you were afraid he was going to break.
He was trampling Nonna's lilies. I had to stop him.
If you say so.
I do.
Dante's gaze landed on the bowl of popcorn, and he nudged it with his foot toward Houdini.
Here you go, pig. Knock yourself out.
Zoe rolled her eyes. Sucker, you're just proving my point, and he'll never learn anything if you indulge him like that.
I'm not worried about that right now.
He hauled her to her feet, running one hand down her back and undoing her ponytail with the other. Free from its elastic prison, her hair cascaded over her shoulders.
I have another, more pressing concern.
She was pretty sure she could feel it, pressing against her thigh. What's that? Why did she sound so out of breath, like she'd run a marathon instead of spent the morning trying to train a pig?
Keeping him occupied so I can kiss you.
There went her pulse into orbit again. What if I said I don't want to be kissed? She teased. His eyes skated south, stopping on the hard points of her aroused nipples, clearly visible through the thin cotton of her tank top, before returning to her face.
You'd be lying?
His mouth came crashing down on hers. He kissed her with the fervor of a man who'd gone days or weeks without seeing her, and not the mere hours since they'd lain together in his enormous four-poster bed. She kissed him back just as hungrily, her hands slipping under his shirt, her nails digging into his back as their lips locked and their tongues tangled. He broke the connection far too soon, staring down at her through long-lashed, lust-drunk eyes, his chest rising and falling with each labored breath.
This wasn't what I had in mind when I came looking for you, but I can't seem to keep my hands off you.
What did you have in mind? She stretched up to kiss his strong, stubbled jaw.
Not that I'm complaining about having your hands on me.
I wanted to ask you something.
Her heart did a little somersault. Depending on the question, that could be very, very good or very, very bad. And there was only one way to find out. It must be important if you were willing to tear yourself away from your work. I thought you said you had a lot of restaurant business to catch up on. Not surprising. They'd been joined at the hip since Capri, and all that play hadn't left much, if any, time for work. Spending their days swimming, sunning, or touring up and down the Amalfi Coast, snorkeling in Sorrento, viewing the erotic frescoes at Pompeii's Lupanar, an ancient brothel, relaxing in the thermal pools at Ischia, and their nights sharing the aforementioned four-poster bed. They'd learned a lot about each other, not just their bodies, their lives, their likes, their dislikes. Despite the whole opera rock debate, they had more in common than not. Both from unconventional families, both preferred the beach to the mountains, and sand to snow. And they both detested deviled eggs and store-bought pasta sauce. No topic was off limits. Well, almost none. The one thing they hadn't talked about was their exes. And while a huge part, of Zoe wanted to ask about the woman in the photo in Dante's study, she was happy not to discuss her own checkered romantic past. What was the point? Next week, they'd be on different continents. Cue another sharp stab of angst. She brushed it aside, leaving it in the proverbial dust with the last one, and pretended like her insides weren't twisting in the wind at the thought of being thousands of miles away from him.
I do have business to catch up on,
he said.
And this is important.
He tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear, letting his fingers linger on her cheek.
I have to go to Rome for a few days.
Oh. The happy bubble she'd been floating in burst. A few days? That was almost all the time they had left. She was hoping they'd spend it together, but he obviously had other ideas.
I want you to come with me.
Just like that, the happy bubble was intact again. You do? His fingers curled to cup her face.
La Bohème is playing at the Teatro dell'Opera di Roma. I thought you might enjoy experiencing it firsthand. There's nothing like live opera.
That sounds amazing! And romantic. Like that scene in Pretty Woman where Richard Gere takes Julia Roberts to the opera for the first time, and she gets all emotional watching the prima donna die of a broken heart. Except Zoe was no Julia Roberts, and she didn't expect a fairy tale ending, with Dante following her to San Francisco and climbing up her fire escape, blasting Puccini, and bearing a bouquet of flowers. She wasn't even sure her building had a fire escape.
Are you scheduled to fly home out of Naples?
He asked, his thumb tracing a line from her ear to her jaw. She nodded, the sting of yet another reminder that their relationship's expiration date was fast approaching, making the words stick in her throat.
We'll change it. You can leave from Rome.
That could work. There was only one tiny four-footed sticking point. But what about Houdini? I'm still waiting to hear from the United States Department of Agriculture on my application for a live animal import permit. The process was way more complicated than she'd anticipated, but the man she'd spoken to in the Maryland office last week confirmed that her application was complete and she should hear back from them in 1 to 6 weeks, meaning it was possible she'd have an answer before she left for San Francisco, and just as possible she wouldn't. Stupid red tape. Dante pressed a kiss to her forehead.
We'll bring him with us. If your permit is approved in time, you can take him with you. If not...
He paused and cleared his throat, like he was preparing to say something painful.
If not, I'll take care of him until it is and make sure he gets safely to you.
She looked at him in mock horror, tempered by the smile playing about her lips. "You're volunteering to pig-sit?"
"Do I have a choice?"
Dante asked, fending off Houdini, who had polished off the bowl of popcorn and was snuffling around their feet, trying to get in on the action.
"Besides, you said George Clooney had one. If he can do it, so can I."
"It's settled then. When do we leave?"
"This afternoon. Our flight leaves at 2.
"That soon?" She squirmed out of Dante's arms and picked up Houdini, shoving him into Dante's chest so he had no choice but to take him. "Then you can start practicing now."
"Practicing?"
"Pig-sitting," Zoe said over her shoulder, already halfway to the door. "You can watch him while I pack." Chapter 11. "When you said our flight, I pictured something very different," Zoe said, her eyes widening as they crossed the tarmac toward the sleek silver Gulfstream G4. Dante smiled, loving her wide-eyed wonder. He wasn't the kind of guy who wore his wealth like a badge of honor, but once in a while it had its perks. Seeing Zoe's reaction to his private jet was definitely one of them.
"You approve?"
"I do." She stopped at the bottom of the air stairs. "Is it yours?" He nodded.
"Makes business travel much more pleasurable."
"Damn." She let out a low whistle. "I knew you were loaded, but not this loaded." As much as they had shared in the past week since returning from Capri, there was still a lot she didn't know about him, and he about her. And even though his heart desperately wanted to change that, wanted to know everything about her, and for her to know him fully, his head barraged him with constant reminders of how futile that would be. Their arrangement, he preferred that word to the relationship, with all its subtext and expectations, was temporary, nothing more. She'd be gone in a matter of days, back in her world, leaving him alone in his. The way he liked it. Or so he told himself.
"So you'll be after me for my money now?"
He purposefully kept his tone light, teasing, pushing down the bitterness that always threatened to overwhelm him when he thought of Zoe leaving. He put a hand at the small of her back as they ascended the stairs, balancing Houdini's pet carrier in the other. She'd tried teaching the pig how to walk on a leash, but it was a work in progress, and she hadn't wanted to risk him getting loose in a crowded airport. "Hardly." She gave him a sassy, side-eyed glance. "It's your body I want." His lip curled into a naughty, knowing grin.
"You won't hear me complaining."
They reached the top of the stairway, where his longtime pilot, Alessandro, a retired captain in the Italian Air Force, waited for them.
"Good afternoon, Signore Sabatini, and Miss..."
"Ryan," Zoe supplied.
"It's been a long time since we've had a guest on board, especially a female."
Dante shot him a warning glare. No need for Zoe to find out that the last woman to fly with him was his fiancée.
"Are we ready to take off?" "Si, signore,"
Alessandro answered with a curt nod.
"Your luggage is below, we're fully fueled, and all of our pre-flight preparations are complete. We're just waiting for clearance from air traffic control. They're a little backed up. It may be 20 to 30 minutes before we're in the air." "That's fine. Where's Greta?"
Like Alessandro, the flight attendant had been on staff for almost as long as Dante had owned the Gulfstream.
"In the galley, preparing la merenda."
Zoe looked up at him, her forehead adorably creased in confusion. "Merenda?"
"Mid-afternoon snack,"
Dante said. The pig chose that moment to let out a loud squeal. Alessandro glanced down at the source of the noise, his brows drawn together in a perplexed frown.
"Is there, anything else I can do for you, signore?" "No, thank you. We can get ourselves settled."
With another nod, the pilot disappeared into the cockpit. Dante steered Zoe toward the back of the plane, chuckling at the way her jaw dropped and her eyes got impossibly wider as she took in the luxurious interior. Leather-upholstered captain's chairs, a full bar, top-of-the-line entertainment system. He didn't usually get off on flaunting his wealth, but if it impressed Zoe, he was all for it. She deserved to be pampered, and he was more than up for the job. She stopped in the middle of the aisle and turned to him, pointing at the giant television mounted between two windows. "I'm pretty sure that flat screen is bigger than the one in my apartment." He set the pet carrier down on one of the cushions and bent down to peer inside. "Easy all right in there?" "Aha!" Zoe snapped her fingers. "I knew it! You do like him!" Truth, the stupid swine was starting to grow on him, but he wasn't going to let the pig know that, or her, and it stopped there. He wasn't letting himself get too attached to the damn thing. Or her, he reminded himself. He poked a finger through the bars, which the pig promptly nibbled. "I don't want to listen to him squealing the whole flight because he's behind bars." "I could let him out. How much do you like this carpet?" His face must have registered his displeasure, because she took one look at him and burst into laughter. "Just kidding. I brought his pee pads. He and your carpet should be fine." Dante didn't want to know what a pee pad was, so he didn't ask. He took a seat and watched as Zoe shrugged off her backpack and unlocked the pet carrier, taking the pig out and giving him a quick nuzzle before setting him down and letting him explore. When the animal was happily sniffing his new surroundings, Dante caught Zoe's hand and tugged her down next to him. "Sit. Relax. Greta should be out any minute with our food." As if on cue, the stewardess appeared, carrying a tray laden with breads, cheeses, fruits, and cured meats. 2 champagne glasses and a bottle of Prosecco completed the spread. She barely batted an eye as she stepped around the pig. Then again, not much fazed Greta. No doubt she'd seen stranger things when Luca used the corporate jet. She set the tray down on the mahogany coffee table bolted to the floor. "It's good to see you again, Signori Sabatini." "Thank you, Greta. How is Christian? Did he like his birthday present?" "He loved it. He hasn't stopped playing with it since he unwrapped it. Says he wants to be a chef when he grows up, just like Signore Luca." "Don't worry." Dante chuckled as he reached for the Prosecco and filled both glasses. "I'm sure he'll grow out of it and choose a more sensible career. Maybe something in the finance industry." He handed one of the glasses to Zoe, and she took it. "Are you saying your brother isn't sensible?" "I'll let you be the judge of that. We're meeting him in Rome." Her hand froze, the glass halfway to her lips. "We're what? Is there anything else I can get you?" Greta asked. He'd almost forgotten the stewardess was still standing there. That tended to happen when Zoe was around. Everything but her faded into the background. "No, thank you. We'll call if we need anything." With a polite nod, she disappeared down the aisle and through the pocket doors that separated the galley and crew quarters from the passenger compartment. Dante turned back to Zoe, who was eyeing him over the rim of her glass, one brow quirked so high it almost disappeared under her bangs. "Why didn't you tell me we were meeting your brother?" "Luca may act tough, but inside he's a big teddy bear. He'll love you. Like I'm starting to." Dante pushed the disturbing thought deep, deep down, plucked a grape from the tray, and fed it to the pig, who had made himself comfortable on Dante's designer loafer, staring hungrily up at the table. He snuffed it up and wagged his tail appreciatively. Zoe took a sip of her Prosecco. "Word to the wise, a lady appreciates a little advance warning, gives her time to prepare." "Prepare?" he asked, reaching for his own drink. You know, steel herself mentally, make sure she looks presentable, avoid embarrassing situations like flashing her ass cheeks to unsuspecting grandmothers. She grimaced. "Trust me,
Nona was totally charmed, flashing aside.
And the skin had been a nice bonus for him. Well, I was totally humiliated. Her grimace turned to a groan. Please, God, never again.
I guess now would be a good time to tell you a couple of my university buddies will be joining us. We have a monthly poker game.
Aha! She snapped her fingers, startling the pig, who leaped to his feet, squealing. So that's what this trip is all about. Poker. I thought you had business in Rome.
Why can't it be both? A little business, a little pleasure.
He set his glass down and slipped the animal another grape, which stopped his whining. Then, instead of bringing his hand back to his glass, he let it rest on Zoe's smooth, bare thigh under the hem of her sundress.
Maybe a lot of pleasure.
Her eyes went from the pale gold color of champagne to a rich, dark amber. What did you have in mind? Before he had a chance to tell her about the aft cabin with a king-sized bed, Greta reappeared. We'll be taking off in a few minutes. The pilot asked me to make sure you were buckled in.
Thank you, Greta.
He fastened his seatbelt and motioned for Zoe to do the same. Seeing that they were secured, Greta nodded and went back into the galley, sliding the pocket door shut behind her.
Now, where were we?
He lowered his hand back to her thigh as the plane started to taxi down the runway. But Greta
is strapped into her own seat, where she'll stay until we're in the air. And even then, she won't disturb us unless I ring for her.
Zoe looked down at his hand, then back up at him, her lips twisted into a sort of half-smile, half-smirk. You sound like you've done this before.
If you're asking if I'm a member of the Mile High Club, the answer is no. But I'm hoping that will change in about...
He glanced at his Rolex.
20 minutes.
That fast, huh? There was no halfway about it this time. She was definitely smirking at him. You're not usually that quick on the trigger.
I didn't want to set the bar too high. Better to exceed expectations than fail to meet them.
The plane lifted into the air, pushing them back in their seats. Dante took advantage of the involuntary movement to slip a finger under the edge of her lacy panties, making her gasp. I can't believe we're doing this, she said, her eyes fluttering closed. He leaned in to whisper in her ear.
Eyes open. I want to see them get all soft and hazy when you come.
She complied, her eyelids slowly rising. My eyes get all soft and hazy when I come? He nodded, adding another finger under the lace, inching them closer to her center.
And your cheeks flush, and your lips part. Sometimes your tongue darts out to wet them. It's beautiful. You're beautiful.
Oh. The word was a prayer, a promise, a plea that went straight to his dick. But there would be plenty of time to take care of that on the hour-long flight. This was for her, not him. His fingers found her core, warm and oh so wet, and he slid them inside, moving them slowly at first, teasing, then gradually increasing momentum until she was lifting her hips to press against him, her breath coming in short, moaning gasps. He lowered his mouth to hers and captured one, inhaling it as their lips met and his tongue brushed hers. She tasted vibrant and crisp and bubbly, with hints of apple and peach from the Prosecco. The total effect was invigorating, intoxicating, addictive. He worked his fingers in deeper, using his thumb to find the hard little nub at the top of her sex. She rewarded him by crying out his name, softly, but no less urgently than if she'd screamed it loud enough to be heard by the people thousands of kilometers below.
That's it,
he urged against her lips.
Let go.
Again, she obeyed, digging her nails into his forearm as she came apart around his fingers. When the tremors subsided, he unbuckled his seatbelt, then hers, and stood, scooping her up in one swift move and carrying her to the back of the plane. She banded her arms around his shoulders and buried her face in the crook of his neck. "Where are you taking me?"
"Didn't I tell you?"
he asked, knowing full well he hadn't.
"There's a king-sized bed in the aft cabin."
"I raise."
Miguel pushed a stack of coins to the center of the table and sat back smugly, puffing on his cigar. Dante grimaced and threw his hand down. The gods of Texas Hold'em were not with him tonight.
"I fold."
"I call."
Xander tossed a few more coins onto the pile and flipped his cards over.
"Straight, 8 to queen."
"Nice."
Miguel tapped his cigar over the ashtray and turned over his hand.
"But not nice enough. Full house. Jacks over aces."
Xander shook his head and reached for his Sapporo, which he insisted on bringing with him every month from Greece. If you asked Dante, it tasted like gasoline.
"Damn! I was sure you were bluffing. You were bouncing your knee. You always do that when you have a weak hand." "Not always, apparently."
Miguel swept the pot into his pile of cash, which was already larger than Dante's and Xander's combined. Then he puffed out a ring of smoke from his cigar and eyed Dante, who was shuffling the cards.
"Where's your girlfriend? I thought she was joining us."
Dante stopped shuffling.
"She's not my girlfriend. She's just a friend who happens to be a girl."
"Right."
Xander sipped his disgusting drink.
"A friend you've been living with for, what, almost a month now? And who you couldn't bear to leave behind?"
Miguel chuckled.
"I'm surprised you could tear yourself away from your seaside love nest to join us."
It was pointless arguing with these two. Let them think what they wanted. Never mind that what they were thinking was closer to the truth than Dante wanted to admit. He tapped the deck of cards on the table and dealt the next hand.
"She went to Wakudini."
The name sounded strange on Dante's lips, and he realized that, consciously or unconsciously, he tended to think of the pig as some nameless, faceless being, another self-defense mechanism, a way for him to distance himself from both the woman and the pig.
"You got a dog?"
Xander asked, his interest suddenly piqued.
"I wondered what the crate was for, but was afraid to ask."
"Not a dog, a pig,"
Dante corrected.
"And he's not mine. He's Zoe's."
Miguel peeked at his cards, then tossed a couple of coins in the center of the table.
"Call. Who keeps a pig as a pet?"
"George Clooney, for one."
Dante added some money to the pile.
"Raise. And I'll have you know that pigs make excellent pets. They're smarter than dogs and easier to train."
Christ, now he sounded like an ad for that organization Zoe was always talking about. What was it called? Right, the AMPA, American Mini Pig Association. The door to his penthouse apartment swung open, and the mini pig in question trotted through, followed by Zoe at the other end of his fancy leash. She knelt down to unclip it from his harness. "We're back. Sorry it took so long. Houdini took forever to do his business, and then I got distracted by the—" She looked up and froze. The pig, free from his tether, clip-clopped over to his crate, which looked out of place with Dante's sleek, industrial-inspired decor, none of Alberto Pinto's work here, and made himself comfortable in the nest of blankets and pillows inside.
"You must be Zoe."
Xander pushed his chair away from the table, stood, and crossed to her. He held out a hand, and she took it, letting him help her to her feet.
"I'm Xander Castellanos, Dante's richer, handsomer, more talented friend. You left out cockier,"
Dante muttered.
"And more full of shit."
Xander ignored him, bringing Zoe's hand to his lips and kissing it.
"You're even more beautiful than I expected."
"See?"
Miguel nodded his head in agreement and stubbed out his cigar.
Our poorer, uglier, far less talented friend's description failed to do you justice.
Bastard. Dante was starting to rethink the logic of bringing Zoe to Rome and exposing her to the two most obnoxious men in the Mediterranean, even if they were his oldest and dearest friends. She looked down at her outfit, a simple off-the-shoulder top and the same cut-off shorts she'd been wearing when she first barged into his villa and upended his life, and smoothed down her flyaway hair.
You're both bigger charmers than he is. I haven't even showered yet. I look like something the cat dragged in. Or the pig.
She looked over at the crate where Houdini was already snoring softly. Then her eyes found Dante's, a mildly accusing glint dancing in their depths.
I thought your friends weren't arriving until later this afternoon.
So did I.
Dante laid his cards down on the table and went to the bar cart to pour himself another 2 fingers of scotch. Glenlivet, a real man's drink that went down smooth and easy, and didn't taste like gasoline.
They surprised me by showing up early. We couldn't wait to meet you,
Xander said. Did his voice always sound like that, or was he doing a bad Idris Elba impression?
And take all of Dante's money,
Miguel added.
He's a terrible poker player.
Can I sit in on your game?
Zoe asked.
I've always wanted to learn how to play. I used to watch my father and his friends from the Elks Lodge. It looked like so much fun.
Fun?
Xander scoffed.
Poker isn't fun. It's a game of skill. A serious game for serious players. And we bet real money,
Dante warned her.
Not toothpicks or candy. Stop trying to scare her off.
Miguel joined Dante at the bar cart and reached for the Glenlivet. He poured some into a rocks glass, then added a healthy splash of club soda. Dante winced. It was a crime to water down good scotch. Or, if it wasn't, it should be. Miguel sipped his criminal excuse for a cocktail.
I say we let her join us. A beautiful woman is exactly what our game needs. He's got a point,
Xander said. Turncoat.
I'd rather look at her across the table than either of your ugly mugs. Fine, she can play.
Dante turned to Zoe.
But I'm warning you, Karina, it can get pretty cutthroat. Don't blame me when you wind up with empty pockets.
He needn't have worried about her. An hour and a half and 10 hands later, Zoe had a pile of cash 3 times the size of Miguel's, her closest competitor. Dante had only a handful of chips left, and Xander's pile was non-existent.
Gentlemen,
Dante announced, leaning back in his chair and downing what was left of his scotch.
I think we've been conned. By the prettiest card shark this side of the Tiber River,
Miguel added.
Guilty as charged.
Zoe shrugged, color rising in her cheeks even as she tried to appear nonchalant.
I didn't watch my father and his friends. They let me play with them. Taught me everything I know.
Xander looked from the empty space in front of him where his chips had been to Zoe's towering pile and back again.
Looks like they taught you well.
I'd say I'm sorry, but I'd be lying.
She flashed him a cat that ate the canary smile. And, like my great-aunt Matilda always said, never tell a lie when you can tell the truth, especially when the truth is so much more fun.
Nobody likes a sore winner,
Xander grumbled.
And I'll bet you don't even have a great-aunt Matilda.
Do so?
Zoe shot back, laughing off his jibe and retrieving her cell phone from under her chair. But her smile drooped and her laughter faded when she swiped the screen.
Something wrong?
Dante asked.
No, just a missed call from my sister. I'll call her back later.
She stood and scooped up her money.
It was a pleasure beating you, gentlemen, but it's time for me to take my money and run. You can have a little guy time while I count my winnings and dream about what I'm going to spend them on.
Dante tried, unsuccessfully, to fight back his own laughter as he watched her go. She'd lied to them, handed them their asses, played them for fools. He should be annoyed with her at a minimum, humiliated, his ego in tatters. And yet he was laughing, because he didn't feel any of those things. In their place was an irrational feeling of pride, not of himself, but of her. And something else, a floating, almost euphoric sensation he hadn't felt since... Miguel slapped him on the back. "You owe your grandmother an apology, and an expensive bottle of Campari. She found you a real gem, finally." "You're not telling me that beautiful creature," Xander waved a hand at the archway Zoe had disappeared through, "was one of Nona's fix-ups? In a manner of speaking." Miguel raised his glass in a mock toast. Whether it was to Zoe's beauty or Nona's matchmaking skills, Dante wasn't sure. "She rented Zoe the villa, knowing Dante would be there." "She swears it was a booking error," Dante said, not sure why he felt it necessary to defend his grandmother. Xander let out a low wolf whistle. "Damn! Nona really hit it out of the ballpark this time. Do you think she could find someone for me?" "You?" Miguel scoffed. "Serial dater extraordinaire? King of the one-night stand?" "Isn't that like the pot calling the kettle a playboy?" Dante asked, gathering the cards. A shadow crossed the usually good-natured Xander's face. "One-night stands start to feel pretty empty after a while. There comes a time when a man wants something more." "Not you, too." Miguel blew out a derisive raspberry. "It's obvious Dante is a lost cause, but I never thought you'd be tempted to succumb." "Succumb?" Xander raised an eyebrow at the $10 word. "To what?" "To the power of love." Love? What was Miguel talking about? Dante wasn't in love. It was too much, too soon. And what about Nicole? She was his anima gemella, his soulmate. And she was gone. He wouldn't be in love with Zoe. Not so soon. Not when she was leaving. Not when they agreed that what they were doing was temporary. A vacation fling. Nothing more. He shuffled the deck and cut it twice. If he could distract his friends with the promise of more poker, maybe Miguel would forget the ridiculous notion that Dante was in love. "Anyone up for another hand? I need a chance to recoup my losses." Xander shook his head. "I'm busted. And I'm not risking what little I have left." Miguel took his pathetic pile of coins and dropped them into his pocket. "Besides, I'd much rather continue to interrogate you about your love life, now that you actually have one." Dante pushed the deck of cards to the center of the table. "I told you, Zoe and I are just friends." Xander rolled his eyes. "Right. And denial is just a river in Egypt." "You called her Karina," Miguel pointed out, his tone suddenly serious. "Sweetheart. And I see the way you look at her. I haven't seen you look at anyone that way since—" "Don't!" Dante snapped, pushing his chair away from the table with so much force that the cards scattered. "Don't say it." Miguel stood and put his hand on Dante's shoulder. "It's time. You have to stop blaming yourself for Nicole's death. She'd want you to be happy." "I don't want to talk about Nicole." Why did it matter what she would have wanted? She wasn't there. Because of him. No matter what his friends thought, they couldn't change the truth. If he had talked to the chef, asked a few simple questions, then Nicole would have known. "Have you told Zoe about her?" Miguel asked gently. Dante shook off his friend's hand, snatched his empty glass off the table, and stalked over to the bar cart. "Why would I do that? She goes home in a few days, to San Francisco. Her life is there. Her family is there." Miguel joined Dante, plunked his glass down on the bar cart, and poured them both generous portions of Glenlivet, not even bothering to defile his with soda this time. "So?" "It's 6,000 miles from here.
which, in case you've forgotten, is my home." "You have your own private jet," Xander said, "and enough money to gas it up and go at a moment's notice." "Even if I were in love with Zoe, which I'm not, there's no evidence she feels the same way."
"Are you blind, man?"
Xander leaned back in his chair and stretched out his legs.
"With the amount of time she spent staring at you, I'm surprised she even knew what cards she had in her hand."
Dante wanted to call bullshit. Zoe had taken them all to the cleaners, so clearly she was paying more attention to the game than to him. But he knew these men, had known them since they were barely out of boyhood, and he knew once they got hold of something, be it a multinational corporation or some far-fetched idea about his love life, they wouldn't let go until they were good and ready, on their own damn terms. So he pivoted the only way he could think of, the Italian way, with food.
"Anyone hungry?"
he asked, setting his drink down and pulling his cell phone from his pocket.
"I could call Luca and have him send over something from the restaurant."
Xander patted his stomach.
"I never say no to Luca's food." "Me either,"
Miguel agreed.
"But don't think that means you're off the hook. We're not done interrogating you about Zoe."
Dante didn't doubt it, although it would be harder for them to interrogate him with their mouths full of pasta. Chapter 12.
"Buonasera, signore Savatini."
The hostess greeted them with a wide, genuine smile.
"It's good to see you again."
"Thank you, Valentina."
She blushed, and Dante gave himself a mental pat on the back for getting her name right. He prided himself on remembering the names of his employees, not an easy feat with the amount of turnover typical in the restaurant business. But it was little things, like calling people by name, that made the difference between a pleasant, productive workplace and one that was unbearable.
"We have your usual table ready for you,"
Valentina said, motioning for them to follow her into the restaurant.
"And your brother said he'll be out to see you as soon as he can. They're a bit busy in the kitchen right now."
"Busy is good," Zoe piped up beside him.
"Right?" "Very."
They reached their table, his favorite, tucked away in a quiet corner, far from the usually noisy, bustling bar area, and he pulled out a chair for Zoe. He'd considered reserving the chef's table, a counter, really, in front of the kitchen, where diners could witness Luca's culinary wizardry firsthand. But he quickly rejected that idea. It was one of their last nights together, a fact he tried to bury deep in his subconscious, but that kept resurfacing, like a recurring nightmare. And he wanted to spend it with Zoe, alone, not surrounded by the cacophony of a commercial kitchen, watching his brother show off at his Vulcan SX series range. After assuring them their waiter would be with them shortly, Valentina disappeared, presumably returning to her station at the front of the house. Dante took a seat across from Zoe, admiring the way the flames from the candle in the center of the table danced across her face, and picked up the silver fibers in the jacquard dress he'd picked out for her at Dolce & Gabbana. It was fun spoiling her. She'd resisted at first, of course, but in the end, he'd won. She'd even let him throw in a matching purse and shoes. He wasn't sure where the need to pamper her came from. Maybe on some deep-seated level it was because he wished he could give her more of himself. But that was impossible. He'd given everything, body, mind, soul, and, most importantly, heart, to Nicole. Her death, due in part to his own carelessness, had shattered him. After a year, he was finally beginning to put the pieces back together. Letting himself love again was a risk he couldn't take right now. Maybe not ever. He forced that sobering thought from his head and leaned back in his chair. His remaining time with Zoe was short. He wasn't going to let anything spoil it, especially his painful past.
"So, what do you think?"
Her eyes sparkled, their shine making the flickering light of the candle pale in comparison.
"I don't know. I haven't eaten anything yet.
Although, if it's anything like the food your brother sent over yesterday, I'm sure I'll be well fed and happy in no time.
Not about the food, about the ambiance. You've designed commercial spaces, haven't you?
Yes, I've even worked on a few restaurants.
Good.
He waved a hand around the dining room, encouraging her to take it all in.
I want an expert's opinion.
She bit her lip as her gaze slowly roamed the room, her brow creased in concentration. He liked that she took her time to form an opinion, rather than giving him some knee-jerk, overly complimentary response. "It's charming," she said when she'd finished her thorough appraisal. "Cozy and intimate, but upscale, too. The rustic furniture and vintage lighting fixtures add a touch of warmth."
That's exactly what we were going for when we redid this place a few years ago.
"Then I'd say you succeeded." A waiter materialized, seemingly out of thin air, set down 2 glasses, and proceeded to fill them with one of Dante's favorite reds, a Sicilian Nero d'Avola. Then, as quickly and quietly as he appeared, he faded away. Dante made a mental note to tell the maitre d' to give the guy a raise. Waitstaff who understood how to be both attentive and unobtrusive were hard to come by. Zoe looked across the table at Dante, down to her now full glass, then back to Dante again. "We didn't order anything." Dante lifted his glass to his nose, swirled, sniffed, and sipped.
My staff knows what I like. If it's not to your taste, let me know, and we can get something different.
"I'm sure I'll love it. I'm not picky when it comes to wine. We even drank the box crap in college."
He shuddered. That's not wine. That's fermented grape juice.
Well, it was all we could afford, and it got us just as wasted as the good stuff.
I hope you're as laid back about food as you are about alcohol. My brother is preparing a tasting menu for us, and I have no idea what he'll come up with. He likes to experiment on my sensitive palate.
She took a sip of her wine, licked her lips, and smiled at him over the rim of her glass. "Remember Capri?"
His dick did, that was for sure.
It hardened at the memory.
Which part? The first time I made you come? The second? Or maybe you mean the third time when I
was talking about dinner. I devoured everything you put in front of me." He leaned in and dropped his voice even lower, making sure that even in this secluded corner of the restaurant, no one could overhear him.
"And then you devoured my cock."
The waiter reappeared with their first course, tiny tortellini in a rich chicken broth, just in time to see her pretty face go from pale pink to ruby red. They got through 2 more courses, macaroni in tomato basil sauce, and more tortellini, this time with brown butter and sage, before Luca was able to break free from the kitchen.
"My pezzo forte,"
he said, placing a dish of ribbon-like pasta in front of each of them.
"The star of this meal? Tagliolini with a Modena-style ragu. Similar to bolognese, but instead of pancetta, veal, and beef, I used prosciutto, mortadella, and pork, with Parmigiano rinds for the braise, and just a small touch of tomato."
Dante refilled Zoe's wine glass, then his.
"If you haven't guessed, this show-off is my brother, Luca."
"The family resemblance is hard to miss," Zoe said, looking from one brother to the other.
"It's easy to tell us apart."
Luca pulled a chair up to the end of the table and plunked his arrogant ass down.
"He's 2 minutes older, and I'm twice as attractive."
Zoe's lips curled into a teasing grin. "Like your brother, you clearly have no problem in the ego department."
"I prefer to think of it as a healthy self-esteem."
Luca's smile matched hers.
"You must be Zoe. I'm glad to see my brother has met someone who can stand up to him. He can be a bear sometimes." "I don't remember inviting you to join us."
Dante pouted. Not a good look on a grown-ass man, but he couldn't stop his lower lip from jutting out. He was grateful to his brother for the amazing meal he'd prepared for them, and he wanted to catch up with him. It had been months since they sat down together and talked about anything other than their restaurants. At the same time, he didn't want to waste 1 second of the handful of days he had left with Zoe. Rock, meet, hard place.
Do I need an invitation?
Luca signaled a waiter for a glass and poured himself some Nero d'Avolo. Of course not. Zoe gave Dante a look that said he was being unreasonable, which he was. He and his brother always gave each other shit, a friendly twin rivalry, underscored with love. This was no different than their normal, light-hearted banter. Or was it? This is delicious, Zoe continued, savoring a forkful of the tagliolini. Just like everything else you've served us this evening.
Wait until you've had dessert. I have something special planned. Should you be drinking? Dante asked. Don't you have a kitchen to supervise? The dinner rush is almost over, and Aurora's running the kitchen.
Right, the new sous chef Luca hired right before Dante left for Bella Vista.
How is she working out? Excellent. She's smart, talented, and puts up with my temper tantrums. Luca chuckled. But I didn't come out here to talk business. I wanted to meet the first woman to break through my brother's crusty exterior since... Has anyone ever told you talk too much?
Dante chugged the rest of his wine, which was a shame because Nero d'Avolo was meant to be sipped, not slugged. Fortunately, his brother got the hint and backed off. For the rest of their conversation, he steered clear of any mention of Nicole, sticking to good-natured attempts to annoy Dante with embarrassing childhood stories. They chatted for about half an hour until Luca excused himself to prepare their dessert. A waiter appeared a few minutes later with 2 plates, each one bearing a piece of 3-layer sponge cake topped with whipped cream frosting and garnished with slivered almonds. Dante's jaw tightened.
Is that rum cake?
Si, signore, with Luca's signature chocolate and vanilla pasticcera.
Take it away. But...
The waiter started.
I said, take it away.
Dante barked. What the hell was his brother thinking? Of all the desserts he could have chosen for them, Luca knew better than to serve him that one. What's wrong? Zoe asked as the waiter scuttled off, plate still in hand, and a confused, stunned expression on his face. You scared the hell out of that poor waiter. She was right. He was shooting the messenger instead of directing his anger where it belonged, at his brother. He threw his napkin down, pushed his chair back from the table so violently his fortunately empty wine glass tipped over, and stood, ready to do battle. He had only gone a few steps when the door to the kitchen swung open, and the object of his ire burst out and strode toward him.
I told that stupid boy table 4, not 14.
Luca's face was as ashen as the restaurant's white linen napkins.
I'm sorry, Dante. I'll have him fired immediately. I would never... I know,
Dante said, cutting him off. One look at Luca's face made Dante's anger fade as quickly as it flared up. He should have known it was a simple mix-up. Luca would never hurt him so deeply, not intentionally. But when it came to anything that touched his memories of Nicole, Dante's feelings often trumped reason. And that applied in triplicate when those memories were of her death.
Dante shook his head. Don't fire him. Not on my account. It was an honest mistake. One that never should have happened.
Luca clenched his fist, looking like he wanted to slam the nearest wall.
Fuck! When I think of how it must have made you feel, seeing that damn cake, remembering how Nicole...
Is everything all right? Zoe's voice, more hesitant and unsure than usual, mercifully stopped Luca from finishing his sentence. Dante turned his head to see her standing next to him. He didn't know how long she'd been there or what she heard, but he knew their meal was over. He didn't have an appetite for dessert anymore, and he doubted she did either.
We should be going. We don't want to miss the start of La Bohème.
assuming she still wanted to go with him after the display he just put on. "Are you going to explain what all that was about?" Her voice was harder now, the uncertainty replaced by anger. No, anger was the wrong word. It was more like sorrow. Or pain. "Who's Nicole?" Luca's jaw dropped, and Zoe's stomach plummeted right along with it. His obvious shock was all she needed to clue her in that whatever this was about, it wasn't going to be good.
"She doesn't know?"
he asked.
Dante glared at his brother. "This isn't the time, or the place." "Then what is?"
Luca put an arm around Dante's shoulder and leaned in so he could lower his voice, but not enough that Zoe couldn't make out what he was saying.
"If she means anything to you, tell her. You owe it to her. And to yourself."
He gave Zoe a nod that was half apology, half escape, and headed in the direction of the kitchen, leaving her alone, well, alone in a restaurant full of people, with Dante. Can you say awkward? Dante cleared his throat and stuffed his hands in his pockets.
"We should go,"
he said again. The hair on Zoe's arms and the back of her neck prickled. "Is that all you have to say to me? You barked at that innocent waiter over a cake? Don't I deserve some sort of an explanation?"
"You do, but not here."
He took her elbow, gently guiding her toward the door.
"Let's walk."
On any other night, her heart would have done a hop, skip, and a jump at the suggestion. What was more romantic than an evening stroll through one of the most romantic cities on earth? Walking along the Via Sacra, watching the boats on the Tiber River, getting lost in the maze of narrow cobblestone streets in Trastevere with its colorful houses, centuries-old piazzas, and ancient statues lit by street lamps. Tonight, however, she was too keyed up to appreciate the atmosphere. Neither one of them spoke for a few blocks. The longer they walked, the more uncomfortable it became. A couple of times, Zoe almost caved and opened her big mouth, but she bit her tongue, determined to give him the benefit of the doubt. This was clearly difficult for him. He'd talk when he was ready. What were a few more minutes in the grand scheme of things? She owed him at least that much. Finally, just as they were approaching the Spanish steps connecting Piazza di Spagna with Trinità dei Monti, he broke the silence.
"Sit with me."
He motioned to the wide, irregular stone staircase that was a popular gathering place with both locals and tourists. She nodded, and they found a spot partway up the steps off to one side, somewhat removed from the hustle and bustle of the street below, which was crowded with families enjoying after-dinner gelato, teenagers flirting and smoking cigarettes, and vendors trying to sell everything from flowers to selfie sticks.
"Nicole was my fiancée,"
he said after a long moment. He didn't look at Zoe as he spoke, staring out into the moonlit night, almost as if he were in another time, another place, totally removed from her and everything else around them.
"She died almost a year ago."
"I'm so sorry, Dante." Sorry. Such a small, insubstantial word for everything she wanted to express. She reached out to put a hand on his knee, hoping the physical connection would make up for the inadequacy of her words. But he brushed it away.
"Don't."
He waved off a street vendor approaching them with a basket of trinkets.
"I don't deserve your pity."
"How can you say that?"
"It was my fault."
Dante ran a shaky hand through his wind-swept hair, still not daring to look at her.
"Nicole would still be here, if it wasn't for me."
Zoe stared at the man beside her, so near physically, but so distant emotionally, lost in his sorrow and self-accusation. Yes, she'd known him for not even a month, but that was long enough for her to know that the man wouldn't intentionally hurt anyone, especially not someone he loved. And it was obvious from his demeanor, the slumped shoulders, the haunted expression, the rough, halting timbre of his voice, that he had loved Nicole very much. A pang of sadness hit her right in the chest, not just for Dante and his loss, but for herself. Had she ever loved anyone that way? Would she? She tried again to touch him, twining her fingers through his longer, stronger ones. This time, she breathed a sigh of relief when he didn't pull away.
I don't believe that. We were celebrating her birthday,
Dante continued, almost as if he hadn't heard her.
A week late, because I was away on business. That was why I ordered the rum cake. It's an Italian tradition. I didn't know the chef had used a strawberry-infused rum.
Strawberry?
Nicole was highly allergic. She went into anaphylactic shock almost immediately. I administered her EpiPen, but it wasn't enough. By the time the paramedics got there, she was already gone.
He looked at Zoe for the first time since they'd sat down on the steps. The deep, acute anguish in his eyes just about broke her. That wasn't your fault. You did everything you could.
Did I? I was supposed to protect her.
His gaze drifted down to their hands, still joined. He started to pull back, but Zoe held fast, determined not to let him get away that easily. No, you were supposed to love her, and it sounds to me like you did a pretty good job of that.
Not good enough.
Another vendor started to come up to them, but Zoe gave him an icy glare that made him change direction. When she turned back to Dante, his head was down and his eyes closed, shutting himself off in some private place with only his grief and guilt to keep him company. Zoe squeezed his hand, subtly letting him know he didn't have to battle his demons alone. Sometimes terrible things happen for no reason. No one is to blame.
Dante shook his head. I should have been more careful. Gone to the kitchen and talked directly to the chef.
No matter how careful we are, there are always things we can't control, she said gently. You have to stop punishing yourself. His shoulders drooped lower.
I wish I knew how.
Talking about it is a good first step. She scooted closer to him and dared to plant a soft kiss on his cheek. Thank you for trusting me. He let out a quick, hollow laugh.
I didn't have much choice.
Yes, you did. You could have stayed silent and let me walk away.
No, I couldn't.
He lifted his head. The pain in his eyes was still there, but now there was something more, a longing she hadn't seen there before. It was real and raw, and it sent another sharp zing to her chest. But this time it was more awareness than sorrow. The world around them seemed to stop. The moment felt important, pivotal, like it marked a turning point in their relationship, moving it from something fast and fleeting to something deeper and intensely personal. But that was ridiculous, wasn't it? She was leaving. He was staying. How could their romance be anything more than a holiday fling? She released his hand and wiped her palms on her dress, suddenly awkward and nervous. It's been a long night. I'd understand if you wanted to skip the opera. He checked his watch.
If we hurry, we can make the opening curtain.
Are you sure?
Positive. How else can I prove to you that Puccini's soaring melodies are more ear-pleasing than Freddie Mercury's caterwauling?
The hint of a smile that had started to play around the corners of his lips faded, and his teasing tone grew more serious. He put an arm around her, pulling her closer.
Please, Carina, I don't want this night to end. Not yet. Let me share this with you. I need to share this with you.
That hopping, skipping, and jumping thing? Her heart was doing it, triple time. He'd shared so much of himself already. She had no right to want more, but she did. Freddie Mercury didn't caterwaul, she said, trying to follow his initial lead and add some lightness to what had been an emotionally exhausting evening. But I'd be happy to...
Santa, scusi.
A police officer in a neon yellow vest ran up to them, blowing his whistle.
Stand up.
Zoe blinked up at him. I'm sorry, officer, did we do something wrong?
Loitering on the steps is illegal.
He shook a finger at them, then took a pad and pen from his vest.
It will cost you 250 euros, each.
Dante stood, holding out a hand to Zoe and pulling her up with him.
We were just leaving. Too late, I've seen you. The crime has already been committed.
The officer flipped his pad open and started scribbling. Dante glanced down at the Gucci slingbacks he'd bought just that morning for more money than Zoe wanted to remember, then whispered in her ear,
Can you run in those heels?
She risked a glimpse at the officer, who was head down, still scrawling away. I don't know.
Are you willing to try?
Dante asked, his smile full-blown and the unhappiness in his eyes replaced by a mischievous glint. She met his gaze, glad for the diversion. Like Dante, she didn't want this night to end either, even if it meant trying to outrun the police in 4-inch heels.
I'm game if you are. On the count of 3.
He tightened his grip on her hand.
1, 2,
3! Zoe yelled. And they took off down the stairs, giggling like the teenagers they pushed past as they made their way through the crowd, the officers' muffled curses fading behind them in the warm September night. Chapter 13. Dante was right. They had just enough time to make it to their box seats as the lights were going down. Of course, it didn't hurt that they were running from the law. Even in her brand-new, not-yet-broken-in, too-high heels, Zoe figured they cut a good 5 minutes off the track from Piazza di Spagna to the Opera House. Her phone buzzed. Again. It had been buzzing all night, but she dutifully ignored it. She knew who it was and what he wanted. She just wasn't ready to answer him yet. She fished her phone out of her purse to silence it, glancing at the latest text before shutting it off. Yep, just as she suspected, her former boss's boss. He'd been leaving voicemails and texts ever since the poker game yesterday. Apparently, Smarmy Marty wasn't only a two-faced design stealer, he'd also been padding his expenses. He'd been found out and fired, and the firm was offering her his job, at almost twice her old salary. Sure, she was happy that good won out and the bad guy got what he deserved, but she didn't want to think about what was waiting for her back in San Francisco. She wanted to live in the moment, in the fairy tale, for as long as it lasted. And the fairy tale was in Rome, with Dante, the man who had just bared his soul to her.
That's Mimi,
he whispered, pointing to a stunning brunette in a simple pale blue gown.
See how her candle is out? She's asking Rudolfo to light it for her.
Right, Zoe said, remembering Dante's late-night opera tutorial at Bella Vista. She slipped her aching feet out of her shoes and tucked them underneath her, one advantage of being secluded in a box. And then she's going to faint, and he's going to go all Christian Grey on her and steal her key. Dante chuckled.
Close enough.
What's he saying now? Zoe asked a few minutes later, when Rudolfo took Mimi's hand and began to sing.
Que gelida manina.
Dante copied Rudolfo, taking Zoe's hand and turning it over to trace her lifeline.
It means, what a cold little hand. He's telling her he's a poet and asking her more about her life. He wants to know everything about her. Her hopes, her dreams, her fears.
Zoe's breath caught in her throat. She wasn't sure if Dante was still talking about Mimi and Rudolfo, or if he was talking about them.
Listen, Carina.
Dante's low whisper tickled her cheek and ruffled the hair behind her ear.
Now they're singing together, confessing their love for one another. He says she's a dream come to life, a dream he prays always to dream. She calls him her beloved and tells him he alone commands her heart.
Game, set, match to Dante.
Zoe had no idea opera could be so beautiful, so moving, so, okay, he was right, romantic. By the end of the fourth act, when Rudolfo rushed to Mimi's bedside only to find her dead from consumption or some other old-timey disease that made you cough a lot, Zoe was sobbing right along with him.
Here.
Dante handed her his handkerchief. So that was why men carried them.
Thank you.
She dabbed at her eyes, trying not to ruin her makeup, even though that ship had probably sailed. If she had a mirror on her, she'd no doubt see her not-so-waterproof mascara running down her face. It had been an emotionally draining night all around.
What did you think?
He asked, squeezing her hand, which he was still holding.
Better than your Freddie Mercury?
I stand by my opinion that Freddie is a musical genius, and Bohemian Rhapsody is a masterpiece. She stretched up to kiss his cheek. But this was pretty great, too. Thank you for taking me, even after everything. He stood, pulling her up with him.
I have one more surprise for you.
She wrinkled her nose. I hate surprises.
I know.
His hand went to the small of her back, steering her through the crowd toward the exit.
That's what makes it so much fun.
The grumpy, reclusive millionaire who answers the door in his birthday suit knows what fun is?
Of course I know what fun is.
He guided her down the front steps of the opera house and off to one side, out of the flow of traffic, so he could stop and plant a soft, heart-tugging kiss on her forehead.
And I did not answer my door naked. You interrupted my morning swim.
Right, she drawled. You remember it your way, I'll remember it mine. A Mercedes S-Class sedan was waiting for them, but Dante waved off the driver.
It's a nice night, he said. I thought we could walk some more.
As long as it's not too far. I'm not sure I'll last much longer in these heels. They're beautiful, but you know what they say. Beauty is pain, especially on cobblestones.
Don't worry, Karina.
He brushed her hair to one side and kissed her again, this time on her temple.
I'll carry you, if I have to.
Okay, then. There went her ovaries. His pretty words, that damn accent, they never stood a chance. She was half tempted to fake an injury just to hold him to his word, but she managed to stay upright for the entire 15 minutes it took for them to reach their destination. Trevi Fountain, she said. The immense structure loomed in front of them at the end of the Acqua Virgo, one of Rome's earliest aqueducts. I read about it in my guidebook, but the book hadn't done it justice. Normally crowded with tourists during the day, there were only a handful of people strolling the piazza in the moonlight. The marble statues glowed under the street lamps, and the basin of the fountain reflected the night sky, setting the stage for the perfect romantic moment. And she'd thought the opera had her all lovey-dovey and starry-eyed.
Yes.
Dante reached into his pocket.
But did you read about the 3 coins?
3 coins?
Legend has it that if you turn your back to the fountain and toss in a coin with your right hand over your left shoulder, you will return to Rome.
He pressed a euro into her palm.
Throw a second coin.
He added another euro.
And you'll fall in love with an Italian.
A third euro landed in her hand with a clink.
The last coin guarantees that you and your new love will marry.
She peered up at him through her lashes, fairly certain her heart had stopped beating and she was going to need CPR any minute. Was he asking, how many should I throw?
Her tongue felt thick and heavy, and her voice sounded far away and not at all like normal. He lifted her hand, gently folding her fingers around the coins. A faint smile lifted the corners of his perfect mouth. "That's up to you, Karina." Zoe turned her back to the fountain and closed her eyes. Her heart, which she was sure had stopped a moment ago, was now beating like a hummingbird's, fast and furious, threatening to break free from her rib cage. She had so many questions. What was he trying to say? Was this his way of telling her he didn't want things to end between them when she went back home? Or was she reading way too much into a silly superstition? Eyes still closed, she felt Dante's hot breath on her cheek. "Are you ready?" No, she was definitely not ready. She was the furthest possible thing from ready. But she could start by throwing the first coin, the return to Rome one. That one was safe, right? And it would buy her a few extra seconds to figure out what to do with coins 2 and 3. Unless she was supposed to throw all 3 in at once. She shook her head, dismissing that idea. She was doing this her way. Taking a deep breath, she shifted €2 to her left hand and raised her right arm to throw the remaining one.
Dio mio! Dante, is that you?
Dante swore softly. At least Zoe was pretty sure what he said was a swear. A month in Italy had improved her language skills, but there was still a lot she missed. And Italians had a lot of creative curse words. She let her arm fall and opened her eyes. A reedy, middle-aged woman in an emerald green designer suit and matching broad-brimmed hat was striding across the piazza toward them, a handsome, equally, if more subtly, well-dressed man trailing a few steps behind her.
"It is you,"
the woman said as they got closer. Zoe could have sworn she saw tears in her eyes.
"Aldo, look who's here. It's Dante."
Dante made sort of a strangled groan, and Zoe looked at him for the first time since opening her eyes. In the short time they were closed, he'd gone from happy-go-lucky to as pale as Moby Dick. He looked like he'd seen a ghost. Who were these people to him?
"Ah, vita mia!"
The woman threw her arms around Dante. He stiffened, then reluctantly returned the gesture, awkwardly patting her back. When she finally released him, her companion stuck out his hand. "It's good to see you, mio figlio." Dante bristled at the last word, whatever it was, but managed to compose himself enough to shake the man's hand. "Aldo, Flavia, what a surprise to see you in Rome." Zoe shifted from one foot to the other, and it wasn't because her shoes hurt. It was the strange, uncomfortable current swirling around them since Aldo and Flavia's arrival. Zoe wondered again who they were and how Dante knew them. Watching them interact was cringe-inducing, like watching a car crash. Excruciating and tragic, but impossible to look away. "We're here for the Roma-Lazio football game." Aldo addressed Dante, still clinging tightly to his wife's hand. "I'm equally surprised to see you here. Carmela told us you were on the coast." "Yes." Dante nodded. "But I had business to attend to in the city. I arrived a few days ago."
"And who is your friend?"
Flavia, who seemed to have composed herself enough to remember her manners, asked.
"Aren't you going to introduce us?"
Dante turned to Zoe with a confused, painfully twisted half-smile, almost as if he'd forgotten she was there. "This is Zoe. She's renting the villa in Positano." "Isn't that where you've been staying?" Aldo asked. "The villa is more than big enough for two." Dante's voice was flat, clipped, and his face had gone even more pale, if that was possible. "We barely saw each other." Zoe reeled back. His words were like a slap in the face, a dose of ice-cold reality. The trio talked a few minutes more, but Zoe didn't hear a word that was said. Instead, she stood there awkwardly, feeling like a third or fourth wheel, and quietly slipped the coins into her purse. No point throwing them now. The fairy tale was over. Dante had almost forgotten how life could change in the blink of an eye. A freak accident, a sudden loss, a chance encounter with the parents of his dead fiancé. Barely an hour ago, somewhere in the middle of Mimi and Rudolfo's final duet, as he watched Zoe cry along with the doomed lovers, he'd half convinced himself that his friends and his brother were right, that Nicole's death wasn't his fault, and that she would want him to find love again, that loving someone was worth the risk of losing them, that maybe, with Zoe's help, he could be brave enough to take that plunge. Those thoughts vanished the second he heard Flavia's voice. All the guilt and self-doubt and fear he'd felt since Nicole's death came flooding back, paralyzing him. He shoved his hands in his pockets.
We should head back to the apartment. I'm sure Houdini is tired of being in his crate and in need of a walk.
Zoe drew herself up to her full height, about 5'8" in those killer heels, he estimated, and glared at him, hands balled into fists on her hips. It reminded him of the first time he saw her, standing in his foyer, unwilling to back down even when faced with him at his most intimidating, and his most naked.
I can't believe we're doing this again.
Doing what?
He asked, knowing the answer.
Are you going to tell me what that was all about?
It was nothing.
He lied, avoiding her eyes.
Whatever that was?
She waved a hand in the direction Flavia and Aldo had gone.
It was not nothing.
It's not your concern,
he said through gritted teeth.
Not my concern?
She practically spat his words back at him as she hunted for something in her purse.
I'll tell you what's my concern. You all but ignored me.
She threw a coin at him. So that's what she was searching for. It bounced off his chest and pinged against the cobblestones.
I'm pretty sure you forgot I was even here.
A second coin whizzed by his ear.
And when you finally did remember, you told your friends, or whoever they were, since you didn't see fit to introduce us, that we barely knew each other.
The third coin hit him smack in the forehead and landed at his feet. Her lip quivered, and it looked like she was fighting hard not to cry.
Do you know how that made me feel? Like you were ashamed to be seen with me. Like I was some kind of dirty secret you had to hide.
Dante's heart twisted at the obvious pain in her words. Part of him longed to comfort her, to reach out and fold her into his arms, reassure her that his feelings for her were honest and genuine, and that nothing between them had changed. But that would be a lie. Besides, it was best this way. Painful? Yes, but also quick. Better than dragging it out, continuing the pretense that he was capable of a long-term relationship. He tightened his jaw.
We both knew this would have to end eventually.
Zoe shook her head, her eyes wild and confused.
I don't get it. You told me about Nicole, and I know how difficult that was for you. 10 minutes ago, you were talking about fountains and coins and love and marriage. Now you're treating me like I'm radioactive.
The tears that were threatening started to spill over.
Please, Dante, talk to me. Tell me what changed.
Leave it to Zoe to ask for the one thing he was incapable of giving her. The truth. He cupped her cheek, allowing himself that one last luxury. By some miracle, she didn't pull away. Her pale skin was damp under his palm, and he brushed back a teardrop with his thumb.
I can't give you what you want. I thought I could, but I can't. I'm sorry, Carina.
The endearment was like a trigger. She jerked back, her expression stormy.
Don't call me that, and don't touch me.
You're no different than my cheating scumbag of an ex-boyfriend, or my two-faced, design-stealing boss. You lied to me, made me start to believe this was more than a holiday romance. I was an idiot to let myself fall for you.
Now it was his turn to reel. She'd fallen for him? Zoe hitched her purse up on her shoulder.
I'm leaving. Don't follow me. I'll have the doorman let me into your apartment, and my stuff will be out by midnight. Except for Houdini. As much as I want to, I can't take him with me. You'll have to figure out what to do with him. Just make sure he has a good home. Somewhere he won't be turned into pancetta. That's the least you can do for him and for me.
Dante wanted to ask where she'd go at that hour, but she didn't give him a chance to respond, turning on her heel and stalking away from him as quickly as she could in 4-inch stilettos. She'd only taken a few steps when she wheeled around and tossed one last barb at him.
You know what? I feel sorry for you, Dante. I get that you've been hurt. But guess what? Lots of people get hurt. I've been hurt, and yeah, it sucks. Big time. But it's not a reason to shut yourself off from life, from love. I'm brave enough to put myself out there, to try again. I hope you are someday too, even if it's not with me.
Unable to speak, Dante could only watch Zoe storm off into the pitch-black September night. When the darkness had swallowed her, he bent and retrieved the coins she threw at him, turning them over and over in his palm as the stupid legend echoed in his brain, mocking him. 1 coin, return to Rome. 2 coins, fall in love. 3 coins, get married. He drew his arm back to hurl them into the damn fountain, then stopped. 3 euros. They were all he had left of her. Well, that and a pig. He stuffed the coins into his pocket and stared at the fountain. The cascading water was strangely hypnotic, but not enough to dull the pain of letting Zoe walk away. He was doing the right thing, breaking it off with her, not only for his own protection, but for hers. He was damaged goods. She deserved a man with less baggage than he carried. But that didn't make losing her any easier. And the thought of her with someone else? His chest squeezed. She was right about one thing. Getting hurt. How had she put it? It sucked. Big time. Chapter 14. Something cold and wet pressed into the back of Dante's hand, dangling off the side of the bed. Without even opening his eyes, he knew exactly what it was. He groaned and rolled onto his back, bringing his hand up and out of reach of Houdini's questioning snout. "Not now, pig," he said, his voice gravelly with sleep and the after-effects of too much whiskey. "It's too early."
"No, vita mia, it's not. If anything, it may be too late."
His grandmother's clipped tone shocked him from half asleep to fully awake. He sat up, clutching the sheet to his bare chest with one hand and rubbing his tired, undoubtedly bloodshot eyes with the other. "What are you doing here? And how did you get in?" Unlike the villa in Positano, Dante's penthouse in Rome was all his, bought and paid for with his own hard-earned euros. Whatever right Nona had to walk into Bella Vista unannounced, she certainly couldn't claim that privilege here, especially in his goddamn bedroom.
"Your brother let me use his key. He's worried about you, too."
Dante made a mental note to change the lock and give Luca a smack upside the head, not necessarily in that order. He scrubbed a hand through his sleep-ruffled hair. "Can you be worried about me in another room? I'd like to put some clothes on."
"You have 5 minutes to make yourself presentable and meet me in the kitchen. I'll brew some café. If I can find any beans."
"In the cabinet next to the refrigerator. Bottom shelf." Nona picked up Houdini, who was snuffling around the foot of the bed, and swept out of the room like a queen, somehow managing to look regal and imposing and more than a little bit intimidating, even with a squirming pig under her arm.
Knowing better than to defy her, Dante threw on a pair of drawstring linen pants and a t-shirt and made his way to the kitchen. He found her fussing with his espresso machine, Houdini scarfing down pig pellets from his bowl in the corner.
"Thanks for feeding the little monster. I'm surprised he's still here."
No more surprised than Dante. He'd meant to give the pig away, even gone so far as calling the SPCA, but he couldn't bring himself to sever the last remaining connection he had with Zoe. He shrugged.
"It's complicated."
"I'm sure it is." Nona slid a porcelain cup under the spigot, pressed a series of buttons, and was met with silence.
"Need some help with that?"
he asked. She waved a hand at him dismissively behind her back, not bothering to turn away from the coffee maker.
"I'll figure it out. I was making café long before you were a glimmer in your mother's eye."
"True."
He leaned against the counter.
"But didn't you have to grind the beans with a mortar and pestle and brew them in a tin pot over an open fire?"
"Don't be fresh."
She tried again, stabbing at the buttons as if they personally offended her by not working. This time she had better luck, and the machine sputtered to life, thick, dark, rich-smelling liquid dripping into the cup.
"Then what should I be?"
he asked, going to the refrigerator for a container of cucumber slices, which he added to Houdini's bowl.
"Honest."
She pointed a bony finger at a chair.
"Sit and tell me what's troubling you."
He followed the first of her marching orders like a good little soldier, tossing the plastic container into the sink and taking a seat. But that was where his obedience ended. The honesty she wanted? That would have to wait. Hell, he was having a hard time being honest with himself. All he knew was that he was goddamn miserable. Even making café seemed like a Herculean task in his present state. The memory of Zoe's tear-stained face as she pelted him with euros haunted him.
"What makes you think something is troubling me?"
Nona steepled her fingers and drummed them together, like she was trying to remember something.
"Maybe it's a grandmother's intuition. Or maybe it's the fact that you've become a virtual hermit the past few weeks. You haven't returned any of my calls or texts, and Luca says you canceled your trip to New York to scout locations for the new restaurant."
His brother had a big mouth. Luca was definitely getting his head smacked. Hard, no matter that what he said was true. And the New York trip wasn't the only thing Dante had called off. His head and his heart were somewhere else since Zoe left. The restaurants were better off without him for the time being. He was in no shape to handle complex business dealings. But he'd be back on his game soon. Then things could go back to normal. At least, that was what he kept telling himself. Nona pulled the cup from under the spigot, set it down on the table in front of Dante, and sat opposite him at his butcher block table. Her cool blue eyes bored into his from across the weathered wood, and his stomach plummeted to his feet. This was the Nona he remembered from his childhood, the one who could get a Trappist monk to talk. The woman was worse than the Spanish Inquisition. He'd never been able to hide anything from her. Why did he think today would be any different?
"Then again,"
she continued, crossing her legs and smoothing her designer skirt over her thighs, her gaze still locked with his,
"it could be that I had lunch with Flavia yesterday."
He gripped the cup so hard he was surprised it didn't shatter.
"I didn't realize you two kept in touch after..."
He broke off, staring down into the steaming black brew, as if the answer to his problems were in its depths, instead of across the ocean in San Francisco. He was still convinced that ending things with Zoe had been the right thing to do. He was broken, empty, incapable of giving her what she needed, deserved. He just wasn't prepared for the depth and breadth of the pain of losing her. For some reason, he thought it would be easier this time. They'd only been together for a few weeks, and it wasn't as if Zoe were gone forever. But that didn't seem to matter. She was still lost to him. Nona reached across the table and laid her hand gently over his.
Of course. She's part of our family. Nicole's death didn't change that.
He cleared his throat to dislodge the lump that had formed there.
I suppose she told you we ran into each other?
She did.
What else did she say?
Dante held his breath as Nona made a show of brushing a speck of lint off her sleeve. Finally, after what seemed like hours, she answered him.
She said you were with someone. A woman. I assume it was Zoe.
And?
And you acted like you barely knew her.
He sipped his coffee. Not bad for Nona's first time using his far too complicated machine. He wasn't even sure why he'd bought it in the first place. A mocha and a stovetop burner did the job just as well.
Stop stalling.
Nona scolded him like he was still the teenager who snuck off to smoke clove cigarettes behind the high school.
Don't you have anything to say for yourself? I can't imagine Zoe appreciated being treated like an afterthought instead of someone you care about.
He considered denying his feelings for Zoe, but quickly dismissed that idea. It was no use. Nona would see through him. She always had.
I didn't treat her like an afterthought.
He hedged, praying he wouldn't get struck down by lightning for the lie.
That's not how Flavia tells it.
Flavia talks too much.
Just like his brother. The world would be a better place if people minded their own damn business.
Oh, mia vita.
Nona shook her head at him, her eyes sad, and the corners of her mouth curving downward into a disapproving frown.
I thought I raised you better than that.
Uh-oh. She was bringing out the big guns now. Guilt was a powerful motivator, especially when wielded by the woman who had put her career on hold to take care of him and his brother.
It was for the best,
he said, not sure who he needed to convince more, his grandmother or himself.
Zoe's or yours?
Zoe's. It made it easier for her to leave. No long, drawn-out goodbyes, no false promises about trying to get together sometime.
Who says they have to be false?
He didn't answer, and Nona shook her head at him again, this time with more sympathy than scorn.
I think I understand what you're not telling me. This isn't about Zoe. It's about Flavia and Aldo. You weren't ready for them to see you with someone else.
I can't imagine what they must think of me now. But it's more than that.
He took another sip of strong café, not meeting his grandmother's gaze. If he looked at her, he wouldn't be able to do this.
Let me guess.
Nona's voice was gentle but firm.
You're still blaming yourself for Nicole's death. And you feel guilty because you have feelings for someone else.
Yes and yes, but he couldn't seem to get the words past his throat.
And you think you should be punished for that,
Nona said softly.
For loving again.
Her words reminded him of Zoe's that night on the Spanish steps. They weren't wrong. He'd been punishing himself so long for so many things.
Yes.
He lifted his head, and his eyes found his grandmother's.
I loved Nicole. She was my soulmate.
And he was afraid of having that again, only to lose it again. Not that he was admitting that to his grandmother. Nona covered his hand with hers again.
Haven't you ever wondered why I kept throwing women in your path? At the restaurant, the opera?
Dante pulled his hand away and leaned back in his chair.
So you admit to trying to fix me up?
Stop changing the subject and answer my question.
Dante drained the rest of his drink and put his cup in the sink.
I can find my own women, thank you.
I'm sure you can, but you haven't actually been looking, have you?
Nona's voice turned serious, any hint of levity gone.
You've been living a half-life, and that's not what Nicole would have wanted. The best way to honor her memory is to live fully, and that means not cutting yourself off from love."
He braced his palms against the counter and stared out the window over the sink at his rooftop garden. The bougainvillea Nicole had planted were in full bloom, rare for October, but it had been unusually warm. The sea of magenta was yet another reminder of his fiancée, of the pain left in the wake of her loss. His grip on the counter tightened, the whites of his knuckles clearly visible.
"It's not that easy."
"Of course it's not. Nothing worthwhile ever is. It takes strength and courage." He felt Nona come up behind him and turned to face her.
"Here."
She slipped a piece of paper into his hand.
"What's this?"
He unfolded it and studied his grandmother's distinctive scrawl.
"Zoe's address in San Francisco.
Apologies are always better done in person."
"She gave you her address?"
An irrational shard of jealousy pierced his already bruised and battered heart. She'd never shared that with him.
"I got it from Antonio."
Dante scraped both hands through his hair, then let them drop uselessly to his sides.
"I doubt Zoe will agree to speak to me, much less see me, after how I treated her."
"You're a smart man?" "Usually.
I'm sure you'll find a way to make her listen to you."
Nona stood, retrieved her purse from the back of her chair, and bent to kiss him on the cheek.
"Ciao, vita mia. Be brave, and good luck."
With that, she breezed out of the room and out of his apartment the same way she'd come in, abruptly and unexpectedly, the hollow click of his front door echoing in her wake. The sound woke Houdini, who'd fallen asleep halfway through his breakfast, his snout buried in his food bowl. Almost as if he sensed Dante's distress, the pig trotted over to him and flopped down onto his bare feet. Dante's first instinct was to brush the animal aside. Instead, guided by some unseen, unknown force, he knelt down and absently scratched Houdini's scruffy head with one hand, still clutching the slip of paper with Zoe's address in the other. The pig flopped onto his side, wordlessly begging Dante to rub his belly. With less reluctance than he expected, Dante lowered himself to the floor and ran his fingers over the pig's stomach. Was this his life now? Consigned to spend the rest of his days with only a pig for companionship? He stared at the address on the paper, almost taunting him. Nona was right. As usual, damn it. He was only half living, thousands of miles apart from the woman he loved. In one short month, she'd become as much a part of his daily routine as breathing, with her sunrise yoga, her obsession with Freddie Mercury, and her soft-hearted tendency to take in stray animals. The animal in question crawled into Dante's lap, closed his eyes, and made a satisfied sound somewhere between a grunt and a snort that tugged at Dante's heart. Dante resumed scratching. Resistance was futile. Like resisting Zoe had been futile. And yet he'd pushed her away, too proud, and, if he was honest with himself, like his grandmother asked him to be, too scared, to risk heartbreak a second time. Nicole's death may have been a tragic accident, something no one could have predicted or prevented. But losing Zoe? That was all on him.
"Hey, big sis!"
Fliss flounced into Zoe's corner office, a far cry from the cubicle she worked from before she got fired, rehired, and promoted, with all the drama of a leading lady on one of those soapy CW teen shows. A plastic bag with the logo of Zoe's favorite ramen house dangled over one arm.
"Special delivery, and I love the new digs."
Zoe saved the 3D sketch she was working on and swiveled away from her monitor to eyeball her sister across her sleek glass and chrome computer desk.
"Aren't you supposed to be in school? Teacher in service."
Fliss flopped into one of Zoe's cushy guest chairs. The higher-ups hadn't skimped on her office furniture, that was for sure. Probably their penance for sticking her with smarmy Marty.
Hopefully, Heinrichs is learning how to make the Mexican-American War more interesting.
It's Mr. Heinrichs, and I take it you're still having trouble in AP US history.
I was hoping you could talk to him for me. Tell him I'm going through a rough time.
Are you?
Only in his class. He hates me.
Zoe strongly suspected that if he hated anything, it was her sister's inability to stop talking, or her obsession with her phone.
Have you considered paying closer attention in class? Maybe going out less and studying more?
Fliss made a face at her.
You sound like Mom. Which reminds me.
She slipped the bag off her arm and put it on the desk.
This is from her. She made me go to Japantown to get it for you. She thinks you're not eating enough.
Things had really changed in the month she'd been gone. Her stepmother was acting motherly for the first time in, well, forever, worrying about stuff like homework and proper nutrition.
I'm eating.
Not enough, true. Her appetite wasn't the same since she'd returned from vacation. She told everyone she was still recovering from all the pasta and pizza she'd inhaled in Italy. Liar. Zoe pulled the bag toward her, opened it, and inhaled. Miso ramen with bamboo shoots, kikurage mushrooms, and pickled ginger. Her favorite.
But I never turned down good ramen. Pretty sure that's what Mom was counting on when she enlisted me as her errand girl.
Fliss propped her feet up on Zoe's desk. Zoe stared her down until she removed them.
You mean it wasn't your idea to come all the way downtown on your day off? I was heading here anyway. I'm meeting Dylan at the wharf in half an hour.
Dylan, huh? Zoe teased. So you got Dad to loosen up on the dating restrictions?
We reached a compromise. I can go out with Dylan, but no Corvette. We have to take the beige bomber.
Fliss winced at the nickname they'd given the family's ancient Chevy Impala.
Or public transportation, like today.
I'll bet Dylan wasn't too happy about that.
He wasn't, but I convinced Dad to reconsider if Dylan goes 6 months without another ticket. And I told Dylan he needs to slow down and stop driving like a maniac. We watched Rebel Without a Cause in English, and he thinks he's James Dean. I don't want him to wind up the same way.
Damn, her little sister had done good. She'd make a great lawyer. Or a politician, or any job where she could harness her powers of persuasion.
Nice work. I'm proud of you. I learned from the best.
Fliss turned sideways in her seat, dangling her long legs over the arm of the chair.
You've been fighting my battles for me for years. It felt kind of awesome doing it myself. You know, girl power, fempire, I am woman, hear me roar, all that rah-rah jazz. Not that I had much choice with you 6,000 miles away.
Zoe wanted to jump up, slide across the shiny glass top of her computer desk, and squeeze the stuffing out of her sister. If she was proud of Fliss before, now she was bursting with it. Not just Fliss, she realized suddenly, but herself, too. Looked like her not-so-evil plan to force her family to deal with their own shit instead of running to her with every minor crisis had worked. Zoe tried to cling to that kernel of positivity. Her month abroad wasn't a total loss. Too bad it had left her with a broken heart and an even bigger chip on her shoulder against men in general and one particular stubborn, frustrating but sex-on-a-stick Italian.
What's that look for?
Fliss asked. Zoe made a conscious effort to dial back whatever expression her face wore to neutral.
What look? The one that says your dog died and your car got repossessed?
Zoe masked her surprise by pulling the container of ramen and a pair of chopsticks out of the bag. Had she been that obvious? Here she thought she was putting up such a great front in the week since she'd returned home, burying herself in her new job and smiling her way through the occasional family dinner.
I don't have a dog, and my car is paid off.
You know what I mean. You look like you're in desperate need of cheering up. Why would I need cheering up? You tell me. Fliss steepled her fingers under her chin. You spent a month in paradise, got your job back, along with a sweet promotion. My guess is it's gotta be a guy thing. I don't have a guy. Not exactly a lie. She didn't, not anymore. Her sister didn't have to know that losing one was the cause of her woes. Fliss drummed her fingers together thoughtfully. Maybe that's the problem. This is a nice change, Zoe said, unwrapping her chopsticks and hoping her sister wouldn't notice the subtle shift of subject. You worrying about me instead of the other way around? I told you, I did a lot of growing up while you were gone. Amen for that. Zoe dipped her chopsticks into the soup, spearing a wavy, ear-shaped mushroom, then paused to glance at her sister. Want some? I can grab a bowl from the break room. Thanks, but I have to pass. Dylan's probably waiting for me at the wharf by now. Fliss whipped out her phone and shot off a quick text, then shoved it back into her pocket and stood. This has been fun, but I gotta run. Maybe next time you can stay for lunch. And maybe next time you can tell me what or who has you moping around like you lost your best friend. Fliss's brow crinkled. In all seriousness, I know I haven't always been the best sister. I'm selfish and self-centered and kind of a brat most of the time, but I also love the hell out of you, and I'm here if you need someone to talk to. Zoe would have hugged her sister if she didn't think it would freak her out. Their family wasn't exactly known for their physical displays of affection. She settled for blowing her a kiss. Thanks, baby sis. You're not so bad. I promise I'll tell you everything the next time I see you. Well, maybe not everything. She wasn't discussing the details of her sex life with her underage sister. But at some point, she was going to have to unload on someone. Might as well be Fliss. I'm holding you to that, Fliss said. Zoe raised her chopsticks in a mock salute. And I'm holding you to lunch. Once Fliss was out of sight, Zoe gave up the pretense of eating. As good as the ramen smelled, it wasn't enough to revive her virtually non-existent appetite. Some people ate their feelings. Zoe starved hers. She put the lid back on the container and deposited it in the mini-fridge under her desk, next to a 6-pack of watermelon seltzer and a couple of golden delicious apples that had seen better days and probably weren't so delicious anymore. Maybe later she'd feel like eating. Like, later this decade. Zoe turned back to her computer and did what she'd been doing since she returned home and accepted the promotion from associate designer to project manager. Immersed herself in her work. It didn't lessen the pain of losing Dante, but it forced her to concentrate on something else, at least for a few hours. This time, her project was a 5-story townhouse in Nob Hill, the second one she'd been assigned to work on in the past few weeks. If the homeowners liked her work, she had her fingers crossed that the higher-ups would let her handle something even bigger, like a commercial property. Maybe an office building or a hotel. She'd barely glanced at the sketch still on her computer screen when a soft knock made her head swivel toward the door. It swung open, and her new boss, Mr. Lafferty, entered without waiting for her to answer. The balding, middle-aged man reminded her of Bruce Willis in Red, although, unlike Bruce's character in the movie, ex-CIA agent Frank Moses, he tended to prefer faux fur rugs and patterned throw pillows to bullets and bombs. I apologize for bursting in on you like this, he said, folding his beefy frame into one of her overly expensive guest chairs. But we have a new project, and I need you to get started on it right away. She glanced at the design on her monitor and frowned. What about the townhouse? Someone else can handle that. I need you on this. He tapped a folder on his lap, which Zoe hadn't noticed until that second. What exactly is this? He slid the folder across the desk to her. She opened it, barely suppressing a groan. A restaurant? Figured. And an Italian restaurant to boot. A daily reminder of the very thing, the very person she was trying to forget.
You wanted to do some commercial work, right?
Her boss asked. Yes, she said, with far less enthusiasm than she would have under different circumstances. Sure, she wanted to work her way up to commercial properties, but this was too much to ask. The universe was clearly conspiring against her. She flipped through the contents of the folder again. I've never heard of Seven Hills Enterprises. Her boss nodded.
This will be their first venture in the States. They want to establish a presence on the West Coast.
I hope they realize what they're in for. San Francisco is a tough market to crack.
We certainly have more than our share of Michelin star eateries,
her boss agreed.
But they seem to know what they're up against, and they're proceeding with caution. We're one of a number of firms they've asked to come up with some preliminary drawings.
Zoe closed the folder. There must be some way she could avoid this project, as long as she could do it without losing her job. Again. I don't want to sound ungrateful for the opportunity, but why me? She asked. Wouldn't it make more sense to go with someone more established?
That's above my pay grade.
What do you mean?
I mean, someone higher up the food chain likes you, because word came down that this job was yours, and yours alone.
Why? She asked again.
Like I said, that's above my pay grade.
He stood and smoothed his shirt before gesturing to the thick folder in front of her.
I'll leave you to it. You've got your work cut out for you if you're going to have something ready by next Friday.
Next Friday? How long did that give her? She didn't even know what day today was. They all seemed to blend into a melancholy sameness without Dante. Zoe glanced at her desktop calendar. That's barely a week away.
Oh, didn't I tell you?
The gleam in her boss's eye said he knew perfectly well he hadn't, and he was enjoying every minute of this torture.
The client will be in town week after next. They want all the proposals in before then so they can narrow them down to the top 2 or 3 and meet with the firms still in contention.
Damn! It was going to be almost impossible to pull something together on that demanding schedule. She'd be lucky if she managed a couple of hours of sleep a night. After dropping that bombshell, her boss left as quickly as he had appeared. With a sigh, she closed the document she was working on and flipped the file he'd dumped on her desk back open. An Italian restaurant might be the last thing she wanted to design right now, but damned if she wasn't going to give this project everything she had. She had a reputation to consider, and no man, not even one as deliciously distracting as Dante, was worth risking that. Besides, the sooner she started, the sooner she'd be finished. Then she could go back to designing townhouses and trying to forget the Italian restaurateur who took her heart, made it soar, then popped it like a balloon and tossed it into the Mediterranean. Chapter 15.
Ready for the big presentation?
Zoe looked up from her laptop to see her boss looming in the conference room doorway. She clicked a button on her computer and let out a relieved sigh when the first slide of her PowerPoint presentation appeared on the screen across the large mahogany table that dominated the room. Technology wasn't always her friend, but today, at least, it looked like it had decided to cooperate. "I'm as ready as I'll ever be," she said, hoping she sounded more confident than she felt.
You've poured your heart and soul into this proposal.
Mr. Lafferty brushed past her and took a seat at the opposite end of the table.
If the client doesn't like it, it's their loss.
He was right. She'd gone above and beyond on the design for this restaurant, and not just because it was a huge opportunity for her professionally. This project was personal. It was almost as if she'd designed it for Dante, asking herself what he would think of the layout, the color scheme, the lighting. She'd even added a subtle nod to La Boheme in the eclectic, intentionally mismatched vintage dinnerware. Stupid girl, designing a restaurant for a man who couldn't even bring himself to acknowledge her existence. She blinked back an angry tear, Crying in the workplace was definitely not part of her advancement strategy. Flipped open her notebook and scanned the outline she'd written in neat block letters. She was hoping to get through this presentation without relying on her notes, but having them handy gave her a sense of security. "Thanks, Mr. Lafferty." "I've told you. You can call me Jim." "Right. Thanks, Jim." She caught herself twirling a strand of hair around her finger and clasped her hands behind her back. Oral presentations always made her a lot nervous, especially when she had no idea who she was presenting to. She usually liked to take the client's personal taste into account when coming up with a design concept, something she hadn't been able to do this time. Maybe that's why she'd done this project with Dante in mind. That had to be the reason, not the fact that, even though he'd shattered her into a million pieces, she couldn't seem to get him out of her head. Or her heart. Mr. Jim swiveled his chair to face her and gave her a reassuring smile that buoyed her shaky self-confidence. Working with him was a far cry from working for smarmy Marty. "You've gotten us this far, down to the final 2. Now you just have to bring it home." "I still don't understand why I'm giving this presentation and not you." "Because this is your passion project, not mine. You're the best one to convey the beauty, spirit, and style of your work." Jim's phone buzzed. He looked at the screen and swore. "I'm sorry I have to take this. If I'm not back when the client gets here, have the receptionist page me." "Will do." Jim breezed out of the conference room, leaving the door ajar and Zoe to her own thoughts. To stop them from drifting, predictably, to Dante, she studied her notes for a few minutes, then paced the room, practicing her presentation under her breath. As you can see on this slide, we've knocked down a non-load-bearing wall and used soft, light tones like off-white, gray, and seafoam instead of the traditional deep reds and browns to make the dining room look bigger and more inviting. Oink! Zoe's head spun toward the half-open door, but there was nothing there. Great! Now she was hearing things. She shook her head, took a deep breath, and let it out on a weary sigh. Glancing at her notes, she tried to refocus on the most important presentation of her career. For furniture, we've gone with clean, simple lines and pale woods like white oak and birch, again to lighten the space and set you apart from other Italian eateries in the downtown area. Oink. Okay, either she was completely losing it, or there was a pig somewhere in the vicinity. Was one of her coworkers playing a cruel trick on her? No, that couldn't be it. She hadn't told anyone about Dante, or Houdini, and it wasn't as if she splashed the intimate details of her personal life all over social media. She turned back to the door, more slowly this time, almost afraid of what she might see there. Oink! A suspiciously familiar-looking black and white pig sat on his haunches inside the doorway. He was a bit bigger than the last time she'd seen him, and the baby blue harness around his pudgy body was new, but she'd recognize those intelligent gray-green eyes anywhere. Zoe's heart did a little stutter step as she knelt down to get on eye level with the animal. "Houdini?" He trotted over to her and nuzzled her outstretched hand with his smooth, soft snout. "It is you!" She hooked a finger under his chin, and he lifted his head, inviting her to rub his neck. "What are you doing here? It's a long way from Rome, or Positano, or wherever you've been." Houdini's only response was an indistinct grunt as he flopped down and rolled over on his side. Not that she expected him to actually answer her. She hadn't gone that far off the deep end. Yet. Her mind whirred as she considered the possibilities. There were only 2 people who could have brought Houdini to San Francisco, Dante and his grandmother. She couldn't imagine Dante had any desire to see her. Maybe the older woman had decided to pay a visit. Zoe scooped up the pig and stood, determined to solve the mystery of how he got there. She crossed her fingers that her guess was correct. As much as her traitorous body longed for Dante, her heart wasn't ready for him. Not yet. Maybe not ever.
Karina.
The low, masculine voice made the hairs on Zoe's arms and at the back of her neck stand on end. She clutched Houdini closer to her chest, mentally steeling herself before turning toward the door. Ready or not, she was going to have to face Dante. Because he was there, in San Francisco, at her office. She turned slowly, deliberately keeping her gaze on the pig in her arms. I suppose I should thank you for delivering Houdini to me, instead of letting him get turned into pancetta.
I didn't come here for Houdini. I came here for you.
She lifted her head for the inevitable confrontation. Her eyes drank him in, his large, lanky frame, clad in pale gray trousers and a crisp, white button-down shirt, filling the doorway. His collar was open, showing the strong, tanned column of his throat, and his cuffs were rolled up to reveal his muscled forearms, as tan as his neck, and lightly dusted with dark hair. He looked good, as always. His clothes perfectly pressed, his thick curls impeccably coiffed, a suitable amount of sexy stubble on his strong jaw. But there was something different about him, a kind of haunted, hunted look around his eyes and mouth that spoke of sadness and sleepless nights. Was he as lonely and miserable as she was? Was that the reason for his grim expression and the uncharacteristic dark circles under his eyes? No, she thought, remembering how he had so callously dismissed her their last night in Rome. That was her hopeful heart being stupid again. Houdini must have been keeping him up at night. That was probably why he'd traveled thousands of miles to deliver the pig to her.
Karina,
Dante repeated, an almost desperate edge to his voice.
Please, answer me.
Great. He had asked her something, and she had no clue what it was. So mesmerized by the sight of him, everything else faded into oblivion. Not good, Zoe. Not good. She decided to go with a tried-and-true tactic and answer his question, whatever it was, with a question. What do you want me to say?
I hoped we could...
What? She took a step toward him, cutting him off. As long as she stayed mad at him, she could squash any lingering feelings of lust. Or love. Talk? Have coffee? Pick up where we left off? The answer is no, to all three.
I know showing up at your office like this isn't ideal.
That's putting it mildly. He held out his hands in a silent plea for understanding.
I had no choice. It was the only way I could think of to make sure you would see me. I knew you wouldn't want to make a scene at work.
Well, you're right about that. She had to get him out of there, quickly and quietly, before her boss, or worse, their client, showed up. But your timing sucks. I'm giving a huge presentation in a few minutes. This could make or break my career. I have to make a good impression.
You already have.
What do you mean? He stuck his hands in his pockets.
I'm the one you're giving the presentation to.
It was a good thing they were in her office, or she might have been tempted to do something rash, like smack the feigned look of innocence off his face. Tell me you're joking. But deep down, she knew he wasn't. An Italian restaurant? How could she have been so stupid? Of course Dante was their client. She stormed past him and closed the conference room door. No need for the rest of the office to hear what was sure to be an unpleasant conversation. Plus, with the door closed, she could set the now squirming Houdini down and concentrate all her energy on dealing with Dante. Your Seven Hills Enterprises.
For the 7 Hills of Rome, the site of my biggest mistake. The one I've crossed an ocean and 2 continents to remedy.
She clenched her hands into tight fists. Let me get this straight. Your plan was to get me to talk to you by having me waste my time designing a restaurant that doesn't exist?
No, Karina.
He started to reach for her, but jammed his hands back into his pockets, the stink eye she was giving him no doubt making him think the better of it.
"I swear to you,"
he continued, the desperate edge to his words even more pronounced than before.
"The restaurant is very real. Luca and I have been looking to expand into the United States for some time. Initially, we were thinking of New York. I convinced him we were better off starting out on the West Coast, specifically San Francisco."
She crossed her arms over her chest, almost as if she could create an extra layer of protection between him and her heart. "Is moving your business supposed to make up for the way you treated me in Rome?"
"I hoped it would get you to hear me out."
"You know what?" she said, trying her hardest to keep her tone light so he wouldn't hear the hurt and the lie behind her words. "You don't owe me any explanations. We had some fun. That was all. No strings, right?"
"Wrong."
This time he didn't hesitate to touch her, taking her by the shoulders and staring into her soul with those piercing storm cloud eyes.
"Please, 5 minutes. That's all I ask. Then I'll go. If you still want me to."
"Fine." With no small amount of effort, she broke away from him and took a seat, gesturing toward the end of the table where her laptop was set up for what was supposed to be her big moment. "One of us might as well give a presentation, although somehow I doubt you have a PowerPoint prepared."
"I brought a pig. Doesn't that count for anything?"
His eyes scanned the room for Houdini, asleep under one of the chairs.
"So much for my wingman."
He shrugged and went where she directed him. "Your time starts?" She glanced at the clock again. "Now."
"I suppose I should begin at the beginning."
"You know what Julie Andrews says."
"Did he?"
Rodgers and Hammerstein weren't Puccini. "It's a very good place to start."
"Are you going to keep interrupting me?"
He arched an aristocratic brow at her, and her pulse hammered. She'd forgotten how exhilarating it was sparring with him, almost as much as sleeping with him. "Down, girl. Don't think about that. Focus on how you felt when you threw his stupid coins back in his stupid face." "Sorry?"
"Not."
"Continue."
"You used up some of my valuable time. I should get minutes put back on the clock."
30 seconds. He started to pull out a chair, then stopped.
"Can I sit?"
"It's your presentation." He hesitated, then sat. A few more precious seconds ticked by before he spoke, and when he did, his words were soft but powerful, with more than a hint of something like sadness or regret.
"The couple we met at the fountain after the opera."
"Aldo and Flavia?"
"There you go, interrupting me again."
He tried to smile, but it didn't reach his eyes.
"Yes, Aldo and Flavia. Nicole's parents."
"Oh, my God." Her breath caught, and her eyes started to tear up. It explained so much. Their uncomfortable conversation, the awkward non-introduction.
"That's not all."
His brow furrowed.
"That month was the first anniversary of her death. That's why I was in Positano. She loved Bella Vista. I proposed to her in the perennial garden."
Suddenly, the table between them felt like a gulf as wide as the ocean. Zoe fought the urge to comfort him and stayed seated, needing some distance between them in order to think straight. "I had no idea. I'm so sorry." There was that word again. So small. So inadequate.
"No, Karina. I'm the one who's sorry. I behaved badly."
He stood abruptly and rounded the table to sit next to her, brushing her knee with his as he lowered himself into the chair. So much for that much-needed distance.
"Seeing them like that, without any warning, it was difficult. I was worried about their reaction to seeing me with someone new, especially so close to the anniversary of their daughter's death, and afraid of the strength of my feelings for you. But that's no excuse for how I acted."
He reached into his pocket, pulled out 3 coins, and set them down on the table in a neat stack. "Are those—"
"Yes."
He smiled, his expression truly lightening for the first time since he'd appeared in the door of the conference room.
"The coins you threw at me."
"I didn't exactly throw them at you," she lied.
"One hit me in the chest, and another in the face.
A lucky accident." He pushed the coins toward her.
"Take them."
Her lips curled into a small smile that matched his. "So I can throw them again?"
"That's up to you. I had something different in mind."
"Like what?"
"I believe you Americans call it a do-over."
Her chin quivered, and the already pounding pulse at her throat quickened. "A do-over." He turned her chair to face his and reached for her hands, turning them over to trace slow circles on her palms with his thumbs.
"Come back to Rome with me. Give me another chance."
The empty space in her heart started to fill, but there were still so many unanswered questions. She figured she'd start with a pretty basic one. "Another chance to do what?" He brought one hand up to his lips and kissed it.
"To love you, Karina, the way you deserve to be loved. Fully, unconditionally, openly."
She felt lightheaded, unable to catch her breath. "You love me?"
"Si."
He chuckled.
"I think I fell in love with you when I found you doing yoga with a pig at the crack of dawn."
"For me, it was that day in Capri," she admitted, "when you threw away my guidebook and took me to the Grotta Verde."
"I'm glad the feeling is mutual."
His eyes clouded with uncertainty.
"At least, I hope it still is."
She nodded. "Believe me, I tried to get over you. It wasn't that easy." He released her hands and lifted his to frame her face.
"You're the air I breathe, Karina. I promise to do everything in my power not to hurt you again."
The tears that threatened earlier spilled out now, but this time they were tears of joy. Dante leaned in to wipe one away and touched his lips to hers. What started as a soft, sweet kiss, infused with apologies on his part and forgiveness on hers, quickly turned into something more sensual. His fingers threaded through her hair as he tilted her head, seeking the perfect angle to deepen the kiss. She strained closer, as close as the restrictive office chairs would allow, and opened up to him, not just her lips, but her heart, her soul.
"So does this mean my pitch was successful, and you'll come with me to Rome?"
he asked when they finally came up for air.
"Not permanently. You have your job here, and I'll be spending a lot more time in San Francisco once we start working on the restaurant."
"We?" Zoe asked, surprised that her lips, tingling from the intensity of their kiss, were still functional. "You haven't even seen my designs yet."
"There's no one else I would trust with this project."
He kissed her again, this one hard and fast, punctuating his faith in her with something else. Love.
"But before we begin, I think it's important for us to go back to the scene of the crime, so to speak, and replace bad memories with good ones."
"I'd like that, but I don't know if my boss will be thrilled with me taking time off so soon after coming back to work."
"We'll tell him you need to visit our locations in Italy in order to get a feel for the business."
"I've already seen your restaurant in Rome."
"True, but he doesn't know that,"
Dante said.
"And you haven't seen our restaurants in Florence or Naples yet."
He stood, tugging her to her feet with him.
"Let's go."
"To Italy. Now?"
"To tell your employer the good news about the firm's newest client. And then to your apartment, where I plan to keep you occupied for at least the next 24 hours. We have a lot of time to make up for, and I haven't finished apologizing.
As good as that sounds, aren't you forgetting something? Like maybe a four-legged something? Houdini picked that moment to wake up with a start and a loud squeal, almost as if he knew she was talking about him. Dante crouched down and snapped his fingers.
Viene male.
Without hesitation, the pig scampered to Dante, who scooped him up and tucked him under his arm. Zoe gaped at them. How did you do that? You got him to come on command, and you didn't have to bribe him with food.
We've been practicing.
Dante gave Houdini's head an affectionate knuckle rub.
It kept my mind off missing you. And I think secretly I hoped we'd have the chance to impress you with our new trick.
Well, you did. Impress me, that is. With more than a silly trick, it was the sincerity of his apology and the strength and conviction of his love for her that won her over. And you don't have to miss me anymore. I love you, Dante. It was the first time she'd said those 3 little words to him, and the way his face lit up made her wish she'd said them sooner.
Ah, Carina,
he said gruffly, emotion coloring his voice.
Ti amo anch'io. Per sempre.
A confused frown wrinkled her forehead. I know what ti amo means, but what's per sempre? With his free arm, he pulled her to his side, the heat of his body radiating into hers, warming her straight through to her heart.
Forever.
This concludes How Not to Mess with a Millionaire by Regina Kyle, narrated by Amy McFadden, a member of SAG-AFTRA. Copyright 2021 by Regina Kyle. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Entangled Publishing, LLC, and was produced in the year 2022 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.